Silver light flashed, and as soon as Shirkuan was encompassed within the sheet of beast hide, he transformed into a living dark beast. He had the same black fur and identical sharp claws as those of the dark beast from before. This is incredible. I almost don't feel any different, yet I've completely transformed into another being. Shirkuan inspected his front paws with amazement before bursting into laughter. If the 1,000 transformation faces didn't have such abilities, I wouldn't have brought them out for you two to use, Lu Shu'er said with a smile. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. With these treasures, all of us will have flawless disguises for the journey up ahead, the dark beast said with an elated expression. After witnessing Shirkuan's transformation, Han Li also became quite confident in these treasures, and after expressing his gratitude to Lu Shu'er again he suggested, Fairy Lu and I still don't have beast hides at the moment, but it won't be good to delay any further. Why don't we set off, and if we encounter any dark beast stragglers, we can pick them off along the way. My thoughts exactly, Brother Han. We're on a tight schedule, so it's naturally best not to waste any time, Lu Shu'er immediately agreed. Shirkuan didn't have any objections to this either, so the three of them crept silently out of the hold in the tree and into the night. After that, Shirkuan expelled a yellow cloud from his mouth, and his body instantly transformed into a burst of faint yellow chi. The dark beast forest had extremely low visibility to begin with at night, and after unleashing this technique, it would be impossible for anyone to discover Shirkuan's presence unless they were to look carefully at him from within 100 feet away. Meanwhile, Lu Shu'er removed a jade pendant-like treasure from around her waist, and she tossed it into the air, upon which it transformed into a pristine white mouse that was around 10 feet in length. Her body then swayed, and she drifted onto the mouse's back, following which faint white light began to emanate from its body, enshrouding both itself and Lu Shu'er within. The two gradually turned transparent in the white light, transforming into a barely visible transparent shadow in the end. As for Han Li, the measures he took were even simpler. After the latest refinement, his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords had become pure wood attribute treasures, and in a forest with such abundant wood attribute spiritual chi, it was extremely easy for him to conceal himself with his swords. As such, he raised an arm, and a small azure sword shot forth out of his sleeve, then transformed into a streak of azure light that was several tens of feet in length before sweeping toward his body. Moments later, a barely visible streak of azure light shot forth through the air. Thus, the three of them officially began their journey into the dark beast forest in a discreet and stealthy manner. Several days later, a thin dark beast was slowly treading over a thick bed of leaves and branches as it traversed through the forest in a graceful manner. All of a sudden, a burst of blue light flew toward it from a nearby tree, then swept up its entire body. The female dark beast was naturally quite alarmed, and it let loose a sharp cry as it sent several black claw projections hurtling toward the blue light. However, the blue light merely swirled before transforming into a massive ball of light that completely encapsulated the female dark beast's body. As such, the sharp cries escaping from its mouth became completely inaudible to those outside the ball of light, and its sharp claws were also only able to send a few ripples surging through the blue light without actually being able to penetrate through it. At this moment, white light flashed from the massive tree, and a gorgeous figure emerged from within. It was none other than Lu Shu'er. She was making a hand seal with one hand while carrying a fist-sized blue crystal ball in her other hand, and she was chanting something at the same time. A peculiar scene then unfolded. The blue ball of light slowly spread in all directions at her behest, forming a blue light barrier that covered a full acre in mere moments. After that, she stowed away the blue crystal ball in her hand, following her body swayed, and she vanished into the light barrier as a white shadow. The dark beast within the light barrier immediately pounced toward her without any hesitation, and along the way, it manifested 3 more identical black shadows. However, Lu Shu'er remained completely unflustered as she opened her mouth to expel a clump of thin blue threads, which dispersed to form a blue net of light that surged toward the dark beast and its projections. The dark beast also opened its mouth to blast forth a pillar of black light upon seeing this, then slashed its claws through the air in a menacing manner, conjuring up countless claw projections that hurtled directly toward the massive blue net. A string of resounding booms rang out as black and blue light intertwined with one another amid a series of explosions. However, the loud commotion and violent spiritual chi fluctuations were all greatly buffered by the light barrier, making it almost impossible to hear the battle from outside. Thus, Lu Shu'er and the dark beast engaged in battle. Outside the blue light barrier, azure light and yellow chi flashed, following which Han Li and Shirkuan emerged in unison. Both of them were staring at the blue light barrier with different expressions on their faces. Hee fellow Taoist Lu sure is picky, refusing to go with any target other than a female dark beast. Shi Kun chuckled with a shake of his head. I'm sure she has her considerations, Han Li replied in a calm manner. As a woman, it makes sense that fellow Taoist Lu is averse to adopting the form of a male dark beast, but I'm quite curious about why you decided against killing the dark beast that we encountered 2 days ago, Shi Kun continued as a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. That dark beast was already riddled with wounds, so even if I were to secure its hide, it wouldn't look right after I transform into it, so I decided to wait for the next one we encounter instead, Han Li explained in an indifferent voice. I see. I thought you let it go out of the kindness of your heart after seeing the cubs that were traveling with that wounded dark beast. But then again, cultivators like us are beyond such shallow thoughts, Shi Kun said in a nonchalant manner. Han Li merely smiled and offered no response to this. Just as the two of them were chatting with one another, a dull thump suddenly rang out from within the blue light barrier, following which the entire barrier tremored slightly, but immediately settled again. Han Li was slightly startled by this, as was Shi Kun. All of a sudden, the blue light barrier suddenly shattered, then vanished as specks of spiritual light. At the very center of the light barrier stood Lu Shuer, and beside her lay the female dark beast in a completely motionless manner. Its fur was rather wet, but there was not a single wound on its body. Han Li only had to scan this beast with his spiritual sense to know that it was definitely already dead. Nicely done. I didn't think your water attribute abilities would be so potent, fellow Taoist Lu. You took care of that beast even faster than I slew mine a few days ago, Shi Kun praised as he clicked his tongue with wonder. Lu Shuer raised a hand to draw the dark beast into her grasp, then smiled as she replied, There's no need to flatter me, brother Shi. Fellow Taoist Han and I have both witnessed the power of your body, and my little tricks certainly can't compare with your immense strength. Haha, if your abilities are nothing more than little tricks, then my pitiful abilities are even less than that. Fellow Taoist Han, both Fairy Lu and myself have obtained beast hides, so you're the only one left now. The deeper we go into this forest, the greater the probability that we'll encounter packs of dark beasts, so you need to think about how to proceed from here, Shi Kun said to Han Li with a meaningful look on his face. Rest assured, brother Shi, I definitely won't be playing games with my life on the line, Han Li replied with a faint smile. 3 days later, beside a small creek in the dark beast forest, a dark beast that was around 30% larger than the average dark beast had been enshrouded under an azure light barrier. Han Li hovered in the air above with his eyes closed, making a series of hand seals that were causing the light barrier to fluctuate in brightness erratically. Both Lu Shuer and Shi Kun stood beside the barrier, and the two of them were quite stunned by what they were seeing. Not only was the azure light barrier so dense that it felt as if it were a substantial structure that completely impeded their vision, even their spiritual sense was repelled when they tried to detect what was happening within the barrier. This was none other than the Spring Dawn sword formation that Han Li had set up. All of a sudden, Han Li raised an eyebrow as he hovered in midair, and he ceased making hand seals. He then swept a sleeve downward and uttered the word withdraw. The azure light barrier immediately dissipated, reverting back to several tens of azure flying swords, each of which was several feet in length. Han Li made a grabbing motion, and all of the flying swords shrank down to several inches in size amid a flash of azure light. They hurtled directly toward him before quickly vanishing into his body. At this point, the massive dark beast below the light barrier was already dead, and it was sprawled onto the ground with blood flowing from all 7 of its orifices. Lu Shuer and Shi Kun couldn't help but exchange a glance upon seeing this, and they could see their own wariness mirrored in each other's eyes. Han Li had naturally also caught sight of what they were doing, but he merely descended slowly and landed beside the dark beast carcass. Fellow Taoists, with this dark beast hide, we can now venture deep into the forest without taking as many precautionary measures as before, Han Li said with a smile. Of course, it's just that I didn't think that your most powerful ability would be a legendary sword formation, brother Han. The two of us couldn't see anything that was happening inside, but just the fact that it was able to block our spiritual sense indicates that it's quite a profound formation, Lu Shuer said with a wry smile. Indeed. You took slightly longer than the two of us to kill your prey as you had to lure it into the sword formation before killing it, but no sound or fluctuations escaped during the process whatsoever, and that further exemplifies how incredible this sword formation is. With this ability up your sleeve, I doubt you'd encounter many opponents below the holy race that would be able to best you, Shi Kun also praised in a heartfelt manner. There's no need to flatter me, fellow Taoists. My Spring Dawn sword formation does indeed possess some power, but I'm sure the two of you haven't even begun to show the extent your powers. Otherwise, the two seniors wouldn't have entrusted you two with such an important task. In the face of your powers, my sword formation is nothing to boast about, Han Li chuckled nonchalantly. Shi Kun faltered slightly before bursting into laughter as he said, I'm sure your powers aren't inferior to ours, fellow Taoist Han. In any case, we should stop praising one another and discuss the more important matters at hand. If we continue onward for a day or two, we'll truly be entering the depths of the Dark Beast Forest, which is where most of the Dark Beasts reside. If we want to pass through this area, we have to be on high alert the entire time. When passing through the central region of the forest, make sure you don't try to kill any straggling dark beasts. Our restrictions will be able to fool normal dark beasts, but high-grade three-eyed dark beasts will immediately sense that something is amiss as soon as we try to use our powers. On top of that, we won't be able to release our spiritual sense over large areas deep in the forest, so if a battle were to break out, we'd be in a lot of danger, Lu Shuer said in a grim voice. Even if we're forced into a battle, we can't delay for so long like we're doing now. We have to attack all at once to try and kill the enemy on the spot in an instant. Only then will we be minimizing the risk of blowing our covers, Shi Kun added in a solemn manner. Indeed. If we were to come up against a normal dark beast, it shouldn't be too difficult for the three of us to kill it in an instant. However, I can't say the same if we were to encounter high-grade dark beasts, Han Li said as he stroked his chin. If we really do get targeted by a high-grade dark beast, then that's when our divine essence-fused light combination technique would come in useful, Lu Shuer reminded with a smile. I almost forgot about that secret technique. With that up our sleeves, we won't have to fear even high-grade dark beasts as long as we don't encounter too many of them, Shi Kun chuckled as he rubbed his hands together with glee. However, that ability has to only be used as a last resort. If we were to unleash it, it would definitely cause a massive commotion that would result in a large number of high-grade dark beasts pursuing us at once, Han Li said with a concerned shake of his head. Rest assured, Brother Shi and I are well aware of that. Seeing as you've also obtained a dark beast hide, let's all transform and set off. It would be best if we were to open up some distance between one another. Otherwise, it would be rather eye-catching if we were to travel as a group of three, Lu Shuer suggested. That's a valid point, Fairy Lu. In that case, I'll be going on ahead first, Shi Kun said with a quick nod. He then made a hand seal, and that black beast hide abruptly appeared over his body. A ball of silver light then shot forth from within his sleeve before disappearing into the beast hide in a flash. Thus, he transformed into a dark beast again, and his forepaws dug into the ground, propelling him through the forest like an arrow. Han Li and Lu Shuer also immediately followed suit upon seeing this, transforming into a pair of dark beasts that set off in hot pursuit. Along the way, the three of them activated their concealment treasures to hide themselves once again. Thus, it would be very difficult to discover the three of them, especially in the dark beast forest, which had very low visibility during the night. After that, Han Li's trio proceeded cautiously onward, skirting around an area as soon as they discovered any powerful beasts there, trying to minimize their contact with other creatures in the forest. During the first few days they didn't encounter dark beasts on too many occasions, but they rarely ever appeared on their own, and most of them traveled in groups of 2 or 3. After about a week or so, they had traveled to the true central region of the forest, and dark beasts were beginning to appear in groups of 5 or 6, and even packs that numbered in excess of 10. This was rather alarming to Han Li's trio, and they began to proceed with even greater caution. Thankfully, they were able to rely on their profound movement techniques and superior magic power to fool these dark beasts, and no mishaps occurred. Perhaps they were simply lucky or something was happening within the dark beast forest. In any case, they didn't even encounter a single high-grade 3-eyed dark beast on the way here, thereby allowing them to travel smoothly all the way into the very center of the dark beast forest. If things were to continue like this for the next 3 to 4 days, they would have passed through the most dangerous region of the dark beast forest at that point, and they'd be able to heave a sigh of relief. However, at present Han Li and the others were all quite tense, and they wore rather grim expressions on their faces. All 3 of them were vastly knowledgeable and experienced beings, and even though they were quite glad that they hadn't encountered any high-grade dark beasts in the forest, their past experiences told them that this was not necessarily a good thing. As they continued to forge on ahead, even the number of normal dark beasts they encountered dwindled significantly. During the next 2 days, they only encountered a dozen or so dark beasts during their travels. This was quite alarming to Han Li's trio, and they became even warier of the situation. Han Li was quickly traveling through the forest in a wraith-like manner, passing through all obstacles like giant trees in his path in a completely soundless manner as an azure shadow. This kind of movement technique naturally allowed him to travel extremely quickly. However, his brows were tightly furrowed, and faint blue light was flashing within his eyes as he constantly surveyed his surroundings. This was the central region of the forest, so he naturally didn't dare to release his spiritual sense. As such, he could only use his bright sight spirit eyes to detect dark beasts and take measures to avoid them in advance. He didn't know what kind of methods Lu Shuer and Shi Kun were employing, but they were reacting just as quickly as he was whenever dark beasts appeared up ahead. This came as quite a surprise to Han Li. Could it be that they'd also cultivated some kind of profound sensory ability or were using treasures to accomplish this? In any case, Han Li's appraisal of their powers was increased once again upon seeing this. With that in mind, Han Li inspected his surrounding area, and with his spirit eye ability, he was able to tell that Lu Shuer and Shi Kun were over 1,000 feet away on either side of him. Both of them were also traveling very quickly through the forest, and after ascertaining that they'd encountered no issues, Han Li's expression eased slightly as he withdrew his gaze again. However, right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. A golden shadow suddenly shot forth out of the darkness right ahead of them. After just a single flash, it covered a distance over several hundred feet, taking it over to Shi Kun before it crashed headfirst into his body. Shi Kun was naturally extremely alarmed by this, but he'd been caught completely off guard, and simply had no time to evade. As such, he had no choice but to conjure up a protective barrier of spiritual chi amid a flash of bright yellow light. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and golden and yellow light intertwined before the golden shadow stumbled backward a few steps, but then immediately righted itself. In contrast, the dark beast that Shi Kun had transformed into was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a large tree several hundred feet away with vicious force. Only after the entire tree had snapped in half from the force of the impact did he finally manage to arrest his momentum. However, he continued to lay on the ground with an agonized expression on his face, looking as if he were unable to get up. Han Li and Lu Shuer were both quite stunned to see this. They had personally witnessed just how powerful Shi Kun's body was, yet even he had been reduced to such a sorry state after being rammed into by that golden shadow. Just how terrifyingly powerful did that golden shadow have to be to accomplish this? Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately managed to identify what the golden shadow was, upon which he was instantly given a massive fright. This was a dark beast that was around 10 feet in length with shimmering golden fur and inky black eyes. It was a legendary dark beast monarch. No way. Prior to setting off, he'd said that there was no way they'd be unlucky enough to encounter a dark beast monarch, yet they'd somehow managed to encounter one before they'd even seen a three-eyed dark beast. These dark beast monarchs were the most fearsome beings in this forest, and even though there were no records detailing how powerful they were, they had to at least possess powers comparable to holy race beings. Han Li's heart sank as he came to an abrupt halt, then fixed an intense unblinking gaze onto the golden dark beast. At the same time, he immediately forged a spiritual connection with several treasures within his body, getting ready to unleash them at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Lu Shuer had also stopped on a thick tree branch, appraising the golden dark beast with a grave expression on her face. The dark beast monarch was clearly also rather disoriented from crashing into Shi Kun out of the blue, and after shaking its head from side to side, a vicious light flashed through its eyes as it fixed its gaze on Shi Kun, who was still unable to get up. Sharp claw projections immediately appeared on the front ends of its paws, and it seemed to be preparing to attack Shi Kun. Both Han Li and Lu Shuer's hearts jolted upon seeing this, and they were contemplating whether to step in or not. It was quite clear that the dark beast monarch hadn't discovered the two of them yet, so if they were to sneak away now, perhaps they'd be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, even if the three of them could just barely hold off this dark beast monarch as soon as it summoned more of its brethren to the scene, they'd definitely be plunged into life-threatening danger. However, if Shi Kun were to die, there'd be no way for them to access the restricted ruins, so their mission would end in failure before it had even begun. If they were to fail to complete the mission and allow Shi Kun to perish in the dark beast forest, they would definitely be punished by Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren, even if they could return from the vast glacial realm alive. However, even though this was quite a troublesome prospect, it was something for him to worry about in the future. For now, his top priority was naturally to save himself. Thus, Han Li made his decision in the blink of an eye before quickly turning to glance at Lu Shuer. However, he discovered that the dark beast that Lu Shuer had turned into was arching its back, and faint white light was shimmering from its body, looking as if it were going to rush to Shi Kun's aid without any hesitation. This came as quite a surprise to Han Li, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. However, he had no intention of risking his life with her. As such, after taking a deep breath, he planned to hurtle back in retreat. However, the events that unfolded next had him completely flabbergasted. The golden dark beast had a ferocious look in its eyes, and it was clearly just about to attack. However, its ears suddenly twitched, following which the vicious look on its face transformed into one of shock and fury. It then let loose a low snarl and shot forth as a golden shadow again, disappearing into the forest after just a few flashes. Han Li and Lu Shu'er couldn't help but exchange a surprised glance upon seeing this. At this moment, Shi Kun finally struggled slowly to his feet, then transmitted his voice to his two companions in a furious manner. "What's going on? Why would a dark beast monarch appear alone here? I can't believe I was unlucky enough to crash into a dark beast monarch out of the blue. Are you alright, brother Shi?" Lu Shu'er transmitted her voice in reply in a concerned manner. "It's alright, my body went completely numb earlier but I'm much better now," Shi Kun grumbled, and he really did appear to be fine. Han Li's brows furrowed upon hearing this, yet just as he was about to ask something, the roars of countless beasts suddenly rang out in the distance up ahead. The roars were like rumbling thunder, making their ears ring loudly, and even the nearby trees were trembling violently as if they'd come to life. "What's happening?" Lu Shu'er exclaimed. Han Li and Shi Kun also wore bewildered expressions. However, in the next instant the roars suddenly cut off, but countless astonishing auras abruptly appeared up ahead before approaching Han Li's trio at a rapid speed. Moments later, all three of them heard an incessant rustling noise, and Han Li's face immediately paled as he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er. "Dodge!" Immediately thereafter, he rushed toward a nearby tree, then vanished into it amid a flash of azure light. Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er also reacted extremely quickly, springing into action almost as soon as Han Li had issued his warning. Shi Kun stomped his foot into the ground beneath his feet, and he sank into the soil amid a flash of yellow light. Meanwhile, Lu Shu'er opened her mouth to expel a ball of blue light, and she gradually turned transparent within the blue light before disappearing on the spot. Almost as soon as the three of them had taken these evasive measures, black light flashed in the distance, and countless dark beasts surged forth from up ahead. It was as if most of the dark beasts in this entire forest had been gathered here. Han Li was circulating the magic power within his body relentlessly, and after just a few flashes he'd already fled to several kilometers away. He then turned around and focused his gaze on the scenes unfolding behind him, upon which he discovered that there were many remarkably large dark beasts among this astonishing torrent, and each of them had a vertical eye on their glabella. These were three-eyed dark beasts. They hadn't encountered even a single high-grade dark beast along the way, and it turned out that they'd all been gathered here. As soon as these dark beasts emerged, countless bursts of spiritual sense fanned out in all directions, encompassing an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers. Han Li certainly didn't dare to try his luck in this situation, and black light suddenly flashed from his body, following which a black veil draped itself over him in a flash. This was none other than the mysterious black veil he'd obtained from those two black Rakshasa beings. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to produce a purple talisman before quickly plastering it to himself. A cloud of purple mist intermingled with countless silver runes immediately appeared before encompassing his entire body. His dark beast body then turned completely invisible, but at the same time he was forced to slow down significantly. At this moment Han Li cast his gaze toward Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er to find that they were still moving as quickly as ever, and they'd already fled to close to 10 kilometers away. Han Li had chosen to conceal himself as best as he could, whereas Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er were clearly just trying to get as far away as possible before they were detected by the high-grade dark beasts. It was hard to say which method was superior. If the high-grade dark beasts were unable to see through their concealment techniques, then it was naturally best to take advantage of that and get away from this place as quickly as possible. However, if traveling too quickly hampered the effect of their concealment techniques, thereby resulting in their covers being blown, then they'd be in grave danger. The reason why Han Li had chosen to conceal himself while remaining on the spot was because he was confident in the concealment abilities of his high zenith invisibility talisman and the black veil. The third demonic eyes of the high-grade dark beasts scanned through the surrounding area, passing over Han Li as well as Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er. However, none of their eyes locked onto the trio, so it was quite clear that they hadn't been discovered. Han Li and the others all heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. Right at this moment Han Li suddenly caught sight of something in the beast pack, and he immediately drew a sharp breath as his expression changed drastically. He had discovered an extremely eye-catching shimmering golden shadow among the beast pack. It was another dark beast monarch. However, this one was clearly different from the one they'd just seen. Not only was its body slightly larger, it had 7 or 8 three-eyed dark beasts following closely behind it. On top of that, the third eyes of these high-grade dark beasts weren't gray. Instead, they were shimmering with faint silver light. Aside from the few silver-eyed dark beasts accompanying it, all of the nearby dark beasts immediately retreated to over 100 feet away, clearing out a large area as a gesture of respect for the dark beast monarch. Thus, the entire beast pack stopped cold in their tracks as all of them either perched on tree branches or stood still on the ground, and all of them were appraising the golden dark beast with awe and veneration in their eyes. The dark beast monarch cast a cold gaze through the surrounding area, following an astonishing aura erupted from its body, crushing the spiritual sense fluctuations of all of the other high-grade dark beasts before sweeping forth in all directions. Han Li's heart sank slightly upon seeing this, and he stopped flying altogether as he hid himself inside a large tree in a completely stationary manner. In the distance, Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun could also sense a massive fluctuation surging toward them, and they immediately tried to withdraw their auras, hoping to be able to escape detection. However, that was clearly overly wishful thinking. Han Li managed to remain undetected even in the face of the Dark Beast Monarch's powerful spiritual sense, but Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er were instantly locked onto. Shi Kun could sense that a cold aura had crept into the spiritual sense around him, and his expression changed drastically as he yelled, "Run!" Yellow light flashed from his body, and he shot forth as a streak of yellow light, making no further attempt to disguise himself. Lu Shu'er was also aware that their situation was far from ideal, and the white jade mouse beneath her appeared in a flash, then formed a ball of light that swept her up and carried her away at an astonishing speed. As such, not only did the golden dark beast notice them, all of the other dark beasts also detected their presence, and a stir immediately ran through the entire beast pack. A cold light flashed through the golden dark beast's inky black eyes, and a baleful aura erupted from its body. It opened its mouth as if it were about to give an order, but all of a sudden, its expression abruptly changed, and it turned toward the direction that the other golden dark beast had fled toward before letting loose a long howl that pierced through the heavens. Not only was the roar extremely loud, it also seemed to possess some kind of incredible power, forcing all of the nearby normal dark beasts to sprawl onto the ground, while even the high-grade dark beasts were swaying unsteadily. Almost right after this howl erupted, a similar cry also rang out in the distance up ahead. The two howls seemed to be quite similar, but if one were to listen closely, they'd discover that the second howl was filled with unbridled fury. As soon as the golden dark beast in the beast pack heard this reciprocating howl, an extremely humanized sinister expression appeared on its face, and at the same time, it abruptly let loose a thunderous low snarl. The entire beast pack immediately sprang into action at its behest, rushing onward again like a massive black wave, and it appeared that they were heading directly toward where the other golden dark beast was. However, the golden dark beast in the beast pack wasn't planning on simply leaving Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er either. It turned around before letting loose a few roars toward the silver-eyed dark beasts around it, and all of them immediately replied with low respectful roars. Immediately thereafter, they hurtled toward Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er as streaks of silver light, while the golden dark beast joined the beast pack in pursuit of the other dark beast monarch. In the blink of an eye, the beast pack vanished into the distance, and the silver-eyed dark beasts also disappeared in pursuit of their targets. Meanwhile, Han Li remained within the giant tree this entire time, and he only emerged from it after 2 hours had passed, and he'd ascertained that there were no other dark beasts nearby. After that, he deactivated his high zenith invisibility talisman and removed the black veil from his body. Among them, the talisman had a time limit that it was effective for, and even though the black veil appeared to be quite light, it was very draining on his magic power. Hence, he naturally couldn't use these two things all the time. After emerging from within the giant tree, Han Li cast his gaze toward the direction that Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun had fled in, and he contemplated the situation momentarily before heaving a faint sigh. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth, and a small azure flying sword flew out from within before transforming into a burst of azure light that enshrouded Han Li's entire body. Thus, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light that was around 10 feet in length and set off in pursuit of his two companions. Initially, the azure streak of light was quite dazzling to behold, but it quickly dimmed until it became nothing more than a barely visible azure shadow in the end. Han Li was flying through the forest extremely quickly, but he still hadn't caught sight of his targets even after flying for close to half a day. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them had used a secret technique to refine treasures that could allow them to keep track of one another's locations, Hanli would have most likely been drawn into thinking that he'd already lost them. It appeared that Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were seriously escaping as quickly as they could to get away from their pursuers. Even at Han Li's current speed, he was still unable to close the gap at all. The fact that the silver-eyed dark beasts were able to keep up with them despite this indicated that they were certainly not to be scoffed at either. These thoughts quickly raced through his mind, and he suddenly gritted his teeth before he reverted back to his human form amid a flash of silver light. He stowed the dark beast hide away, then made a hand seal, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back following a dull thunderclap. After summoning his thunderstorm wings, Han Li flapped them gently, and his body shot forth as an azure and white thread of light. The light thread covered a distance of 700 to 800 feet in just a single flash, then appeared on the other side of the horizon after just a few more flashes. Such an astonishing speed would allow Han Li to outrun all beings below the holy race, and he was finally beginning to slowly catch up to Lu Shuer and Shirkuan. Thankfully, all of the dark beasts nearby seemed to have been summoned away by the dark beast monarch, thereby allowing him to fly through the forest without any inhibitions. After more than 2 hours he finally caught up to his target, and caught sight of Lu Shuer and Shirkuan in the distance. In reality he hadn't really caught up. At this point, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan had already been forced to stop, and were currently engaged in a heated battle against the silver-eyed dark beasts. Han Li narrowed his eyes and surveyed the situation from several kilometers away. Thus, he discovered that Shirkuan had donned a suit of shimmering yellow armor, and was standing still on the spot in midair. A pair of crimson war hammers had appeared in his hands, and as he swung them through the air, countless fist-sized balls of fire revolved around him, conjuring up a sinister-looking crimson fire WM. In the air above his head, a red jade vial spinning on the spot incessantly, blasting forth pillars of crimson light that were attacking the enemies around him in a frenzy. It turned out that Shirkuan's most powerful abilities were fire attribute ones, rather than earth attribute abilities. This came as quite a surprise to Han Li. Meanwhile, the three silver-eyed dark beasts that were attacking him had conjured up a dozen or so black projections that had surrounded him from all sides. Countless streaks of black and red light clashed amid resounding booms, and despite the immense power of Shirkuan's warhammers, he was unable to strike the silver projections around him due to their fast and unpredictable movement techniques, so he was only able to ensure self-preservation without being able to gain any advantage. On top of that, even though the three silver-eyed dark beasts weren't actually attacking him themselves, the silver beams of light they were unleashing from their third eyes were extremely dangerous. Shirkuan naturally didn't dare to allow these beams of light to pierce through his defenses and strike his body, so he was going out of his way to block them with his warhammers. Han Li could clearly see that as soon as those silver beams of light struck Shirkuan's crimson hammers, those areas on the hammers would instantly take on a black hue. Despite the fact that the crimson light around those areas would then scramble to sweep over those spots, it would still take a long while before the warhammers returned to normal. Thankfully, the three silver-eyed dark beasts were unable to continuously blast forth those beams of light, and even with 3 of them joining forces to attack Shirkuan, they were still unable to break through his defenses. Thus an impasse ensued. Meanwhile, Lu Shuer was facing 4 other silver-eyed sylve beasts on her own, and her situation was vastly different. She had summoned a set of dazzling silver short spears, each of which was only around a foot in length. There were 8 of them in total, and as they flew through the air, they left specks of silver light in their wake, making it appear as if countless silver stars had lit up in the dark night. Aside from those treasures, a strange silver projection had also appeared behind her. The projection appeared to be of a beautiful silver-armored woman, yet as its arms flashed through the air, they conjured up countless blurry arm projections, making it appear as it possessed hundreds of arms. Each and every one of those arms projections was holding a silver longsword that was just as blurry and indistinct, and these longswords were sending streaks of white sword chi hurtling through the air. As such, countless streaks of sword chi were being unleashed by the projection, while the set of short silver spears were releasing countless specks of silver light, and these attacks encompassed an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet. The 4 silver-eyed dark beasts had flown into a thunderous rage, and the projections they were conjuring up were rushing relentlessly toward Lu Shuer, only to be kept firmly at bay. As such, she appeared to be well on top in her battle. Han Li heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and at the same time, a wry smile appeared on his face. These 2 had proclaimed that they'd have very little chances of securing victory if they were to face more than 3 normal dark beasts, Yet right now they were facing multiple three-eyed dark beasts, which were of a higher caliber than their normal brethren, yet one was able to hold their own while the other clearly had the upper hand. It was quite apparent that they had both intentionally been overly modest in their own assessment of their powers. However, that came as no surprise to Han Li. After all, no one would reveal the full extent of their powers to some people they'd only just met. The Dark Beast Monarch had to have identified their cultivation bases, but never would it have thought that these two weren't ordinary late spatial tempering stage beings at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have sent only these 7 silver-eyed dark beasts after them. If they were only comparable in power to normal late spatial tempering stage beings, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand the combined attacks from these silver-eyed dark beasts for so long. In this current situation, it was impossible to say whether Lu Shu'er was truly more powerful than Shi Kun, or whether the 7 silver-eyed dark beasts were truly inferior in power compared to the 2 of them. Neither side had unleashed their full power, and the battles appeared to be quite fierce, but all of them were merely throwing figurative jabs, trying to provoke an opening that they could exploit to land a killing blow. Only in those moments of life and death would they reveal the extent of their abilities. However, through the use of his Spirit Eye ability, Han Li could see that both Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er wore concerned expressions on their faces. It was no wonder that they were feeling rather uneasy. After all, this was the central region of the Dark Beast Forest. Even though all of the Dark Beasts had seemingly been taken away by the Dark Beast Monarch, who was to say that the Beast Pack wouldn't suddenly turn around? If they were to be inundated by so many dark beasts at once, their fates were essentially sealed. However, if they were to try and end these battles quickly, that could easily result in unfavorable consequences as well. These black butterflies then shuddered as if they'd encountered the bane of their existence, then shattered into specks of black light. At this moment, the mountain slowly revolved, and a burst of enormous suction force swept forth as a vast expanse of gray light, sweeping up the specks of black light before drawing them into the underside of the mountain, where they disappeared in a flash. This dark beast had been drawn into the divine essence-fused mountain, and only the heavens knew whether it was still alive. Right after this dark beast vanished as specks of black light, 3 of the projections that were attacking Shi Kun also disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the 2 other dark beasts had only just blasted away Shi Kun's massive fiery war hammers with their pillars of black light, and they were extremely alarmed and furious that one of their companions was nowhere to be seen. Black light erupted from their bodies, and they combined as one to form a twin-headed silver-eyed dark beast. This fused beast was over 200 feet in size, and the 3rd vertical eyes on their glabellas had increased in size by several fold, making them appear as if they were a pair of shimmering silver lamps. As soon as this giant beast appeared, both of its heads turned toward different directions, and their 3rd eyes abruptly sprung open to blast forth a thumb-sized beam of silver light each. One of the beams of light shot forth toward the massive blue wave while the other hurtled toward the giant black mountain up above. The silver light struck the 2 in a flash, and even though the beams of light were quite thin, they seemed to possess extraordinary power. Both the blue wave and the giant mountain shuddered before faltering in mid-air, unable to advance any further. A faint cry of surprise suddenly rang out from somewhere near the giant fused dark beast. The twin-headed dark beast was elated that its ability had been effective in keeping Han Li's attacks at bay, yet its expressions immediately darkened as it heard this cry of surprise. One of its front paws swiped through the air like lightning toward the spot where the sound had come from, and the beast was so massive that even just one of its paws was around 10 feet in size. Claw projections flashed through the air, encompassing the entire area nearby. At the same time, one of its heads swiveled around, and another beam of silver light shot forth from its 3rd eye. After fusing together, this giant beast was able to blast the silver light out of its 3rd eyes in quick succession. If someone were to be caught off guard by this, thinking that the beast wouldn't be able to unleash that silver light so quickly after its previous attack, then they could be in a bit of trouble. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and a shimmering golden humanoid figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was holding a shimmering silver seal that had transformed into a swath of silver light, which had blocked the giant twin-headed dark beast's massive paw with ease. At the same time, the humanoid figure merely harumphed coldly at the sight of the oncoming beam of silver light, and a small crystalline shield suddenly appeared before him. The shield swelled to around 10 feet in size in a flash, refracting the beam of silver light so that it completely missed the golden humanoid figure. The twin-headed beast was quite taken aback by this. The golden humanoid figure was naturally none other than Han Li, who had revealed himself after removing his black veil, while the white python was his sentient puppet, doll. As soon as he saw the giant beast's attack, he immediately brought out his heavenly astral seal to see just how powerful it was. At the sight of how easily the treasure had kept the giant beast's attack at bay, an elated smile immediately appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flapped the wings on his back, and abruptly vanished on the spot as an arc of azure and white lightning. The giant beast was quite alarmed to see this, and it hurriedly surveyed its surroundings with its 6 eyes. Right at this moment, a loud thunderclap rang out from above its heads, and Hanli appeared atop the black mountain, which had been kept at bay by the beam of silver light. He looked down at the mountain with a cold expression, then gently stomped down onto it with a single foot. The silver runes on the mountain immediately lit up before swelling to around 10 times their original size in a flash before flashing erratically, looking as if they were about to emerge from the mountain as substantial objects. Almost at the exact same moment, the space around the mountain twisted and warped amid a loud tearing sound. The mountain abruptly vanished on the spot along with Hanli, appearing right above the giant twin-headed beast amid a flash of silver light in the next instant, as if it had been there all along, then crashed down onto its body. The giant beast let loose a roar of bewilderment, yet before it had a chance to do anything, it was forced to plummet downward like a massive shooting star under the immense weight of the mountain. Its 2 heads glanced at one another, and both of them immediately let loose ferocious roars. At the same time, black light flashed from its body, and it began to swell drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, the twin-headed dark beast had expanded to over 100 feet in size, and its black fur took on a faint silver hue as its aura swelled to become more than twice as powerful as before. The beast projections they'd conjured up also swelled dramatically in size and received significant power boosts. Shirkuan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he then immediately let loose a loud cry as brilliant spiritual light erupted from his suit of yellow armor, following which he raised a hand and pointed toward the 2 giant crimson war hammers in the distance. The crimson fiery WRM that was revolving around his body suddenly let loose a resounding roar before it vanished into the war hammers. Bright crimson light immediately radiated from the 2 war hammers before crashing toward the twin-headed dark beast. Even before reaching its target, scorching crimson flames hurtled forth from the pair of war hammers. Following their fusion, the 2 dark beasts had become significantly more powerful, so they naturally didn't fear this attack. As such, they immediately raised their heads and let loose a long howl in unison, then slashed their 4 paws through the air. 4 claw projections flew through the air, each of which was around 10 feet in length, and the 4 suddenly combined as one to form a black crescent moon that was several tens of feet long. The crescent moon easily tore through the oncoming flames, then struck both of the giant crimson war hammers at once with an earth-shattering boom. Black and red light then intertwined with one another as they engaged in a fierce battle for supremacy. After that, the twin-headed dark beast opened its mouths and blasted forth 2 thick pillars of black light. At the same time, the projections they'd conjured up also took advantage of this opportunity to pounce toward Shirkuan. Shirkuan naturally wasn't going to back down, and he let loose a loud cry before abruptly clenching his fists, which began to glow with dazzling yellow light. As he swung his arms through the air, countless fist projections shot forth, hurtling directly toward the pillars of light and beastly projections. Just as the twin-headed dark beast was attacking Shirkuan, white light suddenly flashed from the giant white python's body, and it transformed into a beautiful white-robed woman with a long and slender figure. As soon as the woman appeared, it made a grabbing motion toward the blue jade fan, immediately drawing it back into her grasp. She then waved the fan through the air toward the twin-headed dark beast over and over again, creating bursts of blue light that overlapped with one another to form a giant blue wave that was over 100 feet tall before crashing violently toward the giant beast. At the same time, the black mountain hovering in midair also swayed before vanishing on the spot. However, in the next instant, gray light flashed above the heads of twin-headed dark beast, and the massive black mountain re-emerged out of thin air. It rotated on the spot and released a burst of gray light that descended toward the giant beast. Having just witnessed the fate that their companion had suffered, the twin-headed dark beast had naturally been keeping a close eye on the mountain, so they were able to immediately react to this sneak attack as they both let loose thunderous roars of fury. Black light began to flash from the twin-headed dark beast's body, and it sprang up into the air. A peculiar scene then ensued. During its descent, the silver runes on the giant mountain flashed, and both the mountain as well as the giant beast down below vanished into thin air. However, an earth-shattering boom then immediately rang out thereafter, and the black mountain reappeared on the ground as if through instantaneous teleportation. At the same time, a massive crater with a diameter of over 2,000 feet had appeared beneath the mountain, and the twin-headed dark beast had been crushed under the mountain. Only its heads could be seen, and both heads were bleeding from all 7 orifices, while its body had been completely immobilized under the enormous weight of the mountain. Han Li stood at the peak of the mountain, and a cold light flashed through his eyes upon seeing this as he suddenly swept a sleeve through the air. 2 small swords immediately flew out from within, each of which was only around several inches in length. These swords then swayed and immediately transformed into streaks of azure light that were 70 to 80 feet long, flying down to the foot of the mountain in a flash. Azure light swept forth and 2 giant heads were decapitated at once. Strangely enough, not a single drop of blood flowed from the twin-headed dark beast's body following its decapitations, and the wound left behind on its necks were completely inky black. Han Li remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and merely stomped down onto his mountain again. The mountain descended even further amid a resounding boom, causing the giant crater to deepen while also expanding drastically in area. As for the body of the giant beast crushed beneath the mountain, it was completely shattered and dissipated into specks of black light that fled in all directions. However, these specks of light were only able to fly around 100 feet away from the mountain at most before they were drawn into the mountain by the vast expanse of gray light that swept forth from it. Only then did a smile appear on Han Li's face, and he rose up into the air before making a grabbing motion downwards with his inky black hand. The giant beast's 3rd eyes were blasting forth beams of silver light without pause, creating a relentless barrage of attacks that resembled a torrential downpour. Lu Shu'er was evading the silver beams of light with all her might, and she clearly unleashed her most powerful abilities and treasures in the process. Aside from that set of short silver spears, she'd also summoned a set of small white flags as well as a small golden drum. The white flags transformed into balls of white light, within which runes were surging incessantly, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. Meanwhile, the small golden drum was rapidly rotating on the spot, sending waves of golden light hurtling toward the giant beast with devastating force. As for Lu Shu'er herself, aside from the myriad arm projection behind her, she'd also conjured up a series of blue lotus flowers all over her body, all of which were translucent and extremely beautiful. Not only did they present a vibrant sight to behold, these lotus flowers were all very powerful as well. Upon striking the lotus flowers, the silver beams of light that occasionally penetrated through all of Lu Shu'er's other defenses would vanish along with the lotus flowers themselves amid loud explosions. However, it was quite clear that unleashing these ice lotus flowers was extremely taxing to her, and every time a new one appeared over her body, her face would immediately pale slightly. During this short period of time, she'd already summoned over 100 of these flowers, and it was quite clear that she wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. In fact, she was only choosing to persist as Han Li had arrived. Otherwise, she would have fled for her life as soon as those 4 silver-eyed dark beasts combined as one. Upon witnessing Han Li and Shikuan's timely arrival, Lu Shu'er was ecstatic, and she hurriedly yelled, "Fellow Taoists, this giant beast is truly powerful. We have to unleash our combination secret technique right away." Han Li was just about to attack the giant beast, and he faltered momentarily upon hearing this before immediately nodding in response. Thus, he made a hand seal with his inky black hand, and gray light erupted into the heavens from behind him, forming a vast light barrier. Meanwhile, Shikuan also let loose a low cry following a brief hesitation, and the spiritual light around his body abruptly turned pitch black in color as he spread apart the fingers of his hands, sending countless threads of gray light hurtling through the air. At the same time, Lu Shu'er also switched to another hand seal, and the projection behind her suddenly vanished before it was replaced by a gray wheel of light. The gray wheel of light behind her blurred before rotating at a rapid rate, and countless runes surged forth from within in a frenzy. These runes were then quickly shattering before converging again, gradually forming a massive rune at the center of the wheel. Lu Shu'er's eyes flashed as she began to chant a profound incantation, and the 4-headed giant beast seemed to have been struck by a sense of foreboding upon seeing this. It immediately let loose an enraged roar, and a pillar of silver light that was far thicker than the previous ones shot forth from each of its 4 silver eyes. These pillars of light then combined as one to form a huge pillar of light that was comparable in diameter to a large bowl, and it hurtled directly toward Lu Shu'er. At the same time, the dozen or so giant beastly projections also split up into 2 groups before pouncing toward Han Li and Shikuan. Prior to even drawing close to the 2 of them, the projections blasted forth powerful pillars of light, and their bodies gradually transformed amid bursts of black chi, forming a giant black net that descended toward Han Li and Shikuan from above. However, these were merely projections conjured up by the silver-eyed beasts, so Han Li naturally didn't regard them as a substantial threat. He merely chuckled coldly, and without even raising a hand, a ball of silver flames flew out of his body on its own, then swelled drastically to form a silver fireball that was around 10 feet in size. The fireball rotated on the spot before abruptly exploding, sending countless silver sparks hurtling through the air. At the same time, a crystalline shield appeared before Han Li, and the black pillars of light were all refracted away, thereby completely missing him. As for the giant net that had been formed by the black projections, it was struck by countless silver sparks before it could descend much further, and scorching silver flames immediately erupted, quickly incinerating the net into nothingness. Shi Kun wasn't able to take care of these oncoming attacks as easily and nonchalantly as Han Li had, but he had also opened his mouth to produce a crimson copper mirror. The mirror shuddered and 3 colored flames erupted from within. Not only were the black pillars of light easily nullified by these flames, even the section of the black net that was descending toward him had been kept at bay by the 3 colored flames. Meanwhile, in the face of the oncoming pillar of silver light, Lu Shuer's expression changed slightly, and she immediately made a strange hand seal with one hand, while pointing a finger at the pillar of light in a solemn manner with her other hand. The gray wheel of light behind her emitted a faint buzzing sound, and it suddenly flew out from behind her to meet the silver pillar of light. Thus, the two clashed and the pillar of light struck the massive rune at the center of the gray wheel in a flash. The giant rune at the center of the wheel immediately began to rotate rapidly, forming a completely indecipherable blur in the end. A peculiar scene then ensued. The pillar of light vanished into the rune in a flash as if it were a sandcastle in the rising tide. In the next instant, gray light flashed right in front of the giant beast, and a rune that was around 10 feet in size appeared. Immediately thereafter, brilliant silver light erupted from the rune, and a pillar of silver light that was just as thick as the one the giant beast had unleashed was blasted out of the massive rune. Lu Shuer had just unleashed some kind of incredible ability to draw the silver pillar of light into space, then somehow direct it back toward her opponent. However, this ability was clearly extremely taxing, and an unnatural flush appeared on her pale features while her body swayed unsteadily on the spot. Thankfully, she was able to immediately right herself while forcibly repressing the unhealthy flush that had crept onto her cheeks. The four-headed dark beast faltered slightly at the sight its own attack being thrown back at it, following which expressions of shock and fury appeared on all 4 of its faces. However, it had no choice but to blast forth 4 beams of silver light from its silver eyes again to oppose this attack. Meanwhile, Han Li suddenly flapped his wings, and he vanished on the spot as an arc of azure and white lightning. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted beside the black light barrier down below, and Han Li reappeared out of thin air amid another flash of lightning. Within the light barrier, the giant beast was snarling incessantly, and as silver light flashed within the 4 eyes on its forehead, black scales were beginning to appear all over its body. A pair of long black feelers had also sprouted from either side of its chin, and its thin and long tail had become extremely thick and menacing. In conjunction with a pair of giant lamp-like eyes on its face, it bore a strong resemblance to a Kirin. Black light was flashing within the beast's mouth, and a terrifying aura was erupting from its body, striking bystanders with a bone-chilling sensation. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and even though his expression remained unchanged, his lips were twitching involuntarily. All of a sudden, golden light flashed from his body, and a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms flew out from within. The projection waved an arm through the air, and a shimmering golden blade segment appeared in its hand, which it gently slashed toward the black light barrier. Countless kilometers away from this battlefield, a golden dark beast was speeding through the forest with a dozen or so 3-eyed dark beasts behind it. All of a sudden, golden light flashed from its body, and it abruptly stopped on a branch as it turned around with a hint of bewilderment in its inky black eyes. Moments later, the dark beast monarch turned to one of the 3-eyed dark beasts behind it, and let loose a string of furious snarls. The 3-eyed dark beast immediately responded with a few roars of its own before taking a few steps backward in a respectful manner. After that, it turned around and rushed back the way they'd come, quickly vanishing into the darkness. The dark beast monarch turned around and continued onward upon seeing this. In its eyes, outsiders who were infiltrating their dark beast forest were naturally quite abhorrent, but they paled in significance compared to the target that it was currently pursuing. As such, even though it had sensed the deaths of the silver-eyed dark beasts it had deployed earlier, it had no intention of turning back, and merely deployed one of its subordinates to carry out its orders. The other three-eyed dark beasts naturally followed along closely behind the golden dark beast. A loud rustling sound could be heard throughout the nearby forest, and it was quite clear that there was a vast beast pack accompanying this dark beast monarch. However, if one were to listen carefully, they'd discover that some of this rustling sound was gradually fading away, seemingly indicating that many of the dark beasts had detached themselves from the beast pack and were traveling away in the opposite direction. Han Li hovered in midair with his arms crossed. Down below him, the giant dark beast had already been sliced in half, and the two halves of its carcass were disintegrating into specks of black light. Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun were both staring blankly at Han Li. Even though they were doing their best to maintain calm expressions, there was a hint of fear in both of their eyes. Due to the fact that the battlefield had been too chaotic as a result of the countless explosions taking place, and the incredible speed of Han Li's movements, they weren't able to see how he had taken care of this giant beast. All they could see was that a dazzling streak of golden light had swept forth, following which both the beast and the black protective light barrier around it were instantly sliced in half without being able to offer any resistance. This giant beast's aura was comparable to that of a holy race being, yet it had been slain by Han Li in an instant. That was downright astonishing. Furthermore, in the instant that the streak of golden light had appeared, both Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er could sense that the world's origin chi in the nearby area had been drawn violently to the golden light, as if by some kind of immense power. After that, this enormous power vanished right after the golden light disappeared. Being able to draw upon the world's origin chi naturally wasn't a feat that was worthy of incredulity. However, for beings like them, drawing upon the world's origin chi was something that they could only just barely accomplish after making hand seals and chanting for long periods of time. Even then, they wouldn't be guaranteed to succeed, yet Han Li had just accomplished this feat as easily as if he were taking a stroll in the park. Could it be that his powers were comparable to that of their masters already? If so, then he was a man who absolutely defied the natural order. With that in mind, both Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er were appraising Han Li with peculiar looks in their eyes. In contrast, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged. After unleashing his true devil projection and using the blade segment to kill the giant beast, he had immediately withdrawn both the projection and the treasure, not giving his two companions any opportunity to see what had happened. Han Li had decided to use the blade segment at the expense of a portion of his projection's power as he wanted to see how much power he could unleash with this treasure using his newly refined projection. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The leopard Kirin beast had displayed no reaction at all to the inner cores of normal dark beast, so he didn't know why it was suddenly so interested in the inner cores of these silver-eyed dark beast. However, consuming these inner cores could only prove to be beneficial to the beast. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light surged forth from within before sweeping up the small beast, which then vanished in a flash, having returned to the spirit beast bracelet again. As for just what kind of effect those inner cores would have on the leopard Kirin beast, that was something that he'd only be able to find out after the beast refined the inner cores within its body. Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun exchanged a glance upon seeing the leopard Kirin beast devouring the inner cores before finally hovering over to Han Li. However, they stopped several tens of feet away, and Lu Shu'er smiled as she said, "Thank you for stepping in to save us, Brother Han. Those silver-eyed dark beasts were very troublesome to deal with even on their own, and with their ability to fuse together, fellow Taoist Shi and I would have most likely perished by their hands." "Indeed. Your immense power truly puts the two of us to shame, Brother Han. If it weren't for the fact that this realm strictly prohibits the entry of holy race beings and above, I would seriously be considering whether you were a holy race senior in disguise," Shi Kun chimed in with a wry smile. Both of them were subconsciously speaking to Han Li in a more respectful manner. Han Li turned toward the two of them with a smile and replied, "There's no need to be so modest, fellow Taoists. I was only able to kill these dark beasts so easily as you two had drawn most of their attention. Even though we've eradicated all of our enemies here, this is not a place we should stay at for any longer than we have to. I'm sure there will be other dark beasts coming after us soon, so it's best to get away from here as quickly as possible." Lu Shu'er's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she then quickly agreed, "Indeed, Brother Han, we should continue onward right away." Shi Kun naturally had no objections to this either, and he quickly in response. Thus, after a brief discussion, the three of them continued on their journey. 5 or 6 days later, within a lush forest, Han Li was making a hand seal in an expressionless manner, and several tens of azure flying swords were revolving around his body. These swords then transformed into azure lotus flowers that descended toward a three-eyed dark beast up ahead, an azure sword chi flashed as the dark beast was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Standing behind him was Doll, and it was waving its blue jade fan toward a normal dark beast. Blue light surged forth from the jade fan, freezing the dark beast and two black projections it had conjured up in a flash, completely immobilizing them by sealing them in a blue mountain of ice that was over 100 feet tall. Further in the distance, loud explosions were erupting incessantly as spiritual lights of different colors flashed in an erratic manner. Over there, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were also taking care of a few other dark beasts. This was already the 7th group of dark beasts they'd encountered after leaving the central region of the forest. Each group consisted of at least 5 or 6 dark beasts, while the largest groups consisted of 7 or 8 of them. Thankfully, there were no silver-eyed dark beasts among them, so the most powerful ones Han Li's trio encountered were only ordinary 3-eyed dark beasts, and none of them were capable of fusing their bodies together. As such, they were naturally no match for Han Li and the others and were slain with ease. These dark beasts were all comparable to spatial tempering cultivators, and so many of them had gathered all at once. Even though Han Li and the others were all far more powerful than their cultivation bases suggested, this was still a rather grim situation. Han Li wasn't overly concerned as he had many trump cards, and in a worst-case scenario, he could just unleash his gold-devouring beetles or profound heavenly fruit to kill these dark beasts. As such, he remained quite calm and collected. In the face of so many dark beasts, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were naturally aware that they couldn't face them in a direct battle. Otherwise, even if they could secure victory, there was definitely no way that they'd be able to do so unscathed. If they were to sustain severe injuries and expend too much magic power, the rest of the journey would be made exceedingly difficult, especially considering how they still had to track down those restricted ruins and secure the treasures in there. Thankfully, even though these dark beasts had managed to cut off Han Li's trio, they were aware of the fate that had befallen their companions that had tried to stop Han Li and the others in the past, so they refrained from immediately attacking. At present, it appeared as if they only wanted to temporarily stall the 3 of them until more dark beasts arrived. After a brief silence, Lu Shuer's brows furrowed slightly as her mouth began to move, transmitting her voice to Han Li and Shirkuan. Fellow Taoists, we're not too far away from the border of the dark beast forest. With so many dark beasts standing in our way, it would be unwise to take them on in a direct battle, so I suggest we split up and get past them, then reunite after we exit the forest. Alright, that sounds like a plan. Shirkuan immediately agreed to this suggestion. Han Li contemplated this suggestion momentarily before also nodding in response. The group of dark beasts was being led by a 3-eyed dark beast that was far larger in size than its companions, and it seemed to have sensed that Han Li and the others were up to something. As such, it let loose a low snarl and a stir immediately ran through the entire beast pack. All of a sudden they opened their mouths in unison, blasting forth several tens of pillars of black light, while also conjuring up countless claw projections that hurtled directly toward Han Li's trio. The combined attack of several tens of dark beasts was naturally quite fearsome, but after killing so many dark beasts on the way here, Han Li and the others had already devised courses of action against attacks of this nature. Thus, spiritual light flashed from their bodies, and Han Li made a hand seal as a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He flapped those wings gently, and his body shot forth as a thin azure and white thread. As it was speeding through the air, it changed directions a few times in an unpredictable manner, thereby allowing it to evade the pillars of light and claw projections. In the blink of an eye, it had bypassed the entire beast pack, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. The measures taken by Lu Shuer were far simpler in comparison. She opened her mouth to expel a blue ball of light, and at the same time white light flashed from beneath her feet, following which that translucent jade mouse appeared once again. Both the blue ball of light and the jade mouse began to glow brightly, and she propelled herself through the air as a ball of blue and white light. The black pillars of light that struck the ball of light all vanished soundlessly into it like sandcastles in the rising tide, and the ball of light blurred before covering a distance of over 1,000 feet, then continued into the distance. As for Shirkuan, he chose to do things in a far more violent and domineering manner. On a vast and flat terrain like the one he was currently situated on, he was able to take full advantage of his spirit eye ability. Thus, he was instantly able to clearly see everything within a radius of 50 kilometers. He could also extend his vision into areas beyond that, but the details became rather blurry. After failing to discover any potential threats nearby, Han Li heaved a faint sigh of relief before releasing his spiritual sense to scan through the surrounding area, then instantly withdrawing it in a flash. The translucent wings on his back vanished amid a dull thunderclap, and he turned around as he cast his gaze toward the dark beast forest through narrowed eyes. Having traveled so far away from the dark beast forest, the dark beasts would most likely have to give up on pursuing him regardless of how furious they were. However, if they really did dare to continue to try and hunt him down, then he certainly wouldn't mind killing them on the spot. He had initially fled from them not because he was actually afraid of them. Instead, he was simply trying to avoid a situation where more dark beasts would flock to the scene, in which case he'd be completely surrounded. Han Li clasped his hands together behind his back and stood atop the hill in a motionless manner. A gentle breeze blew over him, and his robes flapped gently in the wind, giving him the appearance of a profound immortal. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over to produce a crimson formation plate, upon which a series of silver threads were flickering incessantly. Han Li stared at the formation plate for a while before his brows furrowed slightly. The two of them have already reunited with one another, and they're not too far away from here either, so why aren't they coming to join me? Could it be that they've run into some trouble? Han Li murmured to himself before stowing away the formation plate again. He then raised his head and cast his gaze toward a certain direction, following which azure light suddenly flashed from his body. He rose up into the air, then flew into the distance toward the direction he'd cast his gaze toward before. Even though he wasn't moving as quickly as he had with his thunderstorm wings activated, he was still flying at an incredible speed. Thus, he sped over a distance of close 15,000 kilometers in a short time, taking him to another region of the grasslands. As he flew through the air, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, the azure light faded, and Han Li reappeared as he cast his gaze forward in an expressionless manner. Over 1,000 feet away from him, there were two pairs of beings facing one another from afar. One pair consisted of none other than Shi Kuan and Lu Shu'er. Lu Shu'er wore a cautious look on her face, whereas Shi Kuan had already put on a cold smile, and his hands were balled up into tight fists as if he were eager for a battle. Before them stood a man and a woman. The man had a thick and curly beard with a suit of silver scale armor encasing his upper body. He had a giant trident-like weapon on his back, and he appeared to be quite a boisterous being. In contrast, the woman had a pair of delicate brows and black eyes. Her skin was very fair, and she wore a green beast hide garment that accentuated the curves of her alluring voluptuous body to perfection. Strangely enough, both of their lower bodies had been enshrouded within clouds of white qi, and the sound of flowing water could be heard from within those white clouds. Those are sea monarch beings. Han Li was able to identify the origin of this duo almost instantly, and his expression changed slightly upon making this discovery. The sea monarch race wasn't a direct enemy of the heavenly cloud races, but it was common knowledge that they were allies of the Jiaoqi race. As such, it was no wonder that they were in such a tense confrontation. The reactions of the two groups were naturally vastly different at the sight of Han Li's arrival. A hint of elation appeared in Lu Shu'er's eyes, and she was immediately feeling a lot more reassured. Shi Kuan's smile also widened even further, and he greeted Han Li in a respectful manner. In contrast, the pair of sea monarch beings both turned to appraise Han Li with cold and unfriendly expressions. Both of them were quite surprised to sense that Han Li was only a 7th-tier upper race being, and they couldn't help but exchange a bewildered glance with one another. "Are you a heavenly cloud being as well?" the man asked in a booming voice that matched his appearance. "I guess I technically am at the moment. Are you two preparing to attack my companions?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "Are we planning to attack them? If we had intended to do so, they'd be dead already." The male sea monarch being chuckled in a derisive manner. Shi Kuan was enraged to the point of laughter upon hearing this, and he stepped forward with a menacing look on his face as he said, "What did you say? You sure can talk big. Let me see if your race is truly worthy of being known as one of the 3 great water races." A ferocious look appeared on the sea monarch man's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with a single hand, upon which the trident that was originally strapped to his back abruptly appeared in his hand amid a flash of blue light. Immediately thereafter, arcs of silver lightning appeared around the sharp tips of the weapon, and it began to emanate an extremely astonishing aura. "Wait! Brother Shi, stop!" Lu Shu'er and the seductive sea monarch woman exclaimed in unison. Immediately thereafter, the sea monarch woman began to transmit her voice to her companion. "Have you forgotten what we came here for? This is not the time to be engaging in unnecessary battles. We still have an important mission that we need to carry out." The sea monarch man stopped cold in his tracks upon hearing this before transmitting his voice in reply, We can just release the nine-eyed holy whale and kill these three with ease. He clearly didn't think that Han Li's trio could pose a threat to them at all. I've managed to persuade the nine-eyed holy whale to accompany us, but it's best not to release it unless we absolutely have to. Otherwise, if we were to ask it to go into battle for us too many times, it could become enraged and turn on us. After all, I don't possess much of the royal bloodline within my body, so I can only just barely communicate with the holy whale. Besides, we may be allies of the Jiaoqi race, but we're not direct enemies of the heavenly cloud races. There's no need to engage in such a pointless battle, the Sea Monarch woman persuaded. I see. The Sea Monarch man became rather hesitant upon hearing this. At the same time, Lu Shui'er also transmitted her voice to Shi Kun. Brother Shi, we've just managed to shake off those dark beasts, and both of us have expended a lot of magic power. Those two Sea Monarch beings certainly aren't to be underestimated. Even if we can take them down with Brother Han's help, there's no way we'd be able to emerge unscathed. Our main objective is to find the restricted ruins, so it's best not to draw unnecessary trouble to ourselves. Shi Kun wore a dark expression on his face as he replied, even if we don't want to fight, they may not be of the same opinion. Rest assured, Brother Shi. Allow me to converse with them first, and if they really do harbor ill intentions and insist on a fight, we certainly won't have to fear them with Brother Han on our side. Lu Shui'er's voice also cooled slightly as she spoke. After that, she transmitted her voice to Han Li and said something to him as well, in response to which Han Li nodded slowly in agreement. After that, a smile appeared on Lu Shui'er's face and she said in a pleasant voice, "Our heavenly cloud races don't seem to have any direct conflict with your Sea Monarch race, so there's no need for us to fight one another. I can tell that you're not entirely confident in your abilities to kill the three of us either, so why don't we just go our separate ways and pretend as if this encounter never happened?" My thoughts exactly, sister. The two of us aren't Jiaoqi beings, so there's certainly no vendetta between us. In that case, we'll be taking our leave now, the Sea Monarch woman agreed as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. After that, she turned to her companion with a meaningful look, and the white qi encompassing her lower body swelled to sweep up the Sea Monarch man as well. The man hesitated momentarily, but didn't raise any objections in the end. Thus, the clouds of white qi around their lower bodies combined together, and they flew into the distance as a ball of white light, disappearing from view after just a few flashes. Han Li remained still on the spot, yet his brows were slightly furrowed as he looked on at the direction the two Sea Monarch beings had departed in. For some reason, the Sea Monarch woman had two completely different auras within her body, and she struck him with a sense of uneasiness, as if she were quite a dangerous being. It seemed that she had either cultivated some kind of powerful ability or was carrying a fearsome treasure. Han Li neglected to consider the possibility that a spirit beast could be responsible for this sense of foreboding he was feeling, as under normal circumstances, most spirit beasts were far weaker than their masters and could only play minor assistance roles in battle. After all, not all spirit beasts were mature gold-devouring beetles and weeping soul beasts. After that, Han Li's trio didn't remain there for much longer. After a brief discussion, all three of them also departed toward another direction. Meanwhile, the cloud of white qi had already sped to thousands of kilometers away, and within it, the pair of Sea Monarch beings were also conversing with one another with grim expressions on their faces. What? You're saying that 7th-tier upper race being is even more dangerous than the other two? The man exclaimed with a bewildered look on his face. I'm sure of it. That was why I insisted on avoiding a battle back there. It's just that the situation at the time wasn't appropriate for me to explain this to you, the Sea Monarch woman confirmed in a confident voice as she gently stroked her shoulder-length back hair. The Sea Monarch man recomposed himself before asking, I'm sure you're not saying this without any evidence. Why don't you tell me how you came to this conclusion? The woman was silent for a moment before replying, My profound heavenly treasure replica, the profound heavenly holy artifact, displayed a reaction just then. What? Your profound heavenly holy artifact reacted to him? Could it be that he also has one as well? The Sea Monarch exclaimed in an astonished manner. Perhaps so, but it may not be the case. The holy artifact within my body reacted extremely vehemently on this occasion, seemingly more so than when I've encountered other beings carrying such artifacts in the past, the woman replied in a slow voice. If it's not a holy artifact, then it can only be a profound heavenly treasure. There's no way a 7th-tier upper race being could be carrying something like that. Ah, you must have been overly sensitive. The man suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Perhaps I really was mistaken back there. After all, the elders only gave me this treasure that was specifically made to detect profound heavenly holy artifacts right before this trip, so I may not yet be accustomed to its reactions. However, even if there's only a 1% chance that that man has a profound heavenly treasure, then we can't afford to engage him in battle, the woman sighed. There's a vast difference between profound heavenly holy artifacts and profound heavenly treasures. If he really does possess one of the latter, then even with the nine-eyed holy whale on our side, we would have been killed for sure. If that were the case, then we've really just brushed shoulders with death, the man said with a wry smile. That's not necessarily the case. Possessing a profound heavenly treasure and being able to use one are two completely different concepts. Generally speaking, there's no way for a mere upper race being to be able to use a profound heavenly treasure. However, there are a few extremely rare secret techniques that can allow beings of this caliber to unleash a small portion of a profound heavenly treasure's power. Having said that, I think that man isn't actually carrying a profound heavenly treasure. Instead, I think it's more likely that he's carrying a top-grade profound heavenly holy artifact that is extremely close to replicating a true profound heavenly treasure. Even so, it would still be very unwise to engage him in battle, the woman analyzed. Indeed, you've made the right decision there, the man immediately agreed with a nod. In any case, our objective is definitely different from theirs, so it's quite unlikely that we'll encounter them again, which means we don't need to think about them any further. As long as we can complete the mission assigned to us by our race, we'll be given handsome rewards following our return. Come to think of it, we're actually very lucky. Only through the efforts of our predecessors that entered the vast glacial realm was this opportunity opened up to us, the woman said with a smile. That's true. No matter how dangerous that man is, it has nothing to do with us. We should focus on the task at hand. By the way, that group of Jiaoqi beings that we encountered a few days ago also seem to be going in the same direction as those heavenly cloud beings. They're not going to bump into each other, are they? A peculiar look flashed through the man's eyes. Who knows? The vast glacial realm is an extremely huge place, so it's probably quite unlikely that they'll encounter one another. However, one thing is for sure, if their paths do cross, the outcome certainly won't be a peaceful one like ours. If we could witness the battle between them, perhaps I'd be able to figure out what kind of treasure that man is carrying. The woman's eyes lit up slightly as she spoke. There's no way that we'll be able to witness that in person even if it does happen. Let's keep going, we should be able to get to our destination in a month or so, the man chuckled, and before the woman had a chance to respond, he immediately accelerated into the distance. The woman naturally had no objections, and spiritual light flashed from her body as she also sped up as well. Han Li was naturally unaware of the fact that the Sea Monarch woman had seen through one of his secrets. Of course, even the Sea Monarch woman herself was unaware that the treasure that she detected was only the blade segment that Han Li was carrying. As for the profound heavenly fruit that was sealed within his arm, that was beyond the detection capabilities of the profound heavenly holy artifact within her body. At this moment, Han Li was currently flying slowly over the boundless grasslands alongside Shikuan and Lu Shuer. Brother Han, are you suggesting that we rest here for several days before continuing onward? There's no need for that, is there? Brother Shur and I did indeed expend some magic power back in the Dark Beast Forest, but as long as we travel at a slower pace and the two of us use spirit stones to replenish our energy, we'll be able to recover along the way, Lu Shuer said with a surprised look on her face. You're not wrong, but this vast glacial realm seems to be far more perilous than we anticipated. Just that Dark Beast Forest alone had been an extremely treacherous place, and I'm sure the rest of our journey won't be much better. As such, I think it's best that we take some time to recover before we encounter any other perilous situations. Lu Shuer's brows furrowed upon hearing this, and after a long internal conflict, she finally heaved a faint sigh and agreed to this suggestion. However, they hadn't parted with those two Sea Monarch beings for very long, so they naturally couldn't just begin meditating on the spot. Otherwise, if those two were to change their minds or draw some powerful beasts or foreign beings to Han Li's trio, they would be placed in a perilous situation. Thus, Han Li's trio continued onward for about half a day before finally catching sight of a small azure mountain with abundant spiritual qi. As a safety precaution, all three of them naturally scanned their spiritual sense toward the mountain several times, and the result of their inspection was quite a positive one. The mountain wasn't very tall, and there was a bunch of gray-furred beasts residing on it, but all of them were very weak, and even the most powerful ones among them were only at the foundation establishment stage. As such, the three of them were able to descend onto the mountain and kill all of these beasts with ease. The cave that these beasts had been residing in was an ideal cultivation venue as well. The spiritual qi there was very rich, and although it stank a little, that slight problem was resolved after Lu Shuer unleashed one of her water attribute abilities to cleanse the cave. Thus, the three of them took over the cave and began to meditate in there. 3 days passed by in a flash. At this point, Hanli had completed a full cycle of qi circulation, and he seemed to have sensed something as he slowly opened his eyes, casting his gaze toward Lu Shuer, who just so happened to also open her eyes at that exact moment. Thus, their eyes met, and from the exuberant light shimmering within her pupils, Hanli could tell that she'd clearly recovered all of her magic power. "Congratulations on making a full recovery," Hanli said with a calm smile. In response, Lu Shuer heaved a forlorn sigh. "I feel very embarrassed to be such a burden to you, Brother Han." "Hee, that's certainly not the case, Fairy Lu. If it weren't for the fact that you'd held off 4 silver-eyed dark beasts on your own back in the dark beast forest, how would fellow Taoist Shur and I have managed to escape?" Hanli replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Shur Kun had also opened his eyes, and he burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Aha, I'll have to disagree with you on that one, Brother Han. With the unfathomable abilities that you've displayed, even if you couldn't kill all of those dark beasts on your own, you were definitely powerful enough to escape from them. It's already a vastly fortunate outcome for Fairy Lu and myself that we were able to escape from the dark beast forest with nothing more than some magic power expenditure. You two are far too kind. I do indeed possess some powerful abilities, but all of them are only good for a single attack. If I were to be surrounded by too many dark beasts, I really would have been in grave danger. Hee, in contrast with your powerful body, I'm sure you could have crashed your way through and made your escape," Hanli said as he stroked his chin with a hint of a smile on his face. "Perhaps so. Seeing as Fairy Lu has already recovered her magic power, let's keep going. The sooner we find those restricted ruins, the sooner we can heave a sigh of relief," Shur Kun chuckled as he rose to his feet. Hanli and Lu Shuer exchanged a quick glance, and neither of them had any objections to this. Thus, 3 streaks of light quickly departed from the small mountain. 6 days later, Hanli's trio found themselves surrounded by a flock of 4-winged birds that attacked by blasting blades if wind out of their beaks. Hanli and the others had all unleashed their treasures, and blood rained down from the sky as they made short work of those strange birds. "These are beings from the night race, and they're just like dark beasts in that their powers are significantly enhanced in the night." Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast a glance up at the sky. At this point, the sky had already dimmed slightly, and night clearly wasn't far away. "Kokoku, you're only thinking about that now? Don't you think it's too late already? After just a while longer, I'm going to crush all of you heavenly cloud beings." One of the 2 night beings who were battling Hanli cackled in a sinister manner. "After a while? You'll all have been erased from this world by then," Hanli said in a cold voice. Immediately thereafter, he abruptly reached an inky black hand out of his sleeve before gently waving it through the air, instantly conjuring up a burst of gray light in the process. At the same time, Lu Shuer made a hand seal, and a gray wheel of light surfaced behind her. Meanwhile, Shur Kun threw his head back and let loose a long cry while flicking his 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession. Moments later, the 3 of them had conjured up a massive gray ball of light with countless runes flashing over its surface. The gray ball of light then immediately exploded, sending a torrential downpour of runes descending from above that encompassed the entire area in a radius of around 500 meters. The 4 night beings were quite alarmed by this development, and all of them unleashed their most powerful abilities to oppose this devastating assault, but each and every one of the runes contained far more power than they'd anticipated. Following a string of earth-shattering explosions, the 4 night beings completely ceased to exist. Only then did Hanli's trio withdraw their divine essence-fused light before exchanging smiles with one another. 3 months later, Hanli and the others were flying as quickly as they could over a set of mountain ranges with thousands of demon beasts giving chase in hot pursuit. Several kilometers behind them, a vast expanse of silver mist was hurtling toward them like a massive tidal wave, and all of the plants and beasts that stood in their way were all completely devoured, leaving not even a single blade of grass in their wake. After a while, all types of beasts and birds began to flee for their lives in a panicked manner, creating a doomsday-like scenario. "What do? We'll get chased down by these silver swarm insects sooner or later if we keep going like this. Those insects are rumored to be just as fearsome as gold-devouring beetles, and they won't give up until their prey is dead. I can't believe so many of them were bred in this world." Shur Kun transmitted his voice to Hanli and Lu Shuer with a dark expression as he flew through the air. "Indeed. It's also said that these insects possess astonishing stamina, and it won't be an issue for them to chase us even for a few months in a row. Even powerful ancient beasts can only flee in the face of these insects. Lu Shuer's voice was already tinged with a hint of panic. It was no wonder that they were beginning to get quite flustered. After all, these fearsome insects had been chasing them for 3 days and 3 nights. During this process, they'd expended close to half of the magic power within their bodies, so it was only natural for them to fear for the worst. Han Li also wore a grim expression, but he remained relatively calm as he said, "The only way to throw them off our trail would be to hope that we can encounter a few ancient beasts in the nearby area that will draw them away. But according to our map, the closest area frequented by ancient beasts is around a month away. As a safety precaution, we intentionally selected this route where ancient beasts rarely ever appear," Shi Kun replied with a wry smile. Han Li's brows also furrowed upon hearing this, and he was temporarily at a loss for ideas. A loud screeching sound rang out as many flying insects that were only around several inches in size plummeted out of the silver waves. Several green clouds then swept down to engulf those silver insects, and when the green clouds dispersed again, those straggling silver swarm insects were nowhere to be found. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he was instantly able to see the course of the battle. After devouring the silver insects, crimson spots appeared all over the bodies of many of the blood-form butterflies. Despite the potency of the poisonous winds these butterflies were sweeping up with their wings, there were simply far too many silver swarm insects for them to deal with, and many of the more powerful insects even had a certain level of resistance to their poison. Thus, even after the gusts of poisonous winds had swept through the silver swarm insects, tens of thousands of them were still able to plunge into the swarm of butterflies. Initially, those silver swarm insects were all outnumbered and killed, but as more and more silver insects began to plunge into the green clouds, the two swarms finally clashed and intertwined. Loud buzzing and screeching sounds rang out as green butterflies and silver insects fell from the sky like rain, only to be completely devoured by green clouds or silver waves. It was quite clear that the silver insects possessed far superior devouring abilities compared to the green butterflies, but the blood-form butterflies all contained powerful toxins within their bodies, allowing them to completely paralyze the silver insects with a few flaps of their wings. Both sides were extremely ferocious and seemingly held no regard for their own lives, and they seemed to be evenly matched. As for the two swarms of insects that had set off in pursuit of the fleeing beasts, they also split up into countless groups to continue hunting down their prey. Furthermore, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with one another as there was never an instance where more than one group of insects was hunting down a single beast. Many of the beasts weren't able to escape very far before they were chased down by the insects, and they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Thus, beastly roars intertwined with incessant buzzing and hissing, as opposed to the loud explosions one would normally expect to hear from a battle. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he could see that Lu Shuer and Shi Kun had also fled extremely far into the distance, but they were each being pursued by a small group of insects. However, that was all he had time to see as he suddenly discovered that a group of silver swarm insects was flying directly toward him, ignoring all of the other beasts along the way. There seemed to be around 1,000 silver insects within this group, and Han Li took a deep breath before flapping his wings, flying through the air as an azure and white thread again. On this occasion Han Li flew for over an hour before turning around to look behind him. At this point, there was not a single insect to be seen, but Han Li wasn't elated by this discovery at all. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly in response. During the past few days when he'd been escaping alongside Lu Shuer and Shi Kun, there had been periods of time when they'd unleashed their full speed to open up some distance between themselves and the silver swarm insects. However, these insects seemed to possess some kind of tracking ability, and as soon as Han Li's trio slowed down for a while, the insects would catch up to them again. Regardless of what kind of concealment techniques they initially used, the insects simply couldn't be fooled. With that in mind, Han Li considered his situation for a moment before black light suddenly flashed from his body, and a black veil appeared to completely conceal him from view. After that, he continued to fly onward at a more leisurely pace. However, Han Li suddenly detected something around an hour later, and he abruptly turned around as his expression changed drastically. Moments later, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the distance, following which a massive silver insect that was several tens of feet in size appeared in that direction. The giant insect flapped its wings and let loose a sharp screech before hurtling through the air, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet in a flash. It was heading directly toward Han Li, despite the fact that he'd been concealed under his black veil, and at the same time Hanli had used his bright sight spirit eyes to identify the true nature of this massive insect. It turned out that this was a massive creature formed by over 1,000 silver swarm insects clumped together. He didn't know why even the Black Veil was unable to fool these insects, but at this point, it had become quite clear to Hanli that he wouldn't be able to get away unless he were to kill this group of insects. However, silver swarm insects were extremely fearsome, and aside from their staggering numbers, each individual insect was also very difficult to deal with. Not only were their bodies hard enough to withstand attacks from normal treasures, they possessed sets of sharp teeth and front limbs that could easily tear through metal. As such, normal treasures would be completely ineffective against them. Just as these thoughts were racing through Hanli's mind, the giant insect continued to close in on him, and all of a sudden, a cold light flashed through his eyes as he swept a sleeve through the air. A loud buzzing sound rang out, immediately following which over 100 golden flowers flew out of his sleeve. These golden flowers then swelled drastically to form golden beetles that were half a foot in size each. These were none other than his mature gold-devouring beetles. Go! As soon as these golden beetles appeared, Hanli issued a loud command to them. All of the gold-devouring beetles immediately surged toward the giant insect in unison. The menacing giant silver insect abruptly shuddered at the sight of these mature gold-devouring beetles, then let loose a shrill screech before turning around and fleeing for its life. Hanli had released so many gold-devouring beetles at once naturally because he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Almost at the exact same moment, a loud thunderclap erupted from behind him, and he vanished amid a flash of azure and white lightning. In the next instant, azure and white lightning flashed in the air above the giant silver insect, following which Hanli abruptly reappeared before flipping a hand over. A miniature black mountain immediately flew forth, then swelled to over 100 feet tall before descending with devastating might. The mountain revolved on the spot to release a burst of gray light that encompassed all of the silver insects down below, and the giant silver insect immediately became extremely sluggish in its movements, having been trapped by the divine essence-fused light. An enraged screech rang out as bright silver light abruptly erupted from the giant insect's body, following which it reverted back into over 1,000 tiny silver insects again in the blink of an eye. The insects then charged toward the same direction as a collective force while devouring the gray light around them as quickly as they could. As a result, the divine essence-fused light around them really was growing thinner at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, but Hanli wasn't concerned by this in the slightest as he looked on from above. During this brief delay, the gold-devouring beetles had also reached the underside of the Black Mountain, so Hanli had already achieved his objective. Golden light flashed, and the gold-devouring beetles completely disregarded the gray light around them, swooping in before engaging all of the silver swarm insects in battle. Even though they were outnumbered by the silver insects by a ratio of around 10 to 1, they were far larger than their opponents, and they also possessed significantly more powerful bodies as well as devouring abilities. The silver insects' sharp teeth and front limbs couldn't even leave so much as a single scratch on the exoskeletons of the golden beetles, whereas the gold-devouring beetles were able to tear their opponents apart and devour them with ease. It was a completely one-sided battle, and despite how heavily outnumbered the gold-devouring beetles were, the silver swarm insects simply stood no chance. After most of the silver insects had been eradicated, what remained of the swarm finally lost all of their courage and attempted to flee for their lives. However, they were still trapped in the divine essence-fused light, so they were all hunted down and devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. When there was only one final silver insect left, it suddenly self-detonated, and silver light flashed as a barely visible shadow shot forth from within its body, then attempted to fly away in a stealthy manner. If Hanli were a normal being, there was a good chance that he would have failed to notice such an inconspicuous shadow. However, Hanli was able to immediately catch sight of it as blue light flashed through his eyes, and he reached out without any hesitation. A pristine white hand was extended out of his sleeve, and he spread his fingers apart to blast forth bursts of 5-colored glacial flames. The flames swept through the air at a rapid speed, almost instantly enveloping the shadow, which had only fled to just over 100 feet away. The shadow shuddered before being completely immobilized in the glacial flames, and it was revealed to be a faint silver insect projection with the face of a human. The projection struggled within the glacial flames with all its might, presenting a rather unsettling sight to behold. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he curled his 5 fingers inward in a seemingly nonchalant manner. The glacial flames down below instantly transformed into countless 5-colored threads of light at his behest, then wound themselves around the immobilized human-faced insect projection. The threads of light then abruptly tightened, and the insect projection was sliced into countless segments as a result. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief, and he swept a hand through the air, upon which the 5 colored threads of light vanished in a flash. He then quickly pointed a finger at the swarm of gold-devouring beetles down below, and they transformed into golden flowers again before flying back toward him, then disappearing up his sleeve. After that, Han Li made a grabbing motion downward, and the black mountain also shrank drastically before returning to his hand. From the instant that he'd released the gold-devouring beetles to the moment that he'd drawn them back into his spirit beast bracelet, only an extremely short time had elapsed. As such, even though he'd released quite a large quantity of gold-devouring beetles on this occasion, he didn't actually exhaust much of his spiritual sense at all. Of course, Han Li had already decided when he'd first released the gold-devouring beetles that if he couldn't end this battle quickly, he'd immediately withdraw the beetles without any hesitation. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be worth exhausting too much of his spiritual sense to kill these silver insects. However, just as he'd expected, the gold-devouring beetles were the bane of these silver swarm insects, and he was able to kill them with ease. If he had used any other treasures, he wasn't confident that he would have been able to eradicate these insects so cleanly and quickly. Thus, after taking a glance at the direction where the battle between the two insect swarms was presumably still raging, Han Li flew away as a streak of azure light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Almost at the exact same moment, within the waves of silver swarm insects close to 100,000 kilometers away, a silver insect that was far larger than normal silver swarm insects suddenly raised its head and cast its gaze toward Han Li's direction. This silver insect had the face of an elderly man, whose brows were currently furrowed in bewilderment. After staring at the direction that Han Li was situated at for a while, the silver insect cast its gaze directly up ahead again. Several kilometers away, the silver insects were still clashing with the swarm of green butterflies, and the battle was still extremely intense. After a brief hesitation, the human-faced silver insect let loose a long sharp screech, upon which all of the nearby silver insects surged toward it in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, a giant silver insect was taking shape with the human-faced insect at its very center, and the giant insect was only continuing to expand in size. After a while, all of the silver insects in an area within a radius of around 500 meters had gathered to form a colossal insect that was over 1,000 feet in length. The massive insect flapped its wings, and 2 gusts of fearsome winds were instantly swept up as its gigantic body was propelled forward through the air. Han Li didn't know the origins of the strange soul that he'd destroyed, but he knew that killing it definitely wasn't a good thing. As such, after departing from this place, he immediately changed directions a few times in quick succession, then used the high zenith invisibility talisman to conceal himself for a while before he finally felt safe to continue his journey as normal. Even though Han Li had separated from his 2 companions, he wasn't all that worried as he was currently powerful enough to put up a good fight even against early body integration stage beings. Thus, he chose a route to follow and continued to travel toward the restricted ruins. 2 months later, in the sky over a desert that was enshrouded under a vast yellow sandstorm, spiritual light suddenly flashed, and 3 strange-looking azure carriages shot forth from the distance alongside arcs of azure lightning. After just a few flashes, the 3 azure carriages arrived in the area, and they all stopped in a uniform formation over 1,000 feet above the sandstorm. Only then were the true appearances of these carriages revealed, and they were all rather antiquated, but beautiful patterns had been inscribed onto their surfaces. On top of that, they were also riddled with flashing azure runes of different sizes. In front of each carriage was a pair of water buffalo-like beasts that were wearing suits of azure armor. Their large eyes were as crimson as blood, and wisps of azure smoke billowed out of their nostrils from time to time. As this azure smoke drifted through the air, the surrounding air temperature was immediately raised significantly, thereby striking one with a strange scorching feeling. Standing within each carriage was a pair of short humanoid figures, as well as an azure-armored puppet that was far larger in size in comparison. The puppets were around 20 feet tall with a saber strapped to each of their waists and 2 shimmering silver short spears attached to each of their backs. All of them were holding the reins of the water buffalo-like beasts that were drawing the carriages, and through their visors pairs of glowing red eyes could be seen. As for the short humanoid figures on the carriages, they also wore suits of armor, and each of them had a massive shimmering wheel on their back. Their faces were riddled with gray freckles and tusks were protruding out of their mouths, giving them quite a hideous appearance. At present, The 6 short humanoid figures were inspecting the sandstorm down below intently while discussing some things with one another in low voices. Moments later, they seemed to have completed their discussion, and one of them raised a hand to produce an ancient copper mirror, which was hurled into the sandstorm. The copper mirror descended into the sandstorm before emanating an azure halo that quickly proliferated in all directions. The violent sandstorm was immediately settled as the azure halo swept through the air, creating a picturesque scene of peace and harmony, as if the sandstorm had never even existed in the first place. After the sandstorm abated, the ruins of a massive palace was revealed, and it stretched further than the eyes could see. The short humanoid figures were all elated to see this, and they called out to one another before immediately preparing to swoop downward in the carriages. However, right at this moment, a rumbling thunderclap suddenly erupted in the distant sky. All of a sudden, a particular resounding thunderclap rang out, and a ball of azure light abruptly appeared in the distance. The ball of lightning then shot forth through the air, covering a distance of several thousand feet after just a few flashes, taking it close to the 3 carriages in the blink of an eye. The 6 short humanoid beings were quite startled by this development, yet at the same time, they were also able to catch a clear glimpse of what lay within the azure ball of lightning. This was a giant bird puppet that was over 200 feet in length, and judging from its appearance, it was a vastly renowned lightning bird. However, much to their surprise, the puppet was heavily damaged, missing most of its feathers and even one of its talons. Even so, the bird still had a layer of dazzling azure lightning around its body, creating a very intimidating and harrowing sight to behold. The 6 short foreign beings' hearts stirred upon seeing this, and one of them immediately let loose a long cry. Immediately thereafter, all 3 carriages hurtled toward the giant puppet in unison as 3 streaks of azure light. Prior to making contact with the puppet, the 3 huge azure-armored puppets flicked their reins at the same time, and the 6 water buffalo beasts let loose thunderous roars in unison, then opened their mouths to expel bursts of azure flames that formed a rumbling sea of fire. Almost at the exact same moment, the 6 foreign beings let loose low cries in unison, and the silver wheels on their backs shot forth at once. These wheels then abruptly swelled drastically in size to form 6 bright moons, and they surged toward the lightning bird puppet as if they were threatening to slice its body into pieces. Silver light flashed within the puppet's eyes upon seeing this, and the azure arcs of lightning around its body swelled by around twofold while it reached out with its only remaining talon. It was quite clear that the arcs of lightning were quite powerful, as exemplified by the fact that they remained completely unmoved by the scorching azure flames. Meanwhile, the giant talon projection was stalled in midair for a moment before being shattered by the massive silver disc that it had clashed with. Without any further obstacles standing in its way, the giant disc sped directly toward the puppet's head, sending spatial fluctuations surging through the air in its wake, as if it were threatening to slice through space itself. The lightning bird puppet opened its mouth to expel a bolt of azure lightning that was as thick as a water tank in response, and it transformed into an azure lightning WRM that struck the disc with tremendous force. Silver light and azure lightning intertwined, and an anguished wail immediately rang out from the silver disc as several cracks began to appear on its surface. Immediately thereafter, it separated into 6 discs again, each of which plummeted toward one of the short foreign beings. The arcs of lightning around the puppet's body then swelled once again, and a resounding boom rang out as it vanished on the spot amid a flash of lightning. In the next instant, lightning flashed in the air above the 3 carriages, and the lightning bird puppet abruptly reappeared before flapping its wings violently, swooping downward with devastating might. The 6 foreign beings were naturally startled to see this, but they all remained quite calm as they raised an arm each in unison, then quickly pressed their hands onto the azure-armored puppets before them. Crimson light flashed through the 3 puppets' eyes, and a ball of azure light erupted from their bodies as they swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, their visors had slipped off their faces, and they transformed into 3 massive demonic ghostly beings that were over 100 feet tall each. 6 massive ghostly claws swiped through the air in unison, sending a dozen or so black claw projections hurtling directly toward the lightning bird puppet. The demonic ghosts then abruptly grabbed onto the silver spears on their backs, which had expanded in size along with them, before thrusting the spears into the air. The silver spears transformed into 10 silver pillars of light that vanished in a flash, and immediately thereafter, the sounds of howling winds and resounding thunderclaps rang out in the nearby area. The lightning bird puppet remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and it opened its mouth to blast forth a bolt of azure lightning again before pressing its single talons downward to exert an immense invisible force. All 6 short foreign beings withdrew their arms in unison at this moment, and they all began to chant something, upon which their bodies also swelled to several times their original size. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so treasures of different forms flew out of their bodies in rapid succession to join the attack. Explosions rang out in the air in rapid successions, and dazzling lights of all colors flashed, making it difficult for one to directly appraise the battle. This battle lasted a full 2 hours, and when everything finally drew to a conclusion, the half of the lightning bird puppet that remained plummeted from the sky before vanishing into the ruins down below. The 3 carriages up above and the 3 azure-armored puppets, which had reverted back to their original sizes, were also heavily damaged. One of the puppets even had a large hole on its chest that passed directly through where a normal being's heart would have been situated. If the same injury had been inflicted on a living being, they would have perished for sure unless they had some kind of miracle pill that could bring them back from the brink of death. As for the 6 foreign beings themselves, they were also in quite a sorry state. Not only had most of their treasures been ruined, the suits of armor they were wearing had also been completely charred black. On top of that, there were many large dents and cracks on the surfaces of the armor, giving them the appearance of useless scrap metal. In contrast, the 6 water buffalo beasts remained completely unscathed, but all of them were also panting heavily with sweat pouring down their bodies. All in all, the 6 foreign beings had secured the final victory against the lightning bird puppet, but they had also paid a heavy price in the process. After striking down the puppet, the 6 foreign beings were quite elated, and they prepared to swoop down in their carriages again. Right at this moment, a cold voice rang out from within a nearby cloud. "Thank you for sparing me the effort of getting rid of this puppet, fellow Taoists of the Black Dwarf race." As soon as the voice trailed off, brilliant light erupted from within the cloud, following which a dozen or so humanoid beings in different attire appeared. They were led by a yellow-robed man who appeared to be in his 20s with 3 extremely eye-catching short golden horns on his forehead. Behind him were a dozen or so male and female beings of all different ages, and they also had horns on their heads, but the numbers, shapes, and colors of these horns differed from being to being. The expressions on the faces of the 6 black dwarf beings immediately darkened significantly at the sight of these horned beings. One of them exclaimed in an unpleasant raspy voice, "Jiao Qi beings! Why are you here? Were you following us in secret this entire time? Were we following you? Do you think you're worthy of being followed by us? Seeing as you've also come to this place, then you can stay here forever. Everyone, send them on their way," the golden-horned young man chuckled coldly. The dozen or so Jiaoqi beings immediately responded in an affirmative manner before sweeping forward to surround the 6 black dwarf beings. The black dwarf beings' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and their leader immediately yelled, "Run!" The powers of wind and fire erupted from beneath the hooves of the 6 water buffalo beasts, and they abruptly sprang forward as the 3 carriages sped into the distance as balls of azure light. Arcs of lightning could be seen shimmering indistinctly within the azure light, and the carriages were traveling at an astonishing speed. However, the Jiaoqi beings were also certainly not to be scoffed at. All of them either shot forth as streaks of spiritual light or made hand seals and vanished on the spot. There were also a few who swept their sleeves through the air to summon spirit beasts or flying treasures and set off in pursuit at incredible speeds. Meanwhile, the golden-horned young man merely stood still in mid-air with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly extremely confident in the abilities of his companions. And it was no wonder that he was so confident. The Black Dwarf race was a relatively large race on the Thunder Continent, but they weren't proficient in flight or movement techniques, so they had to rely on all types of flying carriages to make up for this weakness. Under normal circumstances, this wasn't exactly a glaring fallacy, but having just endured an arduous battle, this weakness naturally became a fatal one for them in the face of the pursuit of these Jiaoqi beings. The events that unfolded next were just as the golden-horned young man had expected. The 3 flying carriages were only able to fly for just over 10,000 feet before several balls of spiritual light emerged up ahead, following which several humanoid figures appeared. These were none other than the Jiaoqi beings who were proficient in instantaneous teleportation techniques. As soon as they emerged, they raised their hands in unison, and a vast expanse of scorching lightning flames were sent crashing down toward the 3 carriages. The 6 water buffalo beasts were quite fierce and powerful, but even they couldn't help but stop in their tracks as they blasted azure flames out of their mouths to oppose the oncoming attacks. During this momentary delay, the rest of the Jiaoqi beings caught up before surrounding the 3 carriages. Swords, axes, staves. Treasures of all different types flew out from the bodies of these Jiaoqi beings before transforming into swathes of light that descended from above. The 6 black dwarf beings in the carriages were all plunged into despair upon seeing this, but even so, they still weren't willing to give up without a fight. As such, all of them let loose loud cries as they laid their hands onto the heavily damaged azure-armored puppets, transforming them giant demonic ghosts once again. At the same time, all of them made hand seals in unison, and they also swelled drastically in size while the wheels on their backs also flew forth to combat the oncoming attacks. In their desperation, the 6 black dwarf beings were able to hold their own against the Jiaoqi beings, and it appeared that they were quite evenly matched. However, both sides knew that this was only a futile struggle. As soon as the black dwarf beings exhausted all of their magic power, they would immediately be overwhelmed and slain by their opponents. However, unbeknownst to all of them, there was someone situated in a dilapidated pavilion several hundred kilometers away, inspecting them through the use of a strange treasure. This treasure was a translucent white crystal with an image playing out on its surface, and the image was none other than that of the battle between the Jiaoqi beings and the black dwarf beings. However, the perspective was slightly distant, as if the observer were surveying the battle from several kilometers away. There were 2 people seated with their legs crossed in front of the crystal, one of which wore a calm expression while the other had a bewildered look in their eyes. The latter was none other than Lu Shuer, and she turned to her companion as she said in a barely audible voice, "How could this be? Why are these Jiaoqi beings here as well?" Her companion was an azure-robed young man with a set of ordinary facial features. He was naturally none other than Han Li, and even though he wore a calm expression, he was also staring intently at the image on the crystal. Upon hearing Lu Shuer's question, his lips twitched slightly and he replied, "There's no need to be overly concerned, fellow Taoist Lu. This is an extremely vast set of ruins, so there's no way that we'd coincidentally be searching for the same target. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, or perhaps the golden-horned young man really did sense something, but as soon as Lu Shuer's voice trailed off, he suddenly looked up, then raised a hand to summon a black bowl that hovered in mid-air. Immediately thereafter, the young man began to chant something before flicking his 10 fingers toward the bowl in rapid succession, casting a series of incantation seals of different colors that vanished into the treasure in a flash. A long ringing sound erupted from the bowl in response, and black light began to emanate from it as it swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to over 100 feet, and it was hovering in mid-air like a house. The lid on the treasure was then lifted, and boundless inky black chi poured forth from within, spreading in all directions in a frenzy. It was as if night had suddenly descended, obscuring the entire sky, making it impossible for Han Li and Lu Shuer to see anything using the projection crystal aside from a vast expanse of darkness. Their expressions both changed slightly in unison, yet before either of them had a chance to say anything, black light flashed from the crystal, and everything returned to normal. The image on the crystal appeared to be identical compared to what it had been, yet all of the Jiaoqi beings had abruptly vanished. Lu Shuer pointed a finger at the crystal, and spiritual light flashed as the image on the surface of the treasure changed into that of the ground down below. However, even from that perspective, they were still greeted by nothing but the sight of yellow sand without a single Jiaoqi being to be seen. It looks like they've unleashed an illusionary technique to conceal themselves. We won't be able to see anything unless I force the projection crystal to project the scenes inside the restriction, but doing so would blow our cover for sure, so it's not really worth it. Lu Shuer sighed in a resigned manner. She then swept a sleeve over the crystal, and the image on it vanished like an illusion amid a flash of spiritual light. In the end, it reverted back to the appearance of a normal white crystal before being stowed away up her sleeve. So be it. These Jiaoqi beings are clearly quite cautious, and it would be unwise for us to alert them to our presence. From the looks of it, their target seems to be in this nearby area. I wonder if what they're doing will affect us, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner. Lu Shuer's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and she said, "That is indeed a valid concern. Do you have any good ideas, Brother Han? These Jiaoqi beings significantly outnumber us, and all of them seem to be quite powerful, so I don't really have any good ideas to offer. All we can do is set up a few more formations to mask the fluctuations when we break the restriction of the restricted ruins. On top of that, even though the Jiaoqi beings have set up an illusionary technique to conceal what they're doing, that doesn't stop us from deploying some puppets or spirit beasts to the nearby area to keep an eye on them. That way, if something does happen, we'll be alerted and can adopt measures to prepare ourselves." Hanli replied after a brief pause. Lu Shuer was also silent for a moment before nodding in a resigned manner. Looks like that's all we can do. Seeing as that's the case, why don't we begin setting things up right away? This is not a place we should stay at for much longer, so let's head to the restricted ruins now, Hanli immediately suggested. Of course. I'm just concerned about fellow Taoist Sure. Hopefully nothing has happened to him on the way here, Lu Shuer replied with a concerned nod. The two of us were able to make it here unscathed, so I'm sure Brother Sure would be more than capable of doing the same. Besides, 2 months have only just passed since we split up. Perhaps fellow Taoist Sure merely took a slightly longer route, in which case it would only be normal for him to be late by a few days, Hanli said in a confident manner. I hope that's the case. Lu Shuer could only heave a faint sigh in response. At this moment, Hanli suddenly rustled a sleeve, and a white shadow shot forth from within before revealing itself to be a completely expressionless white-robed woman amid a flash of white light. It was none other than his sentient puppet doll. Go and keep an eye on those Jiaoqi beings. Don't engage them in battle, just observe them from afar, Hanli instructed. Doll bowed slightly upon hearing this before rising up into the air. However, just as she was about to depart, a thought suddenly occurred to Hanli and he said, Hold on, take these 2 things with you. Your top priority is to not be discovered. Hanli flipped a hand over as he spoke, and a black veil suddenly appeared in his grasp along with a purple talisman. The latter was none other than a high-zenith invisibility talisman. Doll remained completely expressionless upon hearing this, but it made a grabbing motion to draw the 2 items into its grasp in an obedient manner, then flew away as a streak of white light. You seem to cherish that puppet a lot, Brother Han. But then again, that's no surprise. Even I'm very envious that you possess a sentient puppet of such a high caliber, Lu Shuer sighed with an amused smile. Hee, surely you jest, Fairy Lu. With your wealth, I'm sure it's not a difficult task to purchase a sentient puppet. Come to think of it, these types of puppets are kind of gimmicky and most of the time, they're not even as useful as a spirit beast of the same power level. Even this puppet of mine was a present from someone else, Hanli replied with a faint smile. Seeing as Hanli clearly didn't want to speak too much about his sentient puppet, Lu Shuer changed the subject and said, That's true. Just the amount of top-grade spirit stones required to use such puppets poses quite a headache. Seeing as you've deployed a sentient puppet, I'll also send out a spirit beast to keep an eye on those Jiaoqi beings as well. Thus, she patted a certain item hanging from her waist, and a burst of 5-colored light suddenly erupted forth before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Even through the use of his spirit eye ability, Hanli could only catch a very brief glimpse of what appeared to be a small winged mink with 5-colored light emanating from its body. Hanli was quite startled by this small beast's incredible speed, and he couldn't help but cast a meaningful glance toward Lu Shuer. However, she merely disregarded Hanli's reaction and rose to her feet as she said, Let's go and wait for fellow Taoist Sure near the restricted ruins. Hanli naturally had no objections to this, and thus both of them rose up into the air before flying away from the Jiaoqi beings as streaks of light. Along the way, the scenery down below remained completely the same with nothing but yellow sand stretching as far as the eyes could see in all directions. Hanli had arrived at this place a few days in advance, and he'd taken the opportunity to inspect the ruins here for himself. During the process, he discovered that these ruins stretched for over 1 million kilometers, and there were many places in those ruins where restrictions still existed, so it appeared to be quite a dangerous place. Thankfully, Hanli had been warned by Kai Luiying and the others about this place prior to entering the vast glacial realm, so he knew to stay far away from those areas. Otherwise, he would have definitely triggered traps in those ruins such as the lightning bird puppet from earlier. As for the restricted ruins that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were referring to, that appeared to be situated in one of the perilous places in this area. After flying for several tens of thousands of kilometers, the 2 of them finally stopped, and Hanli narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze downward. There, he discovered a ball of white light that with a diameter of around 1,000 feet slowly rotating within the wind and sand down below. Despite the fierce winds blowing around it, the ball of light remained completely unmoved, and as soon as the gusts of sandy winds came into contact with this light, they would disappear in a flash as if they'd been devoured. What was even more unsettling was that there were piles of beastly bones littered all around the ball of light, most of which had been buried by the surrounding yellow sands already. However, among the bones that were protruding from the sand, some had already been blackened by age, so they'd clearly been there for an extremely long time, while others were pristine and new, clearly belonging to beasts that had only died here relatively recently. At this moment, Lu Shuer was holding a palm-sized formation plate and was staring at it with rapt focus. After a while, Lu Shuer exhaled and confirmed, "This is the place. This is the restricted ruins that Master and Senior Duan were referring to." Han Li glanced at the bones littered down below in a calm manner as he replied, "It looks like this place is indeed quite perilous, but seeing as the two seniors expended so much effort to gather the three of us, there has to be a good chance that we'll be able to break this restriction." Lu Shuer clearly knew a lot more about this restriction than Han Li did, and she said, "I certainly hope so. According to my master, this restriction was formed by high zenith azure light, which ranked alongside divine essence-fused light in ancient times, and it can only be broken using divine essence-fused light. As such, the three of us should be able to break this restriction with our combined powers." A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he exclaimed, "High zenith azure light." Lu Shuer had naturally noticed Han Li's reaction, and she asked, "Are you interested in this light, Brother Han?" Han Li's expression instantly reverted back to normal as he replied, "I possess the divine essence-fused light, so I'm naturally quite interested in the lights that rank alongside it. From what I've heard, this high zenith azure light is extremely lethal and can conjure up devastating invisible sword chi that can kill unsuspecting enemies in an instant. I wonder if this light really is as extraordinary as the rumors proclaim it to be." "Looks like you've done quite a lot of research into this high zenith azure light, Brother Han. According to my master, this light is indeed quite fearsome, but it's not as lethal as the legends suggest. However, restrictions created using this light are extremely difficult to break through. Otherwise, my master would have most definitely tried to force her way into the restriction and obtain the treasures in there, even though doing so would incur a massive risk." "My master didn't elaborate on that before this trip, but that's most likely the case," Lu Shuer replied with a nod. "That's great. I didn't think that I'd be able to witness the vastly renowned high zenith azure light during this trip. Even if I don't obtain any other treasures, this journey will have been a worthwhile one," Han Li said with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Lu Shuer looked down at the ball of white light, and a contemplative look appeared on her face. All of a sudden, she flipped a hand over to produce a crimson blade before hurling it through the air. The blade transformed into a streak of crimson light as it sped downward, reaching the white light in a flash. However, just as it appeared that the crimson blade was about to pierce through the white light, it abruptly shuddered before separating into 7 or 8 segments amid an anguished wail. It was as if several extraordinarily sharp weapons had struck it at the same time, thereby slicing through it with ease. The segments of the blade then continued to plummet downward, only to be sliced into more and more pieces before finally vanishing as specks of crimson light. The smile on Han Li's face faded upon seeing this, and a slightly solemn look appeared in his eyes. He was unable to detect the form of the high zenith azure light using his spiritual sense, but thankfully he'd activated his bright sight spirit eyes in advance, and in the instant that the crimson blade was reduced to specks of light, he managed to catch a brief glimpse of several tens of thin projections striking it from all directions. Those thin projections were clearly the true form of the high zenith azure light. Lu Shuer seemed to have also caught sight of those projections somehow, and she heaved a faint sigh as she mused, "This high zenith azure light really is quite extraordinary." At this moment, Han Li raised an eyebrow before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a streak of azure light shot forth from within before hurtling downward. This was an azure flying sword that was around a foot in length. The sword descended at an astonishing speed, and after a single flash, it was only just over 100 feet away from the white light. Meanwhile, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he looked on with an intense, unblinking gaze. All of a sudden, several tens of thin projections appeared out of thin air before striking the flying sword in a flash. A sharp screeching sound rang out as azure light flashed erratically around the flying sword, and it managed to continue downward despite the attacks from the surrounding projections. However, in the instant before it came into contact with the white light, countless thin projections emerged all around the flying sword before hurtling toward it in unison. The azure bamboo cloud's warm sword was finally unable to withstand the barrage of attacks any longer, and it shattered into specks of azure light amid a low cry. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately made a grabbing motion, upon which the specks of azure light converged before him to form a complete flying sword again. A peculiar light flashed through Lu Shuer's eyes in response to this, while Han Li shook his head and stowed his flying sword away. He had other treasures with far superior defensive properties compared to his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords, but if those were to be destroyed there would be no way to recover them, so he naturally wasn't going to take that risk. However, even though Han Li was doing his best to maintain a calm expression, he was filled with excitement internally. The high zenith azure light most likely stemmed from a high zenith azure mountain, which was one of the main materials required to refine the integrated 5 extremes mountain. Even though there were other treasures aside from high zenith azure mountains that possessed high zenith azure light, Han Li was convinced that the treasure beneath this restriction was most likely a high zenith azure mountain. There was a good chance that this restriction was left behind by a true immortal, and it had been able to maintain itself since ancient times. As such, it seemed plausible that only a high zenith azure mountain could provide such a limitless source of high zenith azure light. If he were to obtain this mountain, he'd be able to refine it into a second extreme mountain alongside his divine essence-fused mountain. As these thoughts were running through his mind, Han Li turned to Lu Shu'er and said, "As expected, this high zenith azure light restriction is not something that the two of us can break. We'll have to wait for fellow Daoist Shi to get here before we make a concerted attempt to break this restriction together." "My thoughts exactly, Brother Han. Let's find a place nearby to settle and meditate so we can recover to our peak condition." Lu Shu'er agreed with a nod of her head. Thus, after a brief discussion, the two of them rose up into the air before flying toward a certain direction. A short while later, their duo descended somewhere around 500 kilometers away from the ball of white light. The winds were still quite fierce here, but Lu Shu'er had already summoned a yellow bead that was producing a yellow light barrier around them, which was keeping the wind and sand at bay. Thus, Han Li and Lu Shu'er found themselves in a dilapidated hall, most of which had already collapsed, leaving only a small portion of the building still intact. Half a month later, a burst of light flashed in the distance, and a streak of yellow light came flying toward them. After just a few flashes, the streak of light appeared in the air above Han Li and Lu Shu'er before revealing a tall and broad humanoid figure. It was none other than Shi Kun. However, his face was slightly pale, and his eyes were also rather dull, seemingly indicating that he was far from his peak condition. After appearing in the air over this area, Shi Kun didn't immediately make his descent. Instead, he inspected his surroundings in a cautious manner, and only after ascertaining that there were no potential hazards nearby did he flip his hand over to produce a formation plate. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before descending as a streak of yellow light. The grains of sand intermingled with the gusts of fierce winds scraped against the layer of protective spiritual light around his body, creating a sound that was akin to metal grating on metal, but the layer of light remained completely unscathed. When Shi Kun descended in front of the ruined hall, Han Li and Lu Shu'er were also waiting at the entrance. Lu Shu'er was quite surprised to see the sorry state that Shi Kun was in, and she immediately asked, "Brother Shi, you don't look very well at all. Did you encounter some trouble on your way here?" Shi Kun's expression eased slightly at the sight of Han Li and Lu Shu'er, but a wry smile then appeared on his face as he replied, "I certainly did. I almost lost my life along the way." His body swayed, and he abruptly appeared before Han Li and Lu Shu'er, upon which Han Li asked, "Could it be that you were unable to shake off the insects that were pursuing you?" He recalled quite clearly that Shi Kun had been pursued by a group of silver swarm insects, and from personal experience, he knew that it was very difficult to get away from these insects unless they were killed. Those insects were indeed quite troublesome to deal with, but I know a secret technique that allowed me to escape from them relatively easily. However, after that, I encountered a group of snow roar beings, and I only managed to barely escape from them after being hunted for over a month. Shi Kun spat through gritted teeth. Snow roar beings? The snow roar race is a race of freaks. They're only allowed to cultivate ice attribute abilities, and they think ice attribute abilities are the origin of all abilities and cultivation arts. On top of that, they have a vendetta against every being that cultivates abilities of any other attribute. It's extremely unfortunate that you ran into them, Brother Shi, Lu Shu'er exclaimed with a shocked look on her face. That's them all right. They're only a medium-sized race and all of them are absolutely inexplicable, but when it comes to individual powers, they're not inferior to beings from major races like the Sea Monarch race and the Jiaoqi race. In the past, these beings mostly resided in the northernmost region of the Thunder Continent, and due to how rural their territory is, it's very rare for them to obtain vast glacial badges and enter the vast glacial realm. I can't believe I was unlucky to run into those freaks, Shi Kun said in a hateful manner. Han Li had also read about the Snow Roar race in the past, so he was naturally also aware of their extremist tendencies. As such, he could only exchange a glance with Lu Shu'er and lament Shi Kun's misfortune. In his current state, he clearly wasn't in any condition to help Han Li and Lu Shu'er break the holy zenith azure light formation, so they had no choice but to afford him some time to rest and recover. Thus 6 days passed by in a flash. During this time Han Li's puppet and Lu Shui'er's spirit beast hadn't noticed anything amiss in their surveillance of the Jiaoqi beings. It was as if they were content to simply camp under their illusionary technique. Han Li and the others didn't have any idea what those Jiaoqi beings were up to, but this was certainly a welcome sight for them. All they could hope for was that things would continue like this, and that they'd be able to break through the restriction without any trouble before sneaking away from this place. Thus, on this day the three of them rose up into the air before flying toward the restriction in a stealthy manner. Moments later Han Li's trio appeared above the white ball of light again. As soon as they arrived, the three of them split up, arranging themselves in a huge triangular formation in the air above the restriction. I'm sure all of you have already memorized the procedure required to break this restriction. The restriction consists primarily of high zenith azure light, and it's split up into 3 major levels, which are in turn comprised of 11 minor layers. We have to break through all of those layers at once. Otherwise, if we're stalled during the process, the layers of the restriction that we've already broken will immediately repair themselves again, which would make all of our prior efforts go to waste. Back before Senior Duan had become a holy race being, he was able to rely on his astonishingly powerful body and defensive prowess to break through the first 7 layers of the restriction on his own. After that, there was nothing more that had to be said, and Lu Shui'er patted her storage bracelet, upon which an extremely vibrant small umbrella appeared in her hand amid a flash of 5-colored light. The umbrella was only around half a foot in length, yet it was very colorful and eye-catching. Shi Kun seemed to have recognized this treasure, and his expression changed slightly at the sight of it. Lu Shui'er tossed the umbrella up into the air in a solemn manner, and the treasure immediately flew up into the air as a ball of 5-colored spiritual light, vanishing out of sight after just a few flashes. Moments later, a vast expanse of 5-colored light descended from above, encompassing the surrounding area in a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Within the light, runes of different sizes began to appear before vanishing again after flashing erratically a few times. Immediately thereafter, the entire expanse of light gradually blurred before disappearing into nothingness. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he swept his spiritual sense outward, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible power as soon as it traveled to the border where the 5-colored light had just vanished. Thus, this entire space had been restricted by that small umbrella. However, that was not the end. Spiritual light flashed, and a dozen or so shimmering golden formation flags flew forth from within Lu Shui'er's body. Each and every one of those flags was extremely intricate in design with many runes inscribed on their surfaces. After being hurled up into the air, they all disappeared into the surrounding space as streaks of golden light, following which a dozen or so pillars of golden light erupted into the heavens, then also vanished in a flash. A burst of extremely faint fluctuations was left in the wake of these golden pillars. Only after doing all that did the expression on Lu Shui'er's face ease slightly, and she smiled as she explained, "This umbrella is a treasure given to me by my master, and it can conceal the spiritual pressure fluctuations that are sure to appear when we break this restriction. On top of that, the golden spirit restricting formation set up by those formation flags are a purely defensive formation that can even withstand the attacks of an early holy race being for a while." "In that case, let me set up some things as well," Shi Kun chuckled before opening his mouth to expel a dozen or so balls of gray light. Within each ball of gray light was a gray ring, and there were a total of 13 such rings. All of them revolved around Shi Kun, emitting a faint buzzing sound before vanishing into thin air. "Soul-bonded rings. I didn't think Senior Duan would have entrusted you with such a precious treasure, Brother Shi," Lu Shui'er exclaimed as his pupils contracted drastically. "These rings have no effect other than to harm the souls of living beings, and if one were to be caught off guard, they could be severely wound by these rings even as a holy race being, so they complement your restriction perfectly, Fairy Lu," Shi Kun said in a calm manner. Lu Shui'er quickly recomposed herself as she said, "With these measures in place, even if the Jiaoqi beings really do try to ruin our plans, we'll be able to keep them at bay for a while." At this moment Han Li stroked his chin and said, "Seeing as we've completed all of our preparations, let's begin breaking this restriction right away. For some reason I can't shake the feeling that the longer this takes, the riskier everything becomes." I certainly agree with you on that, Brother Han." "Let's begin, Fairy Lu," Shi Kun chuckled in response. "Seeing as both of you are ready, I'm naturally also prepared to proceed," Lu Shui'er said with a smile. Thus, she raised a hand and a small gray flag suddenly appeared in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was faint divine essence-fused light emanating from the flag. Lu Shuer tossed the small flag in front of her, then made a hand seal as she began to chant something. A gray wheel of light abruptly emerged behind her, and the rune at the center of the wheel began to slowly rotate. The small gray flag immediately began to tremble in response while emitting a low buzzing sound, as if it were resonating with the gray wheel. Seeing as Lu Shuer had activated her divine essence-fused light, Han Li and Shi Kun glanced at one another before also following suit. Gray light erupted from Shi Kun's body as he rustled a sleeve to produce a badge-like treasure. The badge was also gray in colors, and the ancient characters for essence and light were inscribed onto each of its two sides. The badge rotated on the spot before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. Shi Kun then immediately extended a hand, pressing it onto the back of the badge while spreading open his fingers. Spiritual light flashed from his 5 fingers, and brilliant gray light instantly erupted from the badge, and the 2 ancient characters on it began to glow extremely brightly. As for Shi Kun himself, gray divine essence-fused light was surging around his body, creating quite an astonishing spectacle to behold. Meanwhile, Han Li had already extended his inky black hand out of his sleeve, and he curled his fingers inward slightly, upon which a miniature mountain that was around a foot tall appeared directly over the center of his palm. This was none other than his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain flew forth at Han Li's behest, then expanded to over 100 feet in size in a flash. At the same time, the silver runes on the surface of the mountain lit up, sending halos of gray light proliferating outward in all directions. Almost at the exact same moment, the gray wheel behind Lu Shuer shuddered before releasing a pillar of gray light that struck the gray flag she'd summoned earlier. The small gray flag immediately unfurled, and countless runes appeared on its surface as an even thicker pillar of light erupted from it. The giant badge in front of Shi Kun was releasing clumps of gray threads, while Han Li stood in midair in an expressionless manner, making a hand seal with one hand while pointing a finger at the black mountain before him with his other hand. The extreme essence-fused mountain rotated on the spot, and waves of gray light began to surge forth from its underside. The 3 types of divine essence-fused light instantly combined as one to form a giant rune that was over 100 feet in size. The massive rune descended at Lu Shuer's behest, vanishing into the white light down below in a flash, upon which a resounding dull thud rang out. White and gray light intertwined briefly, following which the ball of white light was torn apart by the gray rune with ease before vanishing as specks of spiritual light. However, another barrier of azure light then immediately appeared to take its place. The giant rune continued descending without pause, striking this new barrier of azure light with tremendous force. On this occasion, the azure light barrier abruptly vanished as if had been instantly devoured. Thus, the rune descended once again, only for a massive net comprised of countless crimson threads to suddenly appear beneath it. Prior to even making contact with this restriction, the red net flashed with spiritual light before releasing crimson clouds that drifted directly upward. The massive rune plunged into the red clouds, and a string of rumbling thunderclaps rang out in quick succession. Bright gray light began to emanate from the huge rune, and the red clouds were eradicated in the end after churning violently for a short while. As a result, all of the crimson threads quickly dissipated like snow melting under the scorching sun. The rune then continued to plummet toward the 4th restriction. The gray rune had only dulled slightly compared to its initial form, and Han Li was rather surprised that the first few restrictions were broken so easily. The high zenith azure light that everyone had been most wary of didn't even appear to oppose the giant gray rune as it had encountered the bane of its existence in the form of divine essence-fused light. This was why they had been able to break through the first few restrictions so easily. In what seemed like the mere blink of an eye, the huge gray rune had crashed through 9 restrictions of different forms. However, at this point, the rune seemed to have finally expended almost all of its power, and following a low wail of anguish, countless thin cracks appeared over its surface, as if it weren't going to shatter at any moment. What are you waiting for? Prepare for the final strike. Lu Shuer let loose a loud cry as the gray wheel of light behind her flew forth, disappearing into the cracked rune as a thick pillar of gray light. All of the cracks on the rune were instantly sealed as a result, and it began to radiate brilliant gray light again as it continued to descend in an unstoppable manner. Han Li and Shi Kun also sprang into action at this moment. The former pointed a finger at the black mountain before him, sending it plummeting downward with devastating force, while the latter gently laid a hand onto his giant badge, upon which the treasure hurtled downward like a massive arrow. The two of them descended from above as two giant balls of gray light, plummeting rapidly like a pair of gray shooting stars. The 10th restriction was comprised of a layer of yellow sand, and the gray rune faltered as soon as it came into contact with this restriction. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, Hanli could see that the high zenith azure light, which had been repressed by the divine essence-fused light earlier, was beginning to surface in the nearby area again. It had finally begun to display its power again after the giant rune formed by the divine essence-fused light had been severely weakened. Countless thin barely visible projections slashed through the air, and the giant rune shattered into countless pieces mid a dull thump. Gray light surged forth in all directions as a result, forcibly blasting away most of the transparent projections formed by the high zenith azure light. Right at this moment, the giant badge and the black mountain also arrived. What remained of the high zenith azure light attempted to keep the two treasures at bay, but it was swept away with ease before the two treasures struck the sand barrier down below. The entire film of sand tremored violently, following which each and every constituent grain of sand swelled to the size of a human fist before surging upward in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy the giant badge and the black mountain again. These yellow grains of sand were clearly no ordinary treasures themselves. Otherwise, there was no way that they'd be able to withstand such an enormous impact. However, both Hanli's extreme essence-fused mountain and Shirkuan's gray badge were also exceptional treasures that contained divine essence-fused light, and even though the gray light around the two treasures was being compressed by the grains of sand, the light only became brighter and more dazzling. These grains of sand were certainly nothing to scoff at, but they were unable to force their way into the gray light even by a single inch. Right at this moment, the silver runes on the extreme essence-fused mountain and the ancient characters on the gray badge flashed in unison, and only then did they begin to display their true power. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain were projected outward before rapidly forming several black holes around the mountain, each of which had a diameter of around 10 feet. Gray light swirled inside those black holes as bursts of enormous suction force erupted from within. All of the nearby grains of sand were swept up by the gray light, reverting back to their original form before surging into the black holes in a frenzy. Thus, a vast expanse of empty space appeared around the mountain. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on the giant badge flashed before unleashing a thick pillar of gray light. The badge acted as a hilt while the pillar of divine essence-fused light formed a blade, and the two combined to create a massive sword of gray light that was around 70 to 80 feet in length. The sword swept through the air, causing the nearby space to warp and twist, and destroying all of the fist-sized grains of sand in the surrounding area. There were millions of these yellow grains of sand surging through the air, yet most of them were drawn away by the extreme essence-fused mountain while the rest were destroyed by the gray light sword. Thus, the 10th restriction was finally broken, thereby revealing the final restriction. This was a giant piece of artwork formed by an azure light barrier. The artwork depicted lush mountains and scenic forests with countless beasts and birds residing within them. At the same time, spiritual light suddenly flashed from the tallest mountain in the artwork, and balls of spiritual light began to explode all over the image. Bird projections of all colors sprang to life within the azure light, and some of them flapped their wings while others raised their head and let loose long cries. All of them then erupted from the artwork as if they were actual living creatures. Some of the birds opened their beaks to blast forth balls of crimson flames, some flapped their wings to unleash white blades of wind, and some summoned arcs of silver lightning around their talons amid rumbling thunderclaps. Attacks of different forms erupted like floodwaters through a shattered dam, and at the same time, the light flashing from the azure mountain transformed into projections that were untraceable to the naked eye before hurling toward the black mountain and the gray sword of light. The amount of high zenith azure light imbued within this layer of the restriction was far more than that in all of the previous layers combined. As these projections struck the extreme essence-fused mountain and the gray light sword, the gray light emanating from the two treasures dimmed significantly as if they were being overwhelmed. However, as opposed to being disheartened by this, Hanli was elated as he exclaimed, "That really is a high zenith azure mountain." Hanli was almost immediately able to identify that the mountain within the artwork was the treasure that he'd been searching for. However, the mountain had clearly been refined into this artwork as its main material, and its powers seemed to have been significantly enhanced by the entire artwork. Just as he was thinking this, Shirkuan let loose a loud cry, and his gray light sword began to glow brightly again as it slashed through the air. All of the oncoming fireballs, blades of wind, and arcs of lightning were immediately vanquished before a devastating streak of sword chi crashed into the flock of birds that had emerged from the artwork. Hundreds of bird projections were destroyed at once, but even more of them transformed into 5-colored balls of fire that hurtled toward the light sword in a frenzy. Resounding booms rang out in rapid succession as the initial barrage of 5-colored fireballs were snuffed out by the gray light emanating from the giant sword, but as more and more fireballs flocked toward it, the massive sword was finally forced to revert back to its badge form, which was then swept up by the flames amid an anguished wail, then sent plummeting into the artwork down below. Meanwhile, the rest of the 5-colored flames continued to surge toward the black mountain up above. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the extreme essence-fused mountain. A dull sound akin to the toll of a giant bell rang out from within the mountain, and it began to swell drastically once again amid a flash of silver light. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to several thousand feet in size, and countless silver runes had appeared over its surface, sending waves of gray light crashing downward with devastating might. The giant gray sword that Shir Kuan had unleashed was extremely powerful, but the amount of divine essence-fused light contained within it was completely incomparable to that of the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, as the giant mountain began to descend from above, all of the 5-colored flames sweeping up toward it were instantly snuffed out by the waves of gray light before they could even make contact with the mountain. The massive mountain then continued to plummet downward, yet just as it was about to strike the artwork down below, a long cry rang out from the azure mountain, following which all of the other features on the piece of artwork, regardless of whether they were beasts or plants, transformed into azure spiritual light that surged into the mountain in a frenzy. The mountain took on an extremely vibrant green hue as a result, and it slowly began to emerge from the artwork. At the same time, the entire mountain shuddered, and the azure light emanating from it manifested into a series of green threads. The high zenith azure light within the mountain had finally been revealed in its truest form, and the green threads intertwined to form layers of green nets that surged directly upward. The gray waves and green net clashed in an instant, and a sharp screeching sound akin to that of metal grating on metal immediately rang out. The two mountains both shuddered at once, and an impasse ensued. Han Li narrowed his eyes while rapidly circulating the spiritual power within his body upon seeing this, planning to inject the extreme essence-fused mountain with more power in order to enhance it. However, right at this moment, a string of loud thunderclaps suddenly erupted high up in the air, following which bolts of gray light that were as thick as large bowls crashed down viciously onto the green net. The giant net formed by the high zenith azure light immediately began to tremor violently as a result. Han Li was quite elated to see this, and he looked around to find that the bolts of gray lightning were erupting from the flag in front of Lu Shu'er. Seeing as Han Li and Shir Kuan's treasures weren't able to easily break through the final restriction, she had finally unleashed her own treasures to lend them her assistance. However, the azure mountain really was immensely powerful. It was quite clear that the high zenith azure light it was releasing wasn't powerful enough to withstand the combined attacks of the extreme essence-fused mountain and the bolts of gray lightning, but green threads were pouring forth relentlessly from the mountain, constantly replenishing the areas of the net that had been damaged. As such, even though the green net was firmly on the back foot, it wasn't immediately vanquished. In contrast, Han Li's trio had gained a significant advantage, but they weren't able to break through the 11th restriction with immediate effect. If they were to be delayed until all of the previous restrictions they'd destroyed fully recovered again, then they'd be in big trouble. Han Li and Lu Shu'er were naturally both aware of this, so they were injecting their power into their respective treasures with all their might. However, even in the face of the devastating waves of light and bolts of gray lighting, the green net displayed extraordinary resilience, constantly bringing itself back from the brink of destruction. Han Li and Lu Shu'er's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this. Thankfully, right at this moment, Shir Kuan suddenly sprang into action again. He took a deep breath, and his body immediately swelled to several tens of feet tall. He slammed his fists together in front of his chest, upon which brilliant gray light erupted from his body. Immediately thereafter, he swung his arms through the air, and countless fist projections were conjured up around him, all of which then came crashing down violently as balls of gray light. These balls of divine essence-fused light proved to be the final straw that broke the green net's back. The green net was already struggling to hold itself together in the face of the extreme essence-fused mountain and the barrage of gray lightning, and with the addition of Shir Kuan's attacks, it was finally shattered into specks of spiritual light amid a dull thump. Thus, gray waves of light, bolts of lightning, and balls of light all struck the azure mountain at once. The entire artwork flashed with azure light before shattering amid a rapid string of successive explosions, then also vanishing on the spot. The final restriction had been destroyed. After the artwork was destroyed, a gaping hole with a radius in excess of 100 feet was left in its wake. The hole hovered motionlessly in midair, and its edges were emanating faint white light. This was clearly an entrance leading to somewhere. Shirkuan and Lu Shuer were both staring intently at the hole with scorching looks in their eyes, but Hanli had cast his gaze elsewhere. His attention was focused on none other than the small azure mountain that was hovering above the hole. Without the enhancement of the artwork it had been attached to, the high zenith azure mountain had been reduced to only around 10 feet tall, and the azure light shimmering around it had also become extremely faint, making it appear as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he suddenly raised an arm to point at the extreme essence-fused mountain down below. The black mountain swayed before suddenly vanishing on the spot at his behest. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air above the small azure mountain, following which the enormous extreme essence-fused mountain reappeared. Gray light then swept forth from the underside of the mountain, completely enshrouding the small azure mountain down below. The high zenith azure mountain let loose an anguished wail as azure light flashed feebly around it in a desperate attempt to keep the divine essence-fused light at bay. However, the small mountain had clearly already been severely debilitated, so it was no match for the power of Han Li's extreme essence-fused mountain. A series of silver runes abruptly emerged within the gray light, and they revolved around the azure mountain before adhering to it like glue. Following a final resigned wail, the high zenith azure mountain was forcibly drawn to the underside of the extreme essence-fused mountain by the countless runes around it. In the end, it was drawn into the extreme essence-fused mountain and vanished in a flash of azure light. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, and he waved a hand through the air, upon which the extreme essence-fused mountain rapidly shrank down to its miniature form amid a flash of gray light. The miniature black mountain then vanished up Han Li's sleeve, and the entire process had been extremely quick, to the extent that by the time Lu Shuer and Shirkuan had reacted to what he was doing, the high zenith azure mountain had already been secured. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan both faltered slightly upon seeing this before exchanging a glance with one another. The two of them had naturally also identified the high zenith azure mountain, and it was naturally impossible to say that they didn't want this treasure. However, they didn't expect Han Li to act so quickly, taking the mountain without any hesitation almost as soon as the final restriction was broken. Peculiar looks appeared on both of their faces in response to this situation. This mountain is quite useful to me, and I'm sure there are many more precious treasures down there, so you wouldn't mind me taking this, would you? Han Li asked with a smile. Hee, if that treasure is useful to you then feel free to take it. I have no objections, Lu Shuer replied as a smile appeared on her face. Shirkuan's expression changed a few times before a wry smile appeared on his face, and he conceded, I'm also rather interested in that treasure, but seeing as you've obtained it first, I have nothing to say. Then I'll have to thank you too for your generosity, Han Li said with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. Don't mention it, brother Han. Now that we've broken this restriction, we should enter these ruins and find the treasures that Master and Senior Duan require as quickly as possible. After we secure these treasures, we'll definitely be rewarded handsomely when we return to Cloud City, Lu Shuer said as a serious look appeared on her face. After that, she stowed away her gray flag before flying into the hole down below as a streak of blue light. Shirkuan also hurriedly followed along as a ball of yellow light. In contrast, Han Li inspected his surroundings through narrowed eyes, and only after ascertaining that nothing was amiss in the nearby area did he also slowly descend toward the hole. At this point, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan had already sped on ahead. Just as Han Li flew into the massive hole behind them, vibrant balls of light suddenly appeared in the surrounding area before sweeping toward him. Han Li was naturally quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately conjured up a layer of protective azure light to shield himself. However, those vibrant balls of light then faltered before transforming into runes of different sizes, and they revolved around Han Li before forming a small five-colored light formation. Han Li found himself situated at the very center of the formation, and a faint buzzing sound rang out as bursts of spatial fluctuations erupted around him. As opposed to becoming even more alarmed by this development, Han Li's expression eased slightly instead, and he clasped his hands behind his back, displaying no intention to shatter this light formation. In the next instant, bright five-colored spiritual light erupted, and Han Li was struck by a rush of dizziness while his surroundings blurred, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, Han Li opened his eyes to find that he was situated on a tall platform. The entire platform had been paved with gigantic blocks of blue stone, and there were some patterns on its surface, but it certainly couldn't be classified as intricate or beautiful. Instead, it gave off a simple and primitive air. Directly underfoot was a teleportation formation with a radius that was no more than 20 feet, and close to the formation was a stone staircase that led down from the platform. Han Li only took a quick glance at the teleportation formation and the stone platform before casting his gaze toward the surrounding area. At this moment he seemed to be situated within an alternate space. There was a bright sun up above, and the sky was of a bright blue color without a single cloud in sight. There were all types of exotic plants and flowers growing in the area, and an occasional gentle breeze would blow past, carrying the fragrance of these plants toward Han Li. However, the thing that attracted Han Li's attention most was a mountain that was several thousand feet tall situated close to the platform. The mountain wasn't very tall, but it spread for close to 10 kilometers, and its terrain was quite remarkable. The entire mountain was of a completely bland white color, and it consisted entirely of sheer faces that were almost completely vertical. At the summit of the mountain was a massive purple palace that covered almost the entire peak. Han Li focused his gaze toward that direction and appraised the palace for a long while before turning his attention to the ground at the foot of the stone staircase. Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun were standing there motionlessly, and both of them also seemed to be carefully appraising the purple palace in the distance. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and his body swayed as he prepared to fly down from the stone platform. However, he only managed to get several feet off the ground before he was abruptly forced back down onto the platform, landing in the formation with a resounding dull thump that made the entire platform tremor slightly. It was as if his body had suddenly become extremely heavy. Han Li raised an arm and swung it through the air a few times in an experimental manner, only to find that it was just as light as normal. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, but a thought then immediately occurred to him. An azure light flashed around his body as he slowly rose up into the air again. However, he'd only flown around a foot into the air before a burst of enormous power crashed down onto his body without any warning. Han Li wobbled slightly before righting himself, but his expression changed slightly in response to this situation. After that, he continued to slowly rise upward, using his immensely powerful body to combat the enormous force weighing down on him. Upon reaching around 2 feet off the ground, his body shuddered again, and the azure light around him also began to flash erratically. Han Li furrowed his brows slightly upon seeing this, following which blue light flashed through his eyes as he inspected his own body. Through the use of his spirit eye ability, he was able to discover that bands of faint yellow light had wound themselves around his body, completely disregarding the protective layer of azure light he'd conjured up. At this moment, Shi Kun turned around with a wry smile and said, "I see you've also noticed this, Brother Han. The flight restriction here is a little different from normal restrictions. For every successive foot that we rise up into the air, the power of the restriction will be doubled. I can only fly to about 7 or 8 feet before being forced to come back down. The power of the restriction increases by 2-fold for each successive foot of height? This restriction sure is quite powerful. Even a holy race being most likely won't be able to fly more than several tens of feet off the ground," Han Li said in a slow voice before slowly descending onto the ground again. In the instant that his feet came into contact with the ground, the yellow bands of light around his body abruptly disappeared. Even with fellow Daoist Shi's immensely powerful body, he can only rise up into the air for 7 to 8 feet. For normal upper race beings like me, I can probably only handle 3 to 4 feet at most, Lu Shu'er said without even turning her head. She was still appraising the palace in the distance intently. A slightly grim expression appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but after a brief moment of contemplation, he emerged from the formation, then descended down the stone stairs. "Looks like that palace on the mountain is where the treasures should be. What are we still waiting for?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "There are other restrictions here that we need to be wary of," Lu Shu'er said as she finally turned around to appraise Han Li in a solemn manner. "The fact that there are other restrictions present further verifies that there are precious treasures to be found here. As for whether Shi Kun could also do the same, that would depend on whether he'd been holding back in displaying the powers of his body. As for Lu Shu'er, there was most likely no way for her to make it to the summit without pausing in between if she were to rely on the power of her body alone. With that in mind, Han Li took a glance back at Lu Shu'er after scaling a dozen or so steps. Thus, he discovered that she was still situated on the first stone step, seemingly in deep thought about something. However, it was quite apparent from the expression on her face that she was feeling very frustrated and angry. It was quite clear that she'd also identified her situation, which was why she appeared to be so enraged. Even though the three of them hadn't agreed on this in advance, it was quite clear that whoever reached the palace first would be able to get to the treasures in there first. As such, it was very likely that Shirkuan and Han Li would have taken all of the treasures in the palace by the time she arrived. However, Lu Shuer wasn't completely powerless in a situation like this. After a brief pause for contemplation, she flipped a hand over to produce several talismans of different colors. One was yellow, another was silver, and the final one was crimson. 3 spluttering sounds rang out in quick succession as she plastered these talismans to herself. 3 balls of light of different colors then erupted from the talismans before vanishing into her body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, yellow, silver, and red spiritual light emerged around her body, releasing astonishing spiritual pressure in the process. It appeared that these 3 talismans were all capable of enhancing one's physical body, and after applying them to herself, Lu Shuer continued to scale the steps without any further delay. Han Li witnessed this from above, but displayed no reaction in response. Assistance talismans were very interesting, but they were next to completely useless to high-grade cultivators like them. Cultivators who focused on cultivating their magic power naturally wouldn't be interested in talismans that could enhance their physical bodies, and they wouldn't use such talismans in battle either. As for beings who specialized in cultivating their bodies, these talismans were also largely superfluous. After all, body refinement cultivators had already tapped into much of the latent potential of their physical bodies, so talismans of that nature wouldn't provide significant enhancements. For body refinement cultivators, even the rarest high-grade assistance talismans would only be able to enhance their bodies by 10% to 20% at the very most. As such, regardless of how many assistance talismans a normal cultivator were to use, their bodies would still be far inferior in power compared to body refinement cultivators. Han Li was quite adept in the art of talismans himself, so he was naturally well aware of this. As such, he didn't think much of what Lu Shuer was doing and merely continued to scale the steps in an unhurried manner. Thus, the 3 of them continued onward, gradually opening up distance between one another as they approached the mountain summit. Initially, as the restrictive power from the stone steps became more and more pronounced, Lu Shuer and Shirkuan simply forced themselves to continue onward, despite knowing that they'd be able to expend a lot less effort if they were to pause momentarily on each step. However, Han Li's condition was vastly different compared to that of his 2 companions. Shirkuan was still leading the way, striding up the stone steps at a steady pace, but he was clearly breathing more heavily and sweat was beginning to appear on his forehead. Han Li was situated in the middle, and his skin was beginning to take on a faint golden hue, but his expression remained completely unchanged, displaying no signs of strain whatsoever. As for Lu Shuer, the layer of white light over her face made it impossible for anyone to glean her expression, but she was slowing down at a noticeable rate. After scaling up around a third of the staircase, her body would shudder with each successive step that she took, and the 3-colored spiritual light around her also fluctuated erratically in brightness, looking as if they could be snuffed out at any moment. It was quite clear that even with the enhancements of her talismans, she wasn't going to be able to keep this up for much longer. Lu Shuer was clearly well aware of this herself, and a resigned look had already surfaced in her eyes. After scaling an additional 200 to 300 steps, she heaved a faint sigh and finally drew to a halt. Han Li didn't turn back to look at her, but he could detect this through the use of his spiritual sense. His expression changed slightly in response, but he showed no sign of stopping at all. After that, Shirkuan and Han Li continued to scale up over 1,000 steps, upon which they finally arrived at the halfway mark of the entire mountain path. Sweat was already pouring down Shirkuan's face, and with each successive step he took, the ground beneath him tremored slightly while the yellow light around his body flashed erratically, clearly indicating that this was becoming quite difficult for him. Throughout this process he'd also been using his spiritual sense to inspect Han Li. At this moment, aside from the fact that the golden light around his body was glowing more brightly than before, his expression and pace remained completely identical to when he'd first set foot on this path, as if he weren't being affected by the restriction underfoot at all. Shirkuan was quite stunned to see this, and it began to occur to him that Han Li was most likely also a high-grade body refinement cultivator, and that his body could be even more powerful than his own. After resting for a while, Lu Shuer took some pills to replenish her energy before also continuing onward. Sure Kun was desperate to maintain his advantage, but he could feel his legs growing heavier and heavier. Even the joints within his body were creaking and groaning, clearly indicating that he was under immense physical strain. Thus, Sure Kun began to slow down significantly while Han Li maintained an even pace. After about 10 minutes, Han Li was finally able to catch up. He turned to Sure Kun, who was sweating profusely, and gave him a faint smile before passing him by without slowing down even in the slightest. After a few more steps, Han Li was able to easily open up a gap between himself and Sure Kun. Sure Kun gritted his teeth upon seeing this, and he finally stopped as he looked up at Han Li's profile with an indecisive look on his face. Thus, Han Li scaled up over 100 more steps without suffering any decrease in speed, and Sure Kun's expression had darkened significantly at this point. He looked up at the purple palace on the mountain, then used his spiritual sense to inspect Lu Shuer, who was slowly catching up, and his eyelids twitched as he abruptly flipped a hand over to produce a small crimson vial. The entire vial was of a vibrant translucent red color, and there were several inch-long miniature talismans plastered to its surface, giving it a rather mysterious appearance. Sure Kun exhaled toward the vial in his hand, expelling a burst of yellow light that removed the talismans plastered to the vial. A dull thump immediately rang out as these talismans vanished into thin air as balls of flames of different colors. As soon as the talismans were removed, the lid of the vial immediately flew off on its own. After scaling up over 100 more steps, he had already slowed down to a figurative crawl, and he had to steady himself at every step before making the next one. At this point, Sure Kun and Lu Shuer had already stopped, and they could only look on as Han Li approached the mountain summit. Finally, after reaching the final dozen or so steps, the enormous suction force had become unbearable even to Han Li, and the golden suit of armor around his body was trembling uncontrollably, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. As such, Han Li was forced to stop for the first time with the summit virtually within reach. He then tried to use his spiritual sense to assess the situation, only for it to be repelled by a burst of invisible force as soon as it reached close to the palace walls, thereby making it impossible for him to detect what lay within those walls. After heaving a faint sigh, Han Li gave up on trying to cross over the palace walls and cast his gaze toward the gate again. Compared to braving the mysterious restriction on the palace walls, it was clearly a much safer option to try and enter through the gate. However, even though he couldn't sense anything amiss just by looking at the palace gate, he naturally wasn't going to try and open it on his own. After a brief pause, Han Li patted the storage bracelet on his wrist, upon which a ball of azure light immediately flew forth from within before thudding heavily onto the ground. This was a giant ape puppet that was around 20 feet tall, and it lay sprawled on the ground, having clearly been impacted quite heavily by the flight restriction. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, then made a hand seal before pointing at the puppet in a nonchalant manner. The giant ape puppet slowly got up at his behest, then turned around expressionlessly before making its way toward the palace gate. Meanwhile, Han Li stood still on the spot, appraising the puppet intently through narrowed eyes. After arriving before the palace gate, the giant ape puppet raised its hands without any hesitation before pressing them against the massive gate. Azure light flashed erratically around the puppet's body, following which the gate was slowly pushed open. Han Li was quite surprised to see this, and he was both elated but also in disbelief. How could the palace gate have been opened so easily? With that in mind, he forcibly repressed the confusion and impatience in his heart as he hurriedly cast his gaze beyond the entrance. Thus, he was greeted by the sight of a plaza that was entirely paved with azure tiles and fenced by translucent white jade structures. On the other end of the plaza was a tall main palace that was also purple in color. From afar, Han Li could also see that there were also 3 side palaces near the main palace, each of which was only around a third of the size of the main palace. These side palaces were situated in a triangular formation with the main palace at the center. Aside from that, there were also some short buildings and pavilions behind the main palace, and this place seemed to span quite a vast area. After a brief hesitation, he transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense, upon which it made its way into the palace through the main gate. Han Li also slowly followed along behind it. After a while, he found himself on the other side of the city gate, and he quickly arrived at one corner of the plaza. The plaza appeared to be around 5,000 to 6,000 feet in size, and the giant ape puppet continued onward at Han Li's behest, preparing to pass directly through the plaza en route to the main palace up ahead. These threads of light were extremely thin and traveled at astonishing speeds, spreading over the entire plaza in the blink of an eye before forming a massive black and blue net that encompassed the entirety of the plaza beneath it. In the next instant, dull thumps rang out from all over the plaza as balls of light of different colors exploded beneath the massive net. A burst of spatial fluctuations then erupted into the heavens as the space beneath the net twisted and warped. Immediately thereafter, the center of the plaza blurred before a door of white light emerged. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately vanished on the spot as a blurry shadow. In the next instant, he reappeared directly in front of the door of light before disappearing into it. The giant ape puppet also hurriedly followed along. Almost as soon as the puppet entered the door of light, the black and blue ball of light that was hovering in midair abruptly exploded. The giant net that had encompassed the entire plaza also shattered without any warning before dissipating as specks of spiritual light. In the next instant, white light flashed erratically from the door of light, and the surrounding space blurred before it also vanished. Thus, the plaza was restored to its original appearance, but Han Li and the giant ape puppet were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they'd never even entered the palace in the first place. Meanwhile, Shi Kun was only just over 100 steps away from reaching the summit, and he could already catch a glimpse of the entrance of the palace. Lu Shu'er was a few hundred steps behind him, and the two of them seemed to have calmed down now that Han Li had already entered the palace ahead of them. Han Li reopened his eyes and immediately appraised his surroundings. After emerging from the door of light, he found himself situated directly in front of the main palace. The gate of the main palace was rather mundane looking, with only a few simple patterns engraved onto its surface. However, there was a giant plaque that was around 70 to 80 feet in length hanging above the gate, and there were a few ancient golden characters inscribed on its surface. Han Li focused his gaze on the plaque, and his heart stirred slightly in response to what he saw. Even though he couldn't read this ancient text, it struck him as being rather similar to beveled silver text, so it was most likely golden seal text. Unfortunately, there were extremely few beings in the spirit realm that understood golden seal text, so he hadn't been able to learn it from anywhere. Otherwise, perhaps he'd be able to glean some useful information from this plaque. With that in mind, Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate in front of him before issuing another instruction to the giant ape puppet beside him using his spiritual sense. The puppet immediately stepped forward at his behest, making its way up the stairs, then pressing its hands against the gates of the main palace to try and push it open, just as it had done with the previous palace gate. However, things didn't progress as smoothly on this occasion. As soon as the giant ape puppet's hands came into contact with the mundane-looking gate, a string of dull thunderclaps suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, a devastating aura that threatened to annihilate heaven and earth erupted from the gate. Even though Han Li was over 100 feet away from the gate, he was still quite alarmed by this sudden development, and he immediately conjured up a set of azure and white lightning robes around his body. His upper body then twisted around, and even though his lower body remained completely still, he was somehow able to slide toward the side in a wraith-like manner. Almost at the exact same moment, a burst of dazzling purple light flashed from the gate of the main palace. Arcs of purple lightning then erupted from its surface, hurtling forth several tens of purple lightning snakes. The giant ape puppet was inundated by this purple lightning in a flash, and was instantly reduced to nothingness. However, the arcs of purple lightning showed no signs of stopping there. After destroying the giant ape puppet, they changed directions and surged directly toward Han Li as if they had a mind of their own. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. If there were no flight restrictions in place, he'd naturally be able to unleash his movement techniques to evade this lightning. He immediately let loose a low cry of fury as his suit of devilish armor swelled in size while the patterns on its surface also emerged as if they'd sprung to life, forming countless black runes that clashed with the arcs of purple lightning. Contrary to their appearance, these mundane-looking runes were extremely powerful, and as soon as they clashed with the arcs of purple lightning, both exploded into gusts of scorching black and purple winds that revolved around Han Li in a frenzy. When Han Li finally managed to arrest his momentum and steady himself, not only had the purple arcs of lighting disappeared, the gusts of scorching winds around him had also abruptly vanished. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief and looked down at his suit of heavenly devilish armor with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. That surprise attack wouldn't have been able to kill him, but without this suit of devilish armor, severe injuries would have been unavoidable. Even though he'd managed to survive that ordeal unscathed, he was still left in quite a disheveled state. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as he looked down at the puddle of translucent liquid on the ground with a wistful expression. The crystalline shield had clearly been completely and utterly destroyed, so there was no way for him to possibly repair it. After that, Han Li cast his gaze toward the gate of the main palace in a calm manner, and a hesitant look appeared in his eyes. For such a powerful restriction to have been placed on this gate clearly indicated that there had to be treasures in there that the true immortal owner of this place held in very high regard. Even if he could break such a fearsome restriction, it would definitely take him a long time to do so, and if Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er were to get here during that time, all of his efforts could potentially benefit them instead. As such, it simply wasn't worth it for him to persist with this main palace. Having made up his mind, Han Li immediately turned away without any hesitation and strode along a nearby path toward the closest side palace. Even if restrictions had also been set up on these side palaces, they definitely wouldn't be as fearsome as the one on the main palace, so there was a good chance that he'd be able to break them in a short time. As he traveled rapidly toward a side palace, he swept a sleeve through the air, and a ball of azure light flew out from within as he summoned another giant ape puppet. Having learned his lesson from last time, Han Li summoned this puppet very close to the ground so it wasn't as heavily affected by the flight restriction. Thus, the second puppet made a smooth landing before passing Han Li as it rushed toward the side palace. Han Li followed along behind it in an expressionless manner, and no further mishaps occurred along the way as the two of them arrived safely before the side palace. Aside from the fact that this side palace was only around a third of the size of the main palace, the two were completely identical in appearance. It simply seemed to be a scaled-down version of the main palace, and there was also a plaque above the gate with golden seal text inscribed upon it. Han Li's eyelids twitched involuntarily at the sight of the mundane-looking gate, and after a brief pause, he retreated until he was around 400 feet away from the gate before finally drawing to a halt. After that, he raised a hand to produce several talismans, all of which he quickly plastered onto his own body. Several layers of protective spiritual light of different colors instantly appeared in quick succession. Immediately thereafter, Han Li made a hand seal with each of his hands, and golden lightning began to flash within both of his sleeves. After adopting all of these defensive measures, Han Li transmitted an instruction to the puppet using his spiritual sense with a grim expression on his face. The place appeared to be a Buddhist temple. The area wasn't small. There was even a small gate to either side, each a passage to a different area. Han Li quickly swept his gaze past the large hall and eventually looked at the two rows of wooden cabinets. The wooden cabinets were white as snow and faintly released threads of icy chi. They were made from the snow wood famous throughout the spirit realm. The wood was an ideal material to refine ice-attributed treasures, but here it was being used as the material for a common cabinet. This was so extravagant, it left Han Li speechless. The cabinets had a dozen various colored tools laid on top of them. From a distance he could see scepters, alms bowls, small bells and other items. Han Li narrowed his eyes and his spiritual senses swept past the objects. After a brief moment of shock, delight beamed from his face. The tools possessed astonishing spiritual chi, every one of them a top-grade half-finished treasure. If the original master refined them fully, they would be considered common spirit treasures at the very least, if not divine spirit treasures. Most importantly, from the outer appearance of the treasures, he knew they were obscure treasures of extraordinary abilities. Even if he spent the effort to truly refine them completely, their effectiveness would still be as powerful as treasures refined by their original master. In this case they could be considered top-grade treasures of the spirit realm. Han Li shook his sleeve and suddenly, a wave of azure mist flew out and swept over the area, sweeping up every last treasure. After acquiring so many powerful treasures, Han Li felt delighted. After looking past the hall once more, he slowly lowered his head and looked at one of the mats several times. Suddenly, he let out a yelp as if he discovered something. He immediately swiped his hand out the ground. Whoosh! The mat silently entered his grasp. Not only did he find it flexible as water and numbing to the touch, but he sensed a wave of spiritual chi suddenly blow past him. This is... Han Li's eye flickered. The mat was clearly refined from some sort of spirit grass. It survived an unknown number of years, yet it was still brimming with spiritual chi. His expression stirred as if he had discovered something. Suddenly, he placed the mat underneath his nose and took a sniff, catching a faintly fishy scent. Han Li's face turned off and he flipped his other hand. In an azure flash, a meter-long sword appeared in his hand. He flung it at the mat and shook his wrist, chopping at it with a streak of sword light. An astonishing scene occurred. The sword light sliced atop the mat with seemingly unstoppable force and entered several inches deep before being firmly deflected. Yellow light roamed across the surface of the light and restored the cut damage from the sword. The grass alone had blocked the strike from the bamboo cloud's warm sword. Han Li flipped the mat several times and muttered, "This must be the legendary cloth armor grass. It is a truly fantastical item. The grass by itself is capable of blocking the strikes of blade-type magic treasures. If turned into armor, it'll be a top-grade defense. It is a pity that it's deeply vulnerable to fire-attributed attack. This is truly an immortal's residence. They use such a vastly important material as a mere mat. Since he's discovered the mat's value, he naturally wouldn't leave it there." He promptly stretched out a pitch-black palm from his sleeve and he casually grasped towards the ground. A gray wave of light soon rolled across it. As gray light flickered, hundreds of mats silently vanished from the ground, sweeping the entire hall clear. When his spiritual sense swept through the storage pouch and saw the mats neatly arranged, he nodded with satisfaction. Since the grass has long been extinct in the spirit realm, the mats alone made the trip worth it. With that thought, Han Li let out a long sigh and took a deep breath. For some reason he felt the scent of the sandalwood seemed to have grown denser. Sandalwood. He suddenly turned his head and his eyes lit up as he quickly looked at the incense burner at the corner of the room. The incense stick in the burner was burned halfway and its color was a faint yellow. It was unknown how long it was placed there. Han Li's brow stirred and he took large strides towards the corner. But before he arrived, he had already looked at the incense burner with his spiritual sense and immediately frowned. Surprisingly, the incense burner was made out of common bronze. It couldn't be considered a magic tool. Han Li blinked and he already walked in front of the incense burner. He then lowered his head and looked at the remaining third of the burning incense stick. A rich scent was leaking from the stick. The stick appeared to be more than meets the eye. From its appearance, it was no different from a common incense stick. But since it was able to retain a dense fragrance after so much time had passed, it must be extraordinary. Han Li looked at it for a long while and his face turned grim. He raised his hand and reached out to extinguish the burning incense, but before he touched it, spiritual light flashed and a layer of azure light wrapped around his fingers. With extreme care he put out the tip of the burning incense and nothing happened. However, Han Li's expression still remained odd. He sternly looked at the incense several more times and took a long sniff before wearing a pensive face. Suddenly he flicked his finger and red light flashed. A rice-sized star shot out from his fingertips and struck the end of the incense stick. As the light faded away, the incense wasn't reignited. Han Li narrowed his eyes, faintly betraying a trace of excitement. He flicked his finger again and a crimson fireball shot out from the tip of his finger. It floated motionlessly in the air. When the fireball struck the end of the incense stick, he stared in silence. As a result, the scorching flames hadn't burned the incense stick in the slightest. As expected, it's the serene black ice incense. It wards off one's inner demons when breaking through to the body integration stage. When Han Li saw this, he wore a face of delight. He promptly flipped his hand and a pure white jade box appeared in his hand. He carefully put the stick into his hand. Afterwards, his body shifted as he looked for the other half-burned incense stick at the other corners of the hall. With that said, he summoned a jade box in his hand with a flicker and it completely vanished. Afterwards, Han Li took another look throughout the hall. It was a pity there were many things there to begin with. Apart from the shrine and the withered spirit fruits offered to the shrine, there was nothing else. With that, he eventually took a look at the shrine. Purple light shimmered from the shrine and it appeared 3 meters tall. The interior was very simple. There was a small door that separated the rectangular room into 2 sections. The outer section was the larger one of the two, and it was clearly a guest hall, which was completely empty aside from a simple table and some chairs as well as a tea set. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over these items to find that the materials used for them were all quite precious, but they were completely useless to him. Thus, he continued onward without pause, stepping into the inner section, which appeared to be a bedroom. There were slightly more items in this room. Aside from a faint green jade bed, there was also a rectangular desk, upon which were placed several writing brushes, a faint red ink stone, and a pile of thin snowy white silk-like sheets. Han Li's raised an eyebrow as he strode over to the desk. He picked up the writing brushes and inkstone one after another before giving them a quick inspection, but he then shook his head before putting them down again. After that, he reached out to grab the thin silk sheets before gently spreading them open, only to find that they were completely blank and devoid of any writing. Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon seeing this. He placed the silk sheets back to their original spot, then carefully swept his spiritual sense through the entire room again to make sure that he wasn't missing anything before immediately departing. This was clearly the living quarters for a disciple, so he didn't have high hopes that he would discover anything useful here anyway. As such, he naturally wasn't going to linger here for too long. Furthermore, there were over 10 rooms that were similar to this one, and he was on a tight schedule so he couldn't conduct thorough investigations of all of these rooms. Thus, Han Li quickly searched through the dozen or so rooms, but didn't reap any worthwhile rewards for his efforts aside from a few jade slips, which had an unknown ancient scripture inscribed upon them. These jade slips had only been casually placed on a bedside table, so they most likely weren't important anyway. Han Li had only picked them up as an afterthought, thinking that he could perhaps glean some useful information from them if he were to decipher this ancient text someday. After all, he was very curious about everything in the true immortal realm. He returned to the main hall with his puppet, then immediately strode through the side door on the other wall. After passing through another passageway, Han Li found himself standing in front of another orderly row of cabins. These cabins were completely different from the rooms he'd just visited. Each cabin was completely square and angular in shape with a small door and no windows. Furthermore, all of the cabins were completely independent from one another, with a distance of over 100 feet between each cabin. What especially drew Han Li's attention was that the surfaces of these cabins were all shimmering with silver light and inscribed with faint silver runes, which were none other than the beveled silver text that he was now extremely familiar with. Han Li stared at these cabins for a while before finally ascertaining that these were secret chambers specifically designated for cultivation. This was quite an encouraging discovery to him, as it was very possible that there could be things left behind in these secret chambers by the people who had cultivated inside them in the past. However, a slightly grave look then appeared on his face at the sight of the finely inscribed silver runes on the doors of the cabins. Generally speaking, restrictions and formations that were set up on secret chambers were ones that isolated sound and kept out spiritual sense. However, with the terrifying ordeal he had suffered at the gate of the main palace earlier, he naturally wasn't going to take things lightly. On this occasion he didn't spur on his giant ape puppet to test anything. Instead, he set up a few layers of defenses over his own body, then swept a sleeve directly toward the stone door of one of the secret chambers. A small azure sword shot forth, then transformed into an azure streak of light that was around 10 feet in length before striking the door in a vicious manner. He was immediately resorting to brute force to try and force his way through the restrictions on the door. Brilliant silver light radiated from the door, and a crisp ringing sound erupted from within the secret chamber. The silver light appeared to be quite ordinary, but it was able to keep out his azure bamboo cloud's warm sword. It was as if the streak of sword chi had struck a body of water, and was completely unable to break through the silver light. It was only able to slowly wear down the spiritual light. However, Han Li was quite relieved to see this. Just he had expected, the restrictions on the door weren't capable of retaliation. Furthermore, they were most likely restrictions of a very low caliber in the true immortal realm. That made sense, considering that this was a row of a dozen or so secret cultivation chambers lined up next to one another. Why would anyone set up powerful restrictions on this cluster of buildings? With that in mind, he no longer hesitated as he flipped a hand over to produce a tiny black mountain that was around several inches tall, then tossed it forward. The mountain immediately expanded to around 10 feet in size amid a flash of black light, then struck the silver light in a vicious manner. The restriction on the door was clearly unable to withstand such an enormous impact, and the clear ringing sound immediately cut off while the silver light instantly dissipated. Azure light flashed, and the stone door was sliced in half by the azure sword chi before the two halves of the door fell to either side. Han Li stowed away his treasures before quickly striding into the room. The secret chamber was only around 70 to 80 feet in size, and the interior was completely empty aside from a futon that had also been woven from cloth armor grass. As such, there wasn't even any need for him to use his spiritual sense to detect anything. Thus, he could only heave a faint sigh and exit this secret chamber after picking up the futon. However, there were many such secret chambers in this area, so he wasn't actually all that disappointed. He used the same method to break through one stone door after another before entering the secret chambers, only to quickly emerge empty-handed every time. After breaking into 6 secret chambers in a row, Han Li still hadn't discovered anything of note, and he was internally lamenting his bad luck. At the same time, his expectations for the remaining secret chambers had also dwindled significantly. However, after the door of the 7th secret chamber was broken amid a resounding boom, his eyes immediately lit up as he strode into the chamber. This secret chamber was slightly different from its previous counterparts. Not only was there a table and chairs in the room, there were also 3 jade boxes of different sizes on the tables, as well as a pair of small vials. Furthermore, the thing that drew his attention the most was a piece of shimmering golden artwork that was hanging on the wall. This piece of artwork was radiating dazzling golden light, rendering him unable to glean its true contents. Han Li closed his eyes momentarily before abruptly opening them again, and blue light flashed within his pupils, allowing him to peer through the golden light. Immediately thereafter, his expression faltered slightly as he discovered that the piece of artwork was filled with countless golden flying swords of an identical style. These flying swords had been depicted in all sizes and positions, with the largest ones resembling gigantic heaven-splitting swords that struck him with the feeling that there were several hundred feet in length. In contrast, the smallest of these swords were only around an inch in length each, yet all of the patterns on the swords were extremely clear, as if they were right before his eyes. The presence of so many golden swords should have made the artwork extremely cluttered and chaotic, making one unable to discern one sword from another, but each and every flying sword on the piece of artwork was extremely lifelike, and they all possessed different auras that made them easily discernible from their counterparts. Han Li was quite elated to see this bizarre myriad sword artwork, and he stared intently at it as he remained still on the spot. However, only a brief moment had passed before Han Li suddenly gave a muffled groan and retreated a few steps as if he had been dealt a heavy blow by some kind of invisible power. He immediately twisted his own head away to remove his gaze from the artwork, not daring to inspect it any longer. At the same time, an unnatural flush appeared on his face. What powerful spiritual sense. It feels like I was actually being attacked by flying swords. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also proficient in using flying swords and possess a powerful spiritual sense of my own, my spiritual sense would have been severely damaged just now. Han Li's spiritual power rapidly circulated within his own meridians for a few cycles, following which his bodily condition returned to normal, but he still wore a stunned look on his face. However, after he calmed himself down, he immediately flipped a hand over to produce a stack of talismans of different colors. He then raised his hand, and the dozen or so talismans shot forth one after another, disappearing into the myriad sword artwork after just a few flashes. A peculiar scene then ensued. Rune projections of all types of different colors emerged from the surface of the artwork, enshrouding the golden light before rapidly shrinking. Under the pressure being exerted by these runes, the golden light emanating from the artwork began to reluctantly shrink as well before finally completely vanishing in the end. The rune projections then instantly reverted back into their talisman forms before plastering themselves firmly onto the piece of artwork. As a result, the auras being exuded by the sword artwork were instantly restricted, reducing it to an ordinary piece of artwork. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion with one hand. The sword artwork was forcibly wrenched off the wall before landing in his grasp. Faint azure light flashed, and the artwork instantly rolled itself up into a scroll before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Han Li heave a faint sigh of relief. He didn't know if this myriad sword artwork had been created by the owner of this place, but even after taking only a brief glance at it, he could sense that this artwork was extremely profound and seemed to be imbued with some kind of mysterious cultivation method. It seemed to be a powerful sword art, but also like some kind of spiritual sense secret technique, but further inspection would be required before he could arrive at a definitive conclusion. After that, he strode over to the table, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light. The azure light instantly removed the lids of the jade boxes and small vials, but Han's brows immediately furrowed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense into those containers. There were several talismans in each of the 3 jade boxes, upon which were inscribed extremely complex beveled silver text runes. However, the spiritual chi within the talismans had also dissipated, rendering them completely useless. As for the 2 small vials, they were completely empty with only faint traces of spirit liquid left behind within them. It appeared that these 2 small vials had contained some kind of spirit liquid in the past, but the liquids had since dried up due to lackluster storage conditions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li decided to stow away all of the talismans. These talismans were very different from the talismans on the golden jade tome that he possessed, so it would be a worthwhile endeavor for him to study and replicate the talismans. After that, he searched through the entirety of this secret chamber, but didn't make any further notable discoveries. Thus, he immediately exited this secret chamber before breaking into all of the remaining chambers one after another, but these ones were also completely empty. After he emerged from the final secret chamber, he immediately rushed back the same way he had come without any pause. Not long after that, Han Li appeared on the platform outside the gate of the side palace. He then glanced at the mountain paths leading to the other two side palaces and the main palace, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. At this point, Shi Kun and Lu Shui'er were most likely close to reaching the mountain summit. However, the illusionary formation on the plaza was extremely potent, and unless the two of them had some special tricks up their sleeves, they definitely wouldn't be able to pass through it in a short time. Even so, there wouldn't be too much time left for him, and he would only have a chance to search through one more place at most. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze began to wander back and forth between the two side palaces, and he was struggling to make a decision. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to him. One of the side palaces was surrounded by lush greenery and enshrouded under a burst of rich wood attribute spiritual qi. Furthermore, the gentle breeze blowing over from that direction was intermingled with a faint medicinal aroma, and Han Li couldn't help but denounce himself for being an idiot. A medicine garden was a mandatory fixture for all cultivators' cave abodes. This place was left behind by an immortal, so there had to be a medicine garden here as well. Regardless of how valuable to other treasures here were, how could they compare to spirit medicines that could only be found in the true immortal realm? With his mysterious small vial, he could nurture any spirit medicine he found here at an extraordinary rate, so spirit medicines would be far more valuable to him than any other treasure that he could find here. From the spiritual qi wafting through the air in the distance, it was quite clear that the medicine garden lay in that direction. With that in mind, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately rushed toward the area behind the main palace as a streak of azure light with his giant ape puppet in hot pursuit. With Han Li's insanely fearsome physical constitution, it only took him around 10 minutes to reach the cluster of buildings behind the main palace. He didn't know the exact location of the medicine garden, but it was very easy to identify where the wood attribute spiritual qi in the area was richest. He completely disregarded the other buildings that he passed by along the way and arrived on a patch of flat ground between three pavilions after just a few flashes. There was a garden that was several acres in size here, and this was none other than the source of the faint medicinal aroma. However, the entire medicine garden was completely surrounded by 5 purplish golden pillars and enshrouded under a 5-colored light barrier. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. It was quite apparent that this was a large formation that would be far more troublesome to break through than the simple restrictions on the doors of the secret chambers from before. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he made a hand seal with one hand before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. A clear cry rang out from within the silver flames, and the silver fireball transformed into a small silver bird. It was none other than his spirit-engulfing fire raven. This fire raven was capable of devouring all types of spirit flames and spiritual powers, so it was naturally extremely proficient in breaking through restrictions like this one. Go! Han Li immediately instructed as he pointed at the 5-colored light barrier before him. The silver fire raven instantly spread its wings and shot forth as a ball of silver light at his behest. Boom! The 5-colored light barrier swayed slightly, immediately following which silver flames and 5-colored light intertwined with another amid a string of successive explosions. Flames danced around the silver fire raven's body, and those flames shot forth in all directions, devouring all of the 5-colored light that came into contact with it. Mere moments later, the light barrier had become noticeably thinner, and Han Li was ecstatic to see this. It appeared that this restriction that was left behind by an immortal was going to be far easier to break through than he'd anticipated. Just as he was about to spur on the fire raven to unleash more of its power, a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the 5 surrounding purplish golden pillars. Immediately thereafter, brilliant 5-colored spiritual light erupted, and pillars of light surged forth before injecting themselves into the light barrier. Light instantly flashed from the thinning light barrier, and it immediately returned to its former density. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this. He immediately made a series of hand seals while chanting something before abruptly uttering the word, expand, in a firm manner. A vicious light flashed through the spirit-engulfing fire raven's eyes, and it spread its wings before rising up into the air. It was originally only around a foot in size, but its body rapidly expanded, and it only took mere moments for it to swell to around 10 feet in size. The giant silver fire raven let loose a loud cry before flapping its huge wings downward in a violent manner. Countless silver feathers were sent flying through the air before transforming into fireballs that crashed down in a torrential barrage. A resounding boom immediately rang out across the heavens, and scorching flames completely inundated the entire light barrier down below. The 5 pillars were still constantly injecting spiritual power of the 5 elements into the light barrier, but that still couldn't prevent it from quaking violently. The massive silver bird withdrew its wings upon seeing this before transforming into a massive fireball amid a flash of brilliant silver light, then came crashing down from above like a shooting star. An earth-shattering boom erupted, and the 5-colored light barrier was finally unable to hold itself together any longer, shattering into countless pieces. A hint of elation flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he was preparing himself to immediately rush into the medicine garden in the instant that the light barrier completely crumbled. However, his thought process proved to be too simple in the end. All of a sudden, the pillars of light erupting from the 5 purplish-golden pillars vanished, and in the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out as arcs of purple lightning emerged. Han Li's expression immediately darkened significantly at the sight of this purple lightning. He glanced at the crumbling 5-colored light barrier and gritted his teeth, but instead of taking evasive measures, black chi surged forth from his body, and his suit of heavenly devilish armor appeared again. He injected his spiritual power into the suit of armor in a frenzy, and countless black runes shot forth from the surface of the armor, revolving around his body to form a protective barrier. Thunderclaps erupted as countless thin golden arcs of lightning sprang forth, forming a net of lightning that acted as an additional protective barrier around him. Immediately thereafter, he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a stack of talismans instantly appeared before surging toward his body. Light flashed, and several layers of light barriers of different colors emerged outside of the lightning net. Right at this moment, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to hurl forth his extreme essence-fused mountain. The mountain instantly swelled to over 100 feet in size at his behest before positioning itself in front of him like a giant shield. These arcs of purple lightning were indeed extremely fearsome, but surely they wouldn't be able to melt through this mountain. Almost in the exact same instant that Han Li completed all of these defensive measures, an enormous thunderclap erupted from each of the 5 purplish-golden pillars in unison. 5 bolts of purple lightning that were each as thick as large bowls surged forth before converging midway to form a massive ball of lightning that was around 5 feet in diameter. The ball of lightning then hurled directly toward Han Li with unstoppable force, and his expression darkened even further at the sight of its astonishing mass. However, he continued to remain still on the spot as he let loose a low cry before abruptly thrusting a palm toward the black mountain up ahead. The silver runes on the surface of the mountain immediately flashed, and a layer of gray light swept forth from the mountain directly toward the purple ball of lightning. In the next instant, the two clashed and a resounding boom rang out. The gray light barrier only managed to stall the lightning ball for a moment before being split apart. This didn't come as much of a surprise to Han Li. After all, the divine essence-fused light was quite profound, but it was only effective against 5 elemental power, so it naturally failed to have much of an effect on the secret lightning power from the true immortal realm. Thus, the purple ball of lightning continued onward and crashed directly into the black mountain. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. His current extreme essence-fused mountain had more than just divine essence-fused light as its ability. Azure light suddenly flashed from his palm, which was pressed against the mountain face, and an incantation seal was injected into the mountain. A silver rune immediately drifted out of the mountain before transforming into several fist-sized black holes that appeared in front of the mountain. The purple lightning ball crashed into these black holes in a flash, but passed through without any impediment. Han Li's expression stiffened slightly, but he could clearly see that in the instant that the lightning ball passed through the black holes, its diameter, which was originally around 5 feet, was reduced by over a third. However, before he had a chance to think about anything else, the lightning ball struck the black mountain amid an earth-shattering boom. Brilliant purple light erupted from the lightning ball, and 2 purple lightning snakes suddenly skirted around the giant mountain on either side, then hurtled directly toward Han Li as if they had minds of their own. The outermost layers of light barriers were instantly destroyed upon making contact with the purple lightning snakes, unable to offer any impediment. Han Li's eyelids twitched violently upon seeing this, but he suddenly waved a hand forward. The golden lightning net around his body instantly shot forth amid a rumbling thunderclap, hurtling directly toward the two bolts of purple lightning. Right at this moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and as soon as Hanli heard this sound, he immediately rushed off to the side, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The five-colored light barrier had finally been completely shattered by the silver fire raven's ferocious assault, but as the purple and golden lightning intertwined, the two bolts of purple lightning suddenly exploded. Purple light instantly completely inundated the golden light, and the enormous force of the explosion swept up a scorching tornado that was interspersed with countless traces of purple lightning. The tornado then swept up Han Li's body in a flash, and his expression abruptly changed as he was forced to stop on the spot. A resounding boom rang out as black runes abruptly exploded, transforming into bursts of black chi that intertwined with the purple lightning. Both powers exploded into nothingness. In the next instant, a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged from within the black chi. The projection waved its arms through the air, and countless balls of golden light erupted from its 6 palms, forcing the tornado into a state of near collapse. A startling commotion rang out as black light suddenly flashed from the tips of the sharp spikes on Han Li's suit of devilish armor, following which pillars of black light that were as thick as human thumbs shot forth. The tornado was finally completely destroyed by these two types of attacks amid an anguished wail, and Han Li rushed toward the medicine garden again. However, right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the 5 purple pillars, and light flashed violently as the shattered light barrier above the medicine garden instantly repaired itself. Han Li wanted to arrest his own momentum, but it was already too late, and he plunged headfirst into the 5-colored light. Loud thunderclaps rang out from all around him again, and lightning flashed from the surfaces of the 5 pillars. Bolts of purple lightning shot forth before transforming into purple lighting snakes that surged toward him amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. Han Li's face immediately paled slightly upon seeing this. As his body was swept up by the 5-colored light, the surrounding space instantly became as hard as iron and steel. At the same time, a burst of enormous force came crashing down onto his body, completely immobilizing him. The 5 purple lightning snakes continued to hurtle toward him amid alarming thunderclaps, and Han Li was instantly plunged into life-threatening danger. However, he was certainly no ordinary being, and in the next instant, the pale complexion of his face vanished. A frosty look then appeared in his eyes as he let loose a cold harumph, and golden light flashed from his body as the Provenance True Devil projection appeared again. However, on this occasion, it was vastly different from how it had been before. The projection itself was glowing with scintillating light, and it was as if a layer of golden paint had been applied to it, making it resemble a golden deity statue. This was none other than the golden body that Han Li had recently successfully cultivated. Right at this moment, Han Li opened his mouth, and a ball of black light was expelled from within. The ball of black light then vanished into the golden body in a flash as a burst of black chi. A hint of intelligence suddenly appeared in the wooden eyes of one of the projection's 3 heads, and a layer of black chi surfaced from its face. The massive golden body then positioned itself in front of Han Li in a flash, and at this point the purple lightning arcs had already arrived. However, the golden body remained completely unfazed as it swept 5 of its hands toward the arcs of purple lightning without any hesitation. Following a string of dull rumbling booms, 5 golden pillars of light shot forth from the projection's 5 palms to meet the arcs of lightning. The golden light and purple lightning instantly clashed not far away, and despite the immense power of the purple lightning, close to half of it was still eradicated by the pillars of light. However, the pillars of light had also vanished as a result of the clash. As such, Han Li should be able to escape this perilous situation if he were to control his golden body to unleash another wave of the same attacks. However, the remnants of the arcs of lightning didn't afford him this opportunity. Another string of loud thunderclaps rang out, and the purple lightning snakes abruptly appeared right in front of Han Li before crashing down in a vicious manner. However, in this dire situation, all of the arms of Han Li's golden body suddenly blurred, and they instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, the 5 arcs of purple lightning shuddered and were caught by 5 golden hands, which had appeared out of thin air without any warning. The fingers on the 5 hands closed in on one another, and the arcs of lightning were crushed into nothingness amid a few thunderclaps. Countless threads of lightning shot forth, and a small portion of them struck the golden body, but they merely vanished in a flash without being able to inflict any harm onto the golden body. However, thunderclaps were ringing out relentlessly from the 5 pillars in the distance, and 5 more arcs of lightning instantly appeared, looking as if they were going to hurtle toward Han Li again. Thankfully, this brief delay was enough for Han Li to formulate some countermeasures. With this powerful body and multitude of abilities, there was no way that this restriction would actually be enough to trap him. Thus, he immediately began to rapidly chant something, and black light swirled over his suit of devilish armor. His body then suddenly swelled drastically, and a layer of thick and coarse golden fur suddenly appeared over his skin. Blue light flashed from his eyes, and a pair of tusks protruded out of either side of his mouth. He had transformed into a giant ape that was over 100 feet tall. The extreme essence-fused mountain hadn't been enlarged to its maximal extent, so it wasn't in its absolute heaviest possible state, but it still weighed over 50,000 kilograms. After being hurled through the air, an extremely piercing screeching sound immediately rang out. The black mountain instantly transformed into a black shadow, leaving a trail of white gale force winds in its wake. At the same time, a massive white mark also flashed through the mountain before abruptly appearing in mid-air. From a distance, it could be seen that the white mark was twisting and warping relentlessly, and there were bursts of powerful spatial fluctuations emanating from within it. It was as if a spatial rift were gradually taking shape, and that was sufficient testament to the tremendous force with which the giant ape had hurled the mountain. The mountain was hurtling directly toward one of the 5 purple pillars, and arcs of lightning instantly erupted from that pillar. Several purple arcs of lightning were released to attack the gargantuan oncoming projectile, but they were unable to slow down the black mountain, even in the slightest. In the next instant, the black mountain flew through the arcs of purple lightning before crashing viciously into the pillar. Purple and black light flashed, and an earth-shattering boom instantly rang out. A ball of piercing black, gray and purple ball of 3-colored light instantly erupted from the pillar. The ball of light was like a scintillating 3-colored sun that forced the onlooker to avert their gaze. However, blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, allowing it to look directly at the ball of light and clearly glean what lay within it. The giant ape then immediately raised an arm, then made a grabbing motion with its huge furry hand toward the ball of light in the distance before quickly flipping its hand over. Spatial fluctuations erupted from above its palm, and an object appeared in a flash before landing on the giant ape's hand. It was none other than the black mountain that had just been hurled through the air. The surface of the mountain was still pitch black and completely unscathed, and just that alone was a clear indication of how extraordinarily hard it was. After recovering the black mountain, the giant ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar before swinging its arm forward and launching the mountain forward again. On this occasion, the mountain was sent flying toward another purple pillar. Thus, another responding explosion rang out as the mountain struck that second pillar. The same ball of scintillating light erupted forth, and at this point the light radiating from the first pillar had already receded, thereby revealing its current state. The purple pillar was originally over 100 feet tall, yet it had now been reduced to less than half its original height, and there were purple shards that resembled both a stone and a metallic material strewn all over the nearby ground. The pillars had been forged through some mysterious unknown methods, but they definitely weren't as hard as an extraordinary treasure like the extreme essence-fused mountain. After all, this was a mountain that had been born from the energy of heaven and earth, and it was extremely resolute to begin with. Furthermore, it had been infused with that unknown grayish-white stone block, then underwent a second refinement using a refinement secret technique from the true immortal realm. Even if Han Li wanted to destroy it himself, he would have only been able to do so by using his spirit flame to melt it away bit by bit. On top of that, the mountain had been hurled using the devastating power of Han Li's giant mountain ape form, and if the pillars could still remain standing even in the face of such an attack, then Han Li would have immediately turned around and departed, as any further efforts expended to break the pillars would only be a waste of time and energy. Thus, Han Li hurled the extreme essence-fused mountain as a projectile on 5 successive occasions, destroying large sections of all of the 5 purple pillars. Without the support of the pillars, the 5-colored light barrier above the medicine garden was no match for the silver fire raven, and it was quickly completely devoured. The giant golden ape immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and golden light flashed from its body as it shrank down again while its fur receded. Han Li returned to his original form in the blink of an eye amid a flash of spiritual light, undoing his giant mountain ape transformation. He glanced at what remained of the pillars, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He had only fused with the true spirit blood of the giant mountain ape just recently, and he didn't expect this transformation to imbue him with such enormous power. It seemed that this transformation suited him better than the other few types of transformations that he had mastered. After all, his other true spirit transformations only gave him a few extra abilities or allowed him to sense and draw upon more of the world's origin chi, but none of them were able to dramatically enhance the power of his physical body like this giant mountain ape transformation could. If he had known from the beginning that this transformation would have been so effective, there would have been no need for him to waste time and take these risks. He could have just adopted this transformation from the get-go and destroyed the restriction through brute force. As expected of the true immortal realm, just the restriction placed over a mere medicine garden here was so difficult to bypass. After emerging from the plaza in front of the main palace, the restrictive power from the ground still existed, but it seemed to have abated significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hurl his extreme essence-fused mountain very far, even in his giant ape form. With that in mind, Hanli didn't hesitate any longer as he rushed directly toward the gate of the medicine garden. After the five-colored light barrier was destroyed, everything within the medicine garden was revealed to him. The garden wasn't very large, but there was abundant wood attribute spiritual chi and the strong fragrance of spirit medicine surging toward him. As such, even though he hadn't yet made his way into the medicine garden, he knew that he had most likely made the right decision in coming here, and that he would definitely reap bountiful rewards. The entire medicine garden was surrounded by a low fence that was constructed from some kind of green vines. The gate of the garden consisted of two extremely simple boards that were only around 30 feet tall, and they were slightly ajar. Through the gaps in the fence, Hanli could roughly see what lay within the medicine garden from afar. The side of the medicine garden that was facing him was quite flat, and the spirit medicines planted there were all short ones that were less than half a foot tall. Hanli focused his gaze and ascertained what lay at the forefront patch of the medicine garden. The spirit medicines in this area of the medicine garden all had faint yellow leaves, but at their centers were thumb-sized fruits that were thin and pointy, bearing a resemblance to the red chili peppers of the human world. These fruits were emanating red light, and from a distance, they appeared to be miniature thumb-sized lamps that were quite endearing to behold. This entire section of the medicine garden was filled exclusively by this type of spirit medicine, so it was quite apparent that the owner of the garden held this medicine in very high regard. After ascertaining the appearances of these spirit medicines and their fruits, many thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. He had a feeling that he had read about this type of spirit medicine in the past, but he was unable to recall exactly what it was. Thus, he strode into the medicine garden with a contemplative look on his face. Just as he passed through the wooden gate, he was suddenly struck by a moment of enlightenment and finally recalled what this type of spirit medicine was. He had read about it in a very ancient tome back in the scattered star seas of the human world, and these spirit medicines were completely identical to the description in the records, so there was no mistaking it. He suddenly paused at the entrance to the medicine garden and cast his gaze toward this patch of spirit medicines, of which there were over 100. A peculiar look appeared on his face, and this seemed to be accompanied by a hint of a wry smile. So these are red silk fruits. Such aged red silk fruits would most likely be regarded as great treasures, even by immortals if they're avid alcoholics, Hanli murmured to himself. That's right, this peculiar spirit fruit was the main ingredient for brewing a certain type of extremely delectable spirit wine. Most of the cultivators in the scattered star seas would very likely be aware of red silk immortal wine to a certain extent. The rumors in the human world stated that this wine was something that only immortals would have the pleasure of tasting. Furthermore, it seemed that this wine was very vastly renowned, even in the immortal realm, and not just any immortal could drink it at will. There were many incredible legends about this type of wine, not just in the scattered star seas, but even in the human territories of the scattered star seas. However, regardless of the contents of these legends, the one overall consensus was that this wine was a rare delicacy even in the heavens among the gods. There were even some ignorant mortals who proclaimed that taking just a single sip of this spirit wine would bestow upon one enormous powers, and allow them to ascend straight to the true immortal realm. Hanli had seen relevant tomes regarding this wine, and he was naturally aware that something like that was impossible. The main reason behind this wine's scintillating reputation primarily lay in its rich and delectable flavor, and it was extremely difficult to find wine of its equal in all of the three realms. After taking a sip of this wine, its delectable flavor would remain in the drinker's mouth for over 10 days, and if one were to consume an entire flagon of this wine, they would fall completely into an inebriated state and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, even if they were an immortal. Upon their awakening, they would become infatuated with this wine and constantly try to seek out more. Of course, regular consumption of this wine could slowly enhance one's physical constitution and also extend one's lifespan to a certain degree. As for the potency of these effects, that was something that was only known to the heavens. Most of these beneficial effects applied to low-grade cultivators or mortals, but despite this, even the avid wine consumers among immortals regarded this wine as a brilliant treasure. As such, it couldn't be said that these red silk fruits were completely useless, but for one such as Han Li who rarely ever drank wine, these fruits were indeed rather redundant. Thankfully, there was another point mentioned in the tome that he had read. The richness and efficacy of red silk immortal wine were related, in large part, to the age of the red silk fruit that had been used to brew it. As such, red silk immortal wine was ranked in several grades depending on the age of the red silk fruit used, and red silk fruit was a plant that only flowered once every 1,000 years, and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. The plant was also very difficult to nurture and was very prone to dying. Hence, it required dedicated care and attention day and night, and only after it bore fruit would it be able to survive without any supervision. As such, those who didn't enjoy drinking wine definitely wouldn't put in the effort to plant this type of spirit fruit. Even the immortals who valued wine on par with their lives would have to consider whether it was worth expending so much time and effort just to procure this fruit. This medicine garden had most likely existed since ancient times, and it seemed that no one had picked these red silk fruits ever since they had come into existence. Countless years had to have passed since their fruition, and one could only imagine the age and medicinal efficacy of these fruits. If he could use these fruits to brew red silk immortal wine, perhaps he would be blessed with some kind of unexpected miraculous effect. Even if they weren't particularly useful to him, he could sell the red silk immortal wine that he brewed using these fruits to those who enjoyed wine, and he would definitely be able to secure an astronomical sum for them. With that in mind, Han Li's expression finally eased slightly. Instead of immediately harvesting these spirit fruits, he continued on toward the nearby patches of the medicine garden, and there were 2 other types of spirit herbs that had also been planted en masse nearby. One of them resembled ordinary grass, but there were faint golden lines running through the green blades of grass. The spirit plant was emanating a rich, refreshing fragrance, and was as smooth and comfortable to the touch as warm jade. In contrast, the other type of spirit plant was completely different. These spirit plants were around half a foot tall with chaotic, crisscrossing branches and leaves. All of the plants were extremely colorful, and each of them bore several blackish-purple fruits. The surfaces of these fruits were filled with indentations, as well as spots of all colors, and they were truly hideous to behold. However, there were many of these spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden, which was why they had attracted Han Li's attention. Unfortunately, Han Li only managed to identify the latter type of these 2 spirit medicines, and he had no clue what that grass-like spirit medicine was. Even so, he was still currently ecstatic. This hideous spirit medicine was none other than the corrosive poison weed, which he had read about in a medicine tome back in Deep Heaven City. This type of spirit plant had already been extinct in the spirit realm for over 1 million years, and as the name suggested, it contained extremely potent poison. It was said that even a body integration being would be at serious risk of death if they were to consume parts of this plant. Coincidentally, the potent poison contained within the stems and fruits of these plants were mandatory ingredients for refining over 10 types of top-tier spirit medicines, including a few types of spirit pills that could directly facilitate breakthroughs for those at the body integration stage, and this was the main factor behind the corrosive poisonweed's extinction in the spirit realm. Another factor behind this was the fact that it was impossible to transport and transfer this type of plant. No matter what kind of method was used, if this spirit plant were to be transferred and planted in an alternate environment, it would inevitably be reduced to a puddle of useless black water within a few years. As for nurturing new plants from seeds, no one had ever succeeded in doing this in the spirit realm. As such, this type of spirit plant was harvested into extinction after just a few tens of thousands of years following the discovery of its medicinal efficacy, and no one had discovered any of these plants ever since. Within this area of the medicine garden alone, there were around 70 to 80 of these spirit plants, and it was undoubtedly the case that all of them had been growing for countless years. If he were to use these spirits plants to refine his pills, their efficacy would definitely be significantly enhanced, so Han Li was naturally quite ecstatic to have discovered these plants here. Thus, he didn't hesitate any longer as he raised a hand into the air. A buzzing sound rang out as a black bracelet flew forth from his wrist before revolving in the air, then expelling a vast expanse of azure light in front of Han Li. He then made a hand seal before quickly pointing a finger into the air, and 30 to 40 identical jade boxes that were each around a foot in length emerged from within the azure light. The jade boxes were all flashing with spiritual light of different colors, and Han Li gently rustled his own sleeve again as he said, "Come on out, I have something for you to do." "Yes, master." A tender voice rang out from within his sleeve, immediately following which a ball of white light emerged from within. The ball of white light circled around in the air before suddenly transforming into a little girl who appeared to be around 6 to 7 years of age. The little girl wore a snowy white dress and had 9 little black braids woven into her hair. She was extremely adorable. This was none other than Chuer, who was a manifestation of the soul of Han Li's 9-curl spirit ginseng. As soon as the little girl was summoned, she extended a respectful bow toward Han Li before appraising him with her large bright eyes, silently awaiting further instructions. "I've seen you harvest spirit medicines within the medicine garden on several occasions, and you're always able to do so extremely quickly. Harvest these 3 patches of spirit medicines for me and place them into those boxes," Han Li immediately instructed as he pointed at the 3 patches of spirit medicines. "That's a simple task, it'll only take me a few moments to complete," Chuer replied as a smile appeared on her. She then rose up into the air and suddenly appeared above a patch of spirit plants in a flash. Immediately thereafter, she raised both of her little arms before gently flicking her 10 fingers downward. 10 green threads abruptly sprang forth before hurtling directly toward 10 of the spirit plants down below. These green threads burrowed into the stems of these spirit medicines in a flash, and Chuer curled her fingers back slightly, upon which the 10 spirit plants that had been bound by the green threads were silently plucked out of the ground. Not only were the roots of the spirit plants very even and completely undamaged, there was also no soil clinging to them at all, as if they had already been washed. The green threads sprang forth once again, and the spirit medicines were immediately flung into one of the jade boxes with unerring accuracy. Chuer then continued to flick her fingers through the air, and green threads shot forth relentlessly. The spirit plants in this area of the medicine garden were plucked out of the ground 10 at a time before rapidly falling into the jade boxes that had been prepared, and all of the plants that were in this area were uprooted in just the span of a few breaths. Chuer's body then flashed again, and in the next instant she appeared in the air above another area of the medicine garden before harvesting the spirit plants there using the same method. Meanwhile, Han Li made his way over to a couple of nearby patches of spirit medicines, each of which consisted of batches of spirit plants that numbered between 5 or 6 to over 10, and he was only able to just barely identify a small portion of these plants. As for the remaining spirit medicines, which was more than half, there were no records about them in the tomes of the human world or the spirit realm. However, the small portion of plants that he had managed to identify were all extremely remarkable ones. Some of them were already extinct in the spirit realm like the corrosive poison weed, while others still existed in the spirit realm, but were extremely rare and precious. As such, all he had to do was source some other spirit medicines that were a lot easier to find in comparison, and there was a good chance that he really would be able to fulfill the list of items that Qing Yuanzi had entrusted him with. Han Li forcibly repressed the excitement in his heart as he immediately leaned down to harvest these smaller batches of spirit medicines himself, then carefully categorized them before placing them into jade vials. After he finished collecting all of the spirit plants in these 2 patches, Chuer was already standing obediently beside him. All of the 3 types of spirit medicines had already been completely harvested by her and neatly placed into jade boxes. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he afforded her a benevolent compliment, in response to which a wide elated smile also appeared on Chuer's face. Even though it hadn't been a long time since she had attained this human form, she had been with Han Li for countless years in her rabbit form, so she wasn't unfamiliar with or distant from Han Li at all. Instead, she felt a sense of intimacy and closeness toward him. After harvesting all of the spirit medicines in this section of the medicine garden, Han Li finally cast his gaze toward the other side of the medicine garden. There were a dozen or so areas of different sizes that were separated into independent sections by wooden fences that were several feet tall. The spirit's plants in those areas included spirit trees that were several tens of feet tall, and spirit flowers that were several feet tall. There was also a spirit spring that was around 70 to 80 feet in size, and floating on the surface of that spring was a petite lotus seed pod that was flashing with silver light. Han Li took a deep breath before making his way over to that side of the medicine garden before beginning to carefully appraise these spirit medicines one by one. However, a resigned look then appeared on his face mere moments later. He knew that the fact that these plants had been separated into individual sections clearly indicated that they were far more valuable than the red silk fruit and corrosive poison weed from before, but regardless of whether it was the spirit trees that bore fist-sized green fruits or the peculiar spirit flowers that were of 10 different colors, he was unable to identify any of them. It appeared that these spirit medicines were unique to the true immortal realm and didn't exist in the spirit realm. As such, he would only be able to determine their uses through future experimentation. With that in mind, Hanli no longer hesitated and made a grabbing motion toward the ground in the distance with a single hand. A white jade box immediately rose up into the air before flying into his hand as a streak of white light. He then turned toward a spirit tree which was laden with green fruits, and he flipped his other hand over to produce a small green shovel. Immediately thereafter, her body swayed, and she abruptly vanished as a trail of afterimages. In the next instant, she also appeared extremely far away from the palace gate. A dull explosion rang out as the purple lightning struck the silver mirror, and following a string of rumbling thunderclaps, the mirror exploded as a ball of silver light. After losing the nearby targets, the purple lightning snakes flashed erratically a few times before also dissipating of their own accord. Lu Shuer had already expected that her mirror would be destroyed by the purple lightning, but her expression had naturally darkened significantly nonetheless. Right at this moment, Hanli slowly strode over to them and said, "Fellow Taoists, this restriction is not your average restriction. If we want to break it, then we'll most likely have to work together." Shirkuan and Lu Shuer were naturally made aware of Hanli's arrival upon hearing this. Shirkuan's face twitched slightly, and there was a sour look in his eyes as he grumbled, "You sure are a cunning man, Brother Han. You knew that this restriction would be difficult to break, so you went elsewhere. You arrived here far earlier than the two of us, so you must have reaped bountiful rewards already, right?" "I did indeed reap some rewards, but how can they compare with the treasures in the main palace? I'm sure the two of you are aware that the treasures requested by our two seniors and all of the other important treasures must be in there," Hanli replied with a nonchalant smile. "This place was once inhabited by an immortal, and mediocre treasures in their eyes will most likely all be extremely useful to us. However, we decided on this arrangement in the beginning, so I certainly can't complain, seeing as Brother Han has secured a head start through his own power. Besides, there definitely wasn't enough time for Brother Han to explore this entire place, so there are surely more rewards left to be reaped. Fellow Taoist Sure and I are not without chances." Lu Shuer chuckled in response, and she seemed to be truly unbothered by the fact that Hanli had secured a head start. Shirkuan's expression suddenly changed slightly upon hearing this, and he smiled as he said, "However, Brother Han is clearly the most powerful among us, so we hope that you can put in some extra effort when we attempt to break the restriction on this main palace." "I'm the most powerful one among us? I certainly wouldn't dare to agree to that sentiment, but rest assured I'll be sure to put in my best effort," Hanli replied as he nodded in an expressionless manner. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and both of them were feeling rather reassured after securing Hanli's promise. Both of them were very proud individuals, but after scaling that mountain path and forcibly breaking that illusionary formation, they had expended a significant portion of their magic power. Without the assistance of an unfathomable being such as Hanli, it really would be quite difficult for them to break the restriction on this main palace. They didn't have to worry about Hanli suddenly turning on them after they broke this restriction, as Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were still waiting for them back at Cloud City, and those two body integration stage seniors were going to act as their safety nets. With the vast array of powerful abilities that Hanli had displayed during this trip, the two of them were no longer just envious. They had become quite wary of and defensive toward him. But then again, if it weren't for Hanli's unfathomable power, they would perhaps be inclined to revoke their original agreement of splitting the treasures aside from the ones requested by Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan were both wary of Hanli's abilities, and they knew that they may not be a match for him even in a 2-on-1 battle, so they naturally weren't going to turn on him. In contrast, Hanli was confident in his ability to kill these two, but he didn't want to break their pact as that could potentially affect his mental state, thereby manifesting inner demons. Furthermore, he was also quite wary of Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren as well, so he didn't harbor any ulterior motives. As such, the three of them were just barely able to maintain a stable balance. However, taking into consideration the fact that there were Jiaoqi beings nearby, it was naturally best to secure the treasures as soon as possible. This was why Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun had immediately attempted to break into the main palace after emerging from the illusionary formation, despite the fact that they knew the restriction on the palace gate would most likely be quite formidable. In the end, they discovered that the restriction was even more powerful than they'd expected, and it had destroyed Shi Kun's hammers and Lu Shu'er's mirror in virtually the blink of an eye. Those two treasures weren't the most powerful ones in their repertoires, but they were definitely the treasures that they used the most and were most comfortable with using. As such, they were naturally both feeling quite dejected that the treasures had been destroyed for nothing. Thus, as soon as Han Li appeared, they decided to try and make him carry the brunt of the load when it came to breaking this restriction. I wouldn't mind expending some more effort to break this formation, but I'm sure that Senior Kai and Senior Duan must have prepared many treasures for the two of you to address the potential restrictions that you may encounter. It would be best to break this restriction in one go in order to conserve time and magic power, so if the two of you have any special treasures, then I'd advise you to bring them out now, Han Li said in a serious manner. Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er both faltered momentarily upon hearing this. Of course, Brother Han. Seeing as you've conveyed your point so clearly, I certainly won't be holding back either. Gray light flashed from the mountain, and it abruptly swelled to over 100 feet in size before crashing viciously toward the palace gate. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and as soon as the mountain struck the gate, countless arcs of purple lightning erupted forth before intertwining to form a lightning net. Even with the extreme essence-fused mountain's extraordinary weight, it was stopped cold in its tracks by the lightning net and unable to advance any further. Almost at the exact same time, a resounding thunderclap rang out, and several lightning snakes erupted from the gate before hurtling toward Han Li in a flash. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this, and he only narrowed his eyes slightly as golden light flashed before him. His golden body abruptly appeared in front of him, and its 6 arms blurred as it waved its shimmering golden hands through the air at once to oppose the purple lightning snakes. Golden and purple light flashed, and the golden hands remained completely unscathed. They then grabbed onto the purple lightning snakes in unison, only for more purple arcs of lightning to erupt from the door in the next instant. However, those arcs of lightning were also caught by the golden body, and Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun were both stunned and ecstatic to see this. The two of them glanced at one another before taking this opportunity to strike without any hesitation. Shi Kun opened his mouth to expel a shimmering silver talisman, which transformed into a silver ball of light that shot forth toward the palace gate in a flash. Meanwhile, Lu Shu'er swept a sleeve through the air, and 3 shimmering golden short halberds instantly shot forth at once before also hurtling toward the gate amid a peculiar shrieking sound. The silver ball of light and 3 streaks of golden light struck the purple lightning on the palace gate almost at the exact same time, and spiritual light flashed as the silver talisman vanished without a trace into the lightning. In contrast, the 3 streaks of golden light struck the palace gate amid a resounding boom, and the 3 golden halberds were revealed to have pinned themselves tightly to the purple lightning net in a triangular formation. The rumbling thunderclaps from the lightning net instantly receded, and most of its power was absorbed by the 3 golden halberds, thereby significantly diminishing its effect. At this moment, Shi Kun began to chant something before pointing a finger at the gate with a serious look on his face. A muffled thump rang out, and white light flashed before a pristine light lotus that was as white as snow suddenly blossomed on the palace gate. Initially it was only around the size of a human fist, but in the next instant, it swelled to as large as a human head. The purple arcs of lightning from the palace gate were still flashing violently, but they couldn't do anything to the illusionary spirit flower and were powerless to halt its growth. In the end, close to half of the entire palace gate was enshrouded within the white lotus projection. Explode! A vicious look appeared on Shi Kun's face as he cast one final incantation seal, and the light lotus projection immediately shuddered before exploding amid an earth-shattering boom at his behest. A scorching white ball of light that resembled a scintillating sun appeared on the palace gate, and the white light instantly inundated the entire gate along with the purple lightning net in an extremely emphatic manner. When the white light finally dissipated, the palace gate reappeared, and it was revealed that there were now countless craters indentations on its surface. The gate was in an extremely sorry state, but it hadn't been completely destroyed, and as purple light flashed over its surface, it quickly began to repair itself at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. However, all of the purple arcs of lightning had been wiped out, and the extreme essence-fused mountain was free again as a result. Han Li immediately took advantage of this, and the extreme essence-fused mountain abruptly circled around at his behest before releasing a burst of bright grayish-white light, then swelled drastically to around twice its original size before crashing toward the palace gate once again. On this occasion, there was nothing to impede it, and the black mountain struck the palace gate amid a deafening boom. As the power of the restriction had been severely debilitated, the palace gate was finally shattered by the enormous force behind the extreme essence-fused mountain. Thus, the black mountain flew directly into the main palace, and Han Li was naturally ecstatic to see this. He swept a sleeve through the air, and the projection golden body before him abruptly vanished as if it had never even been there in the first place. Both Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun then rushed forward from behind him in a bid to enter the palace first, and both of them simultaneously appeared at the entrance to the palace in a wraith-like manner after just a few flashes. Immediately thereafter, they paused on the spot before looking on ahead with peculiar looks on their faces. "Brother Shi, my master's instructions to me were very clear. I have to secure the spirit void pill within the main palace. As for everything else, you can choose the treasures that Senior Duan stipulated from among them," Lu Shu'er said after a brief pause. "But I've also received instructions from my master to secure the spirit void pills no matter what. How about this? I can offer everything else to you aside from the spirit void pills. Of course, my master will offer alternative reciprocation to Senior Kai in exchange." Shi Kun chuckled in response, but his voice had clearly taken on a more stoic tone. "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist Shi? Haven't you repeated what I just said? My master made it very clear to me that I must secure the spirit void pills, and that she would accept no alternatives. If you're willing to back down, then I can promise you a vial of our crystal race's revered crystal moon liquid in my master's stead. I'm sure you know what this spirit liquid entails for stone cocoon being like you, brother Shi. This is an extremely sought-after item for even the holy grade beings of your stone cocoon race." A cold look had appeared in Lu Shu'er's eyes, but her tone had become more gentle and benevolent. "Crystal moon liquid?" Shi Kun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and it was quite clear that this was a completely unexpected offer that was truly quite tempting to him. However, he then immediately thought back to Duan Tianren's stern instructions prior to his departure, and his heart instantly jolted as he cast aside his personal desires. He immediately shook his head and refused. "No. Crystal moon liquid is indeed very tempting to me, but without the spirit void pills, I won't be able to answer to my master, so this is a non-negotiable matter." "So you're not willing to back down or compromise at all, fellow Taoist Shi?" Lu Shu'er's voice had also taken on a cold and forbidding tone. On this occasion Shi Kun didn't offer a reply. He merely appraised Lu Shu'er with a cold expression, and his intentions were as plain as day. Lu Shu'er also fell silent and met his cold gaze with a frosty one of her own. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and Han Li couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly upon seeing this. "This is not the time to be quarreling, fellow Taoists. I don't know what extraordinary effect these spirit void pills possess to make them so desirable to our two seniors, but don't you think it's too early to be engaging in conflict when we haven't even ascertained whether these pills are truly in this palace?" Shi Kun's expression stirred slightly upon hearing Han Li's words, and Lu Shu'er also turned toward him as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. "Our two seniors may be convinced that there are spirit void pills in this palace, but I would assume that this verdict was reached based on circumstantial evidence. After all, they haven't gained access to this place in the past, so it's yet to be seen whether their deductions are indeed correct. Why don't we enter the palace and ascertain whether these pills can truly be found here before the two of you make a decision?" Han Li suggested in a calm manner. Contemplative expressions appeared on both Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er's faces upon hearing this proposal. The two of them had naturally already considered the possibility that Han Li had just raised, but in the instant that the palace gate was broken, the two of them were so eager to get a head start over the other that they had forgotten about their prior suspicions. Now that Han Li had reminded them of this possibility, both of them returned to their senses, and it naturally became quite clear to them that their top priority was to find the spirit pills first before deciding who would claim them. "You're right, brother Han. Fellow Taoist Shi, let's determine whether there actually are spirit void pills in this palace before we discuss anything else," Lu Shu'er said in a slow voice. "I have no objections to this proposal, Fairy Lu." He knew that Han Li's presence could play a major role in which side claimed the spirit void pills in the end, so he squeezed a smile onto his face and agreed to compromise for now. Seeing as the two of you have reached a temporary resolution, why don't we all head inside together? Han Li said with a smile before taking a few steps and reaching the two of them. Shi Kun and Lu Shuer naturally didn't have any basis to refuse, and they both nodded in response. Thus, the three of them entered the palace one after another, then arranged themselves side by side before appraising the entire palace. As expected of the main palace, the interior was close to 10,000 feet in size, and it could comfortably house several thousand people. The first things that everyone saw were the purple pillars inside the palace, each of which was as thick as a human, and there were over 100 such pillars. There were also many antiquated weapons that were hanging from the walls of the palace, all of which were either long halberds or giant axes, and they were all shimmering with silver light while emitting powerful spiritual chi. At a rough glance, there appeared to be close to 1,000 such weapons, and placed at regular intervals at the foot of the walls were suits of colorful armor. The suits of armor were completely empty, and it was quite clear from the intricate patterns carved on their surfaces that these weren't ordinary suits of armor. On the other end of the palace that was directly facing the gate was a massive screen that was shimmering with azure light. There seemed to be something drawn onto the screen, but it was difficult to make out exactly what was drawn on it as it was too far away. There was a short table that resembled a tea table in front of the screen, upon which was sitting a golden cauldron. Aside from that, the entire palace was completely empty without any embellishments, so there was no need for them to make any extra effort in searching for treasures. Han Li's trio was naturally quite surprised to see this, and Han Li cast his gaze toward the screen and golden cauldron in the distance. Following a brief moment of contemplation, he strode directly toward that direction, and Lu Shuer and Shi Kun exchanged a quick glance before immediately averting their eyes, then followed along behind Han Li. After all, there wasn't really anything that didn't appear to be worth investigating in the entire palace aside from the screen and the golden cauldron. Thus, three of them made their way to over 100 feet away from the screen and the golden cauldron under a strange atmosphere. Han Li stopped on the spot and began to appraise the two items from afar. Shi Kun and Lu Shuer also reflexively stopped and began to inspect the two items with differing expressions. Han Li had his hands clasped behind his back, and his expression appeared to be quite calm and placid, but there was already blue light flashing deep within his eyes. The surface of the screen was concealed by a layer of azure light, but that certainly wasn't going to stump his spirit eye ability. Thus, he was instantly able to glean what had been drawn on the screen, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The artwork on the screen depicted a strange massive gate that had golden and silver runes inscribed on its surface. The gate was antiquated in design and completely black in color, but the two types of runes on its surface were constantly flashing, giving it an intriguing air of mystery. The golden and silver runes bore a slight resemblance, and they were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text, both of which were spirit texts used in the true immortal realm. Han Li raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, and he instantly released a wisp of spiritual sense toward the giant gate on the screen. As soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with the giant gate artwork, a burst of enormous force erupted from the screen, and before that wisp of spiritual sense had a chance to react, it was dragged into the screen, thereby completely cutting off its connection with Han Li. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he instantly developed a sense of caution toward this screen. Shi Kun let loose a muffled groan and stumbled back a half step before immediately catching himself. He had clearly also fallen victim to this screen's power, and it appeared that he had been affected more so than Han Li. Lu Shuer's face was concealed by her hood, so it was impossible to glean her expression, but her body also swayed slightly before she managed to steady herself, so she had also definitely been made aware of the peculiar nature of this screen. Han Li had lost a wisp of spiritual sense, but it didn't affect him at all as his spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of his two companions. He temporarily turned his attention away from the screen and lowered his head to appraise the golden cauldron. The cauldron was shimmering with golden light, and a series of patterns that resembled clouds and mist were engraved on its surface. These patterns were extremely complex and most of them were in a corkscrew form. They were spread over the entire cauldron, and upon closer inspection, he was struck by a sense of dizziness. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he calmly released his spiritual sense once again, only to find that it was unable to seep into the cauldron at all. He didn't know what kind of material the cauldron had been forged from, but it was able to completely keep out his spiritual sense. However, he had also noticed that there were two square indentations on the sides of the cauldrons, and they seemed to be slots that certain items could be placed into. Han Li looked on with a contemplative expression for a moment before he suddenly sensed something, and he turned his gaze toward his two companions, upon which his heart immediately stirred slightly. Lu Shuer and Shi Kun were currently staring at the ancient golden cauldron with intense, unblinking eyes. To be more specific, they were staring at the square indentations on the golden cauldron, and there was an ecstatic look on Shi Kun's face. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly and he asked, "Do the two of you recognize this golden cauldron?" The elated look on Shi Kun's face receded slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly shook his head in response. "Surely you jest, Brother Han. This is the first time I've come here, so there's obviously no way that I would recognize anything here." "Then why is it that both of you seem so interested in something you don't even recognize?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. Seeing as Han Li refused to be placated, Shi Kun decided to kick the ball into Lu Shuer's court. "Well, why don't you ask Fairy Lu about that instead? She knows more than I do about this." Lu Shuer was naturally quite disgruntled by Shi Kun's devious diversion tactic, but she could offer an explanation at the sight of the curious gaze that Han Li had turned to aim at her. This was also a shimmering golden object that was rectangular in shape with a dragon's head carved on one end. It resembled a seal, and after inspecting the item for a while, Han Li turned his gaze toward Lu Shuer. Lu Shuer is naturally aware of Han Li's intentions, and she calmly raised a hand to summon an object that was also shimmering with golden light. At first glance, this object appeared to be extremely similar in appearance with the one in Shi Kun's hand. It was around the same size and shape, but there was an extremely lifelike golden phoenix head carved on one end, as opposed to a dragon's head. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face after inspecting these two items. At this moment, Lu Shuer began to offer an explanation. "These two objects are known as exquisite keys, and they are the only items that can open this golden cauldron. Furthermore, both of them must be present to accomplish this. We had no knowledge of the situation in the palace prior to coming here, but my master told me that the exquisite keys can open this cauldron, so it's most likely the case that the spirit void pills are contained within the cauldron." Indeed, my master also told me the same thing. Seeing as Lu Shuer had revealed the truth, Shi Kun no longer tried to hide anything either. "In that case, why don't you two open the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are really in there? I wonder how many spirit void pills are in there. If there's an even number of them, the two of you two will be able to split them rather than argue over ownership," Han Li said with a nonchalant smile. Lu Shuer and Shi Kun exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and peculiar looks appeared in both of their eyes. "Brother Han is right. This cauldron will have to be opened sooner or later, so let's insert our keys, fellow Taoist Shi. It's quite likely that there's only spirit void pill in there, but if there really are two or more, then we won't need to fight over them," Lu Shuer proposed in a calm voice. Shi Kun seemed to have also made some kind of decision, and he suddenly smirked and said something that came as a slight surprise to Lu Shuer. "I have no objections against opening the cauldron, but I think we should give our exquisite keys to Brother Han so he can secure the treasures from the cauldron, then decide how to split them among us. What do you think of that, Fairy Lu?" Lu Shuer was temporarily at a loss for how to respond. "Are you doubting Brother Han's abilities?" A peculiar look appeared on Shi Kun's face. "Of course not. With Brother Han's unfathomable power, it would be ideal for him to secure the treasures for us. Brother Han, please accept my exquisite key." Lu Shuer reacted quite quickly, and after quickly contemplating the situation, she immediately smiled and made a decision. Raising a hand to toss her exquisite key toward Han Li, Shi Kun also chuckled coldly before tossing his key toward Han Li without any hesitation. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and azure light flashed, upon which both of the exquisite keys appeared in his hand at once. However, a wry smile appeared on his face as he inspected the pair of keys. "You two sure have a high opinion of me." "Ah, of course. Only by asking you to secure the treasures in our stead will Fairy Lu and I be able to avoid immediate conflict. Otherwise, neither of us will trust the other to secure the treasures," Shi Kun chuckled. "I also have full trust in Brother Han." Lu Shuer's eyes flashed as a smile appeared on her face. "Hee, I'm honored to receive your trust, but it's also quite a heavy burden." Han Li appraised the two keys as he shook his head in a resigned manner. However, he didn't return the keys to Shi Kun and Lu Shuer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he really did make his way over to the golden cauldron. He was acting in such a calm and collected manner naturally because he was confident that he possessed more than enough power to dominate these two. In the face of absolute power, there really wasn't much any of them could do. Tense looks appeared in both Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan's eyes upon seeing this, but both of them acted quite wisely and remained on the spot. After Han Li reached about 10 feet away from the cauldron, he stopped again before glancing at the two indentations on either side of the cauldron. Immediately thereafter, he injected his magic power into the two keys in his hand before flicking his wrist. The exquisite keys shot forth, letting loose a clear cry along the way before transforming into a golden WRM and a golden phoenix amid a flash of golden light. The two of them revolved around the golden cauldron before flying into the indentations, then vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the two indentations on the cauldron were filled with unerring accuracy. The two exquisite keys were completely embedded into the cauldron with only the dragon and phoenix heads revealed. They fit seamlessly into the indentations without any gaps to be seen. In the instant that the pair of keys entered the golden cauldron, a melodious dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Brilliant golden light then erupted, and the corkscrew patterns on the surface of the cauldron began to revolve as if they'd sprung to life. Even the golden light being emitted by the cauldron began to take on a peculiar vortex form, and Han Li was struck by a sense of disorientation at the sight of this golden vortex, as if he were going to be drawn directly into it. His heart immediately jolted in response, but he wasn't actually fearful toward the cauldron as there was no one wielding it, so it surely posed no threat to him. He hurriedly activated his great development technique and at the same time, blue light flashed through his eyes, upon which his discomfort was instantly alleviated in its entirety. All of a sudden, he let loose a low cry before making a hand seal, and an azure incantation seal shot forth before vanishing into the cauldron in a flash. In the next instant, the dragon's roar that was being released by the cauldron transformed into the delightful cry of a phoenix. From a distance, it appeared as if the dragon and phoenix heads on either side of the golden cauldron had begun to move, as if they had sprung to life. The scintillating golden lid of the cauldron rose up into the air before disappearing into nothingness. A loud commotion then rang out from within the cauldron, and following a rumbling boom, several golden balls of light of different sizes shot forth before attempting to escape into the heavens. However, Han Li was already prepared well in advance, so he certainly wasn't going to let these items slip through his fingers. As such, he immediately swept a sleeve forward, and gray light surged forth like lightning, instantly enveloping all of the golden balls of light at once. However, these golden balls of light suddenly dispersed, and the gray light receded in their paths, posing no impediment to them at all. Han Li was rather alarmed to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. There was a miniature azure cauldron within the azure light, and it was none other than his heaven void cauldron. His hand shot forth as a blur and struck the side of the cauldron, upon which its lid flew off of its own accord. Immediately thereafter, a plume of azure threads erupted forth before dispersing through the air. The countless green threads intertwined to form a giant azure net that encompassed all of the golden balls of light beneath it. As soon as the golden balls of light struck the net, they were all repelled back, and Han Li made another hand seal before pointing up into the air. The huge azure net abruptly folded in on itself, and all of the golden balls of light were trapped within it, thereby completely immobilizing them. Only then did Han Li calmly wave a hand through the air, and the azure threads instantly began to radiate dazzling light, causing Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan to blink involuntarily as they looked on with rapt focus. The azure net that contained the golden balls of light transformed into a streak of azure light that flew downward, then disappeared into the small cauldron in a flash. The azure cauldron lid then immediately descended to seal the heaven void cauldron shut. Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the small cauldron, and azure light immediately flashed, following which the treasure appeared in his hand. After that, he carried the treasure in one hand before turning around to face his two companions. Fellow Taoists, the treasures have been secured. You two will have to inspect them in person to see if they include the treasures that our two seniors have requested. As soon as his voice trailed off, he flicked his wrist again, and the heaven void cauldron rose up into the air before hovering in a stationary manner before him. He then crossed his arms and appraised his two companions with a hint of a smile on his face. Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan exchanged a glance upon hearing this, but Lu Shuer then immediately chuckled before giving a nod and made her way gracefully over to the cauldron. Shi Kuan rubbed his own chin and glanced at the azure cauldron before also striding toward it. The two of them then stopped around 10 feet away from the cauldron, and before they had even said anything, Han Li waved a hand forward in a calm manner. The small azure cauldron immediately rotated on the spot, and its lid vanished once again, revealing a burst of azure light flashing incessantly within it. "Brother Han, this is a spirit treasure, is it not? Does it have a name?" Shirkuan suddenly asked. "Are you interested in this spirit treasure, Brother Shir?" Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he replied with a question of his own. "Not exactly. It's just that I was fortunate enough to have seen a replica copy of the chaotic myriad spirit roll in our stone cocoon race, and there seemed to be an item on it that was very similar to your cauldron," Shirkuan explained. "The chaotic myriad spirit roll?" Han Li reflexively furrowed his brows slightly. "Have you not heard of it, Brother Han?" Shirkuan was rather taken aback. "I've naturally heard of it, but those are all rumors and I don't really know the exact details of the roll. It would be great if you two could enlighten me on the subject," Han Li replied with a contemplative expression. "It's actually pretty simple. All of the races that have taken over a certain territory in the spirit realm have had a strange rock fall upon their land, and the chaotic myriad spirit roll is inscribed upon those rocks. The roll keeps a record of all of the most powerful treasures in the spirit realm, and it's constantly being updated. Every single item on the roll is quite extraordinary, and even divine spirit treasures are all ranked quite low on the list. I recall that I just so happened to have seen a treasure on the roll's replica copy that bore a resemblance to this cauldron of yours, but it was ranked rather low, so I didn't pay much attention to it. As such, it's quite possible that my memory is merely playing tricks on me," Shirkuan explained in an honest manner. "I'm not sure if this item is the one that you're referring to. Perhaps it is, perhaps it's not. However, that's not the pressing matter at hand. We should focus on inspecting the items in the cauldron to see if the treasures requested by our two seniors are among them," Han Li said with a smile. Seeing as Han Li was clearly dodging the question, Shirkuan naturally couldn't keep pressing the issue, and he made no attempt to raise further questions as he nodded in response. As for Lu Shuer, her gaze had been fixed on the heaven void cauldron this entire time, and following the conclusion of Han Li and Shirkuan's conversation, she immediately said, "Please reveal the treasures to us, Brother Han. Spirit void pills are very easy to identify, so we definitely won't be mistaking them." She seemed to be more interested in the treasures in the cauldron than Shirkuan was. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he swept a sleeve through the air, sending several formation flags hurtling forth before disappearing into the surrounding space as streaks of light of different colors. All of a sudden, a white light barrier appeared to encompass an area with a radius of over 100 feet around the heaven void cauldron. This was a simple restriction formation, and it had naturally been set up to prevent any mishaps from occurring after the treasures were revealed. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan took a brief glance at the light barrier before paying it no further heed. This restriction could be easily broken by them, and they had no reason to suspect that Han Li harbored any ulterior motives. After the formation was set up, Han Li cast his gaze toward the small cauldron in the air before opening his mouth to expel a burst of azure light. The azure light swept over the cauldron, and a rumbling noise rang out from within amid flashes of azure light. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan both looked on with bated breath. Meanwhile, Han Li wore a relaxed smile as he raised a hand before pointing a finger at the small azure cauldron. The cauldron was only around a foot in size initially, but it then immediately expanded to around 10 feet in height. Han Li then immediately made another hand seal, and a dull thump rang out, following which a ball of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron. The ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but it was bound tightly by countless azure threads, which were pulsating slightly. Han Li let loose a low cry before raising a hand, and an incantation seal flew through the air before vanishing into the ball of light. Immediately thereafter, the azure threads around the ball of light were shattered before vanishing as specks of azure light. As soon as the azure threads faded, golden light flashed, and the item attempted to fly away again. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he immediately reached out with a single hand. An enormous burst of invisible force instantly descended, and the item was completely immobilized in midair. Han Li focused his gaze on the item to find that it was a shimmering golden gourd. There were complex patterns all over its surface, and spiritual light was flashing erratically from it. Lu Shuer and Shirkuan's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, but they didn't do anything in response. Han Li made a pulling motion with his hand, and the golden gourd immediately hurtled toward him before landing in his grasp. It seemed to have attained a hint of spiritual nature and was trembling incessantly within his hand in an attempt to break free. Han Li raised an eyebrow before sweeping a sleeve over the gourd, and white light flashed as a white talisman was adhered onto its surface. The restrictive force of the talisman immediately stifled the light emanating from the gourd, and it fell completely still. Han Li raised his hand in a calm manner and brought the gourd up to his eye level for further inspection. Blue light flashed through his eyes, and he swept a wisp of his own spiritual sense toward the treasure. After a full 10 minutes had passed, the spiritual light in Han Li's eyes faded, and he tossed the gourd forward. The item immediately flew through the air as a ball of golden light, then came to an abrupt halt between Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun, where it hovered in mid-air in a stationary manner. This is not a spirit medicine container, but a rare metal attribute treasure instead. Not only does the gourd itself seem to possess some abilities, it's nurturing several flying swords within it, although I can't determine the power of these swords. In that case, this must be a sword gourd that has only been around in ancient times. I've heard that the refinement method for this type of treasure had already faded into complete obscurity on all of the continents. I'm very intrigued to inspect this treasure for myself. Fellow Taoist Shi, you wouldn't mind if I took a look at the treasure first, would you? Lu Shu'er suddenly asked as she turned to Shi Kun with a smile. Hee, of course not. You can go right ahead, Shi Kun chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Lu Shu'er smiled before waving a slender hand through the air, and the golden gourd immediately descended obediently before falling into her palm. She released her spiritual sense and began to carefully inspect the item, but after just a short while she shook her head and tossed it toward Shi Kun. A hint of disappointment appeared on Shi Kun's face upon seeing her reaction, but he was still unwilling to give up on the item as he also began to inspect it with rapt focus. After a short while, Shi Kun also heaved a slightly disappointed sigh. This really is a metal attribute treasure, and the fact that it was placed in this golden cauldron most likely indicates that it's quite powerful. What arrangement do we think should be made surrounding this treasure, fellow Taoists? Lu Shu'er turned toward Han Li and chuckled, seeing as it's not one of the treasures requested by my master and elder Duan, why don't we give it to Brother Han for safekeeping for now? We'll decide on how to split the treasures when all of them have been revealed. Shi Kun pondered this proposal for a moment before nodding in response and tossing the gourd back to Han Li. I have no objections to Fairy Lu's suggestion. Seeing as our two seniors haven't requested this treasure, Brother Han can keep it in his possession for now. In that case I would be happy to oblige. Han Li made no effort to refuse, and he swept a sleeve through the air to expel a burst of azure light, which engulfed the golden gourd before dragging it into his sleeve. He then cast another incantation seal toward the heaven void cauldron, and azure light flashed from within as another object that was bound by azure threads emerged. Han Li withdrew the azure threads again, and the treasure that was revealed within was an azure jade box with flashing golden runes on its surface. The jade box was drawn into Han Li's grasp, and both Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun's demeanors clearly shifted at the sight of it as they stared at it with intense unblinking eyes. Han Li didn't play any tricks and blew a burst of spiritual chi toward the jade box right in front of his two companions. The lid was removed, and Han Li's expression changed slightly after glancing at the contents of the box. There were two identical miniature green horses within the box, each of which was around the size of an egg and emanating a rich medicinal aroma. Just a single light whiff of this aroma sent a burst of pure spiritual chi surging throughout his body, but the two miniature horses were lying completely still in the box with their eyes closed, having lost all signs of life long ago. The two miniature horses rose up out of the box at Han Li's behest before flying toward Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun. At the same time he said in a calm voice, "These two spirit medicines must be the jade-curd herbs that our two seniors have referred to, right? Who would have thought that they're capable of metamorphosis already? I'm sure they'll be very useful to our two seniors. Seeing as there are two of them, why don't you take one each?" Lu Shu'er and Shi Kun were ecstatic to hear this, but they were also slightly disappointed at the sight of the pair of extremely lifelike, yet completely lifeless miniature horses. However, in any case, the fact that Han Li had offered them such precious spirit medicines without any hesitation alleviated the final hint of concern they had harbored toward him. Shi Kun expressed his gratitude toward Han Li before drawing one of the miniature horses into his grasp, then briefly inspected it before carefully stowing it away into a jade box of his own. Lu Shu'er was also very pleased with the spirit medicine, and she expressed her gratitude toward Han Li as well before stowing it away up her sleeve. Han Li nodded expressionlessly in response to their expressions of gratitude, then tossed the jade box onto the ground. He was doing so to show the two of them that the box was indeed empty and that there were no other spirit medicines contained within it. After that, he continued to summon treasures out of the Heaven Void Cauldron. The next two items to emerge from the cauldron were a hexagonal formation plate and a shimmering golden pagoda. It was quite clear that these two were unfathomably powerful treasures, and they were temporarily given to Han Li for safekeeping as well. The next treasure to emerge from the cauldron was another one that Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren had requested, so Han Li split it up evenly between his two companions. Lu Shuer's eyes flashed, and a hint of concern appeared on her face. Shi Kuan's expression had also darkened slightly. They could see that there weren't many golden balls of light left in Han Li's cauldron, yet they still hadn't seen any spirit void pills yet, so they were starting to grow rather uneasy. No matter how many other treasures they obtained, their trip would still be considered a failure if they couldn't secure the all-important spirit void pills. Right at this moment, a low ringing sound rang out from the giant azure cauldron, and another treasure was expelled. The azure threads dispersed to reveal a small purple vial that was only several inches tall, but its surface as smooth as a mirror, and there were wisps of white qi revolving around it. A burst of astonishing spiritual qi emanated from the small vial, and expressions of elation appeared on both Shi Kuan and Lu Shuer's faces. Han Li cast an expressionless gaze toward the purple vial, which was slowly rotating in midair, and he stroked his chin as the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. All of a sudden, he raised an arm before pointing forward, and the lid of the purple vial suddenly flew off of its own accord. The opening of the vial was then tipped upside down, and a golden ball of spirit flames emerged from within. The spirit flames let loose a clear cry before transforming into a fiery golden bird. As soon as the fiery bird appeared, it immediately let loose a clear cry up into the heavens. Han Li took a deep breath before extending a pristine white hand out of one of his sleeves, then curled back his 5 fingers before flicking them in succession. 5 bursts of glacial flames shot forth one after another before striking fiery golden bird in a flash, severely dimming the light that was emanating from it. After all 5 bursts of glacial flames had struck the golden bird, it let loose an anguished cry, and the golden flames completely receded to reveal a golden pill. The pill was only around the size of a human thumb, and there were complex pill patterns all over its surface. Its vibrant golden color coupled with those patterns presented quite a remarkable sight to behold. "There's no mistaking it, this is definitely a spirit void pill," Lu Shuer exclaimed with an elated look on her face as soon as the pill emerged. Shi Kuan was also appraising the pill with excitement in his eyes, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and his expression changed slightly as he asked, "Brother Han, is there only one spirit void pill in the vial?" Han Li offered no reply to this question. Instead, he merely pointed a finger at the small purple vial, and it shuddered before another fiery golden bird flew out from within it amid a dull thump. "There are 2 pills. This is fantastic." Shi Kuan immediately burst into elated laughter upon seeing this. "Seeing as both seniors have requested this pill and there just so happen to be 2 of them, you can take 1 each. Do either of you have any objections?" Han Li asked with a meaningful smile on his face. Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this, and the two of them quickly exchanged a glance. A serious look appeared on Shi Kuan's face, and Lu Shuer looked back at him with a cold expression. Shi Kuan hesitated momentarily before heaving a long sigh. "All right, I'll settle for this arrangement. My master strictly ordered me to bring back all of the spirit void pills here to him, but seeing as Fair Lu is unwilling to back down, I have no choice but to compromise." "I have no objections either. At the very least, I won't be returning empty-handed to my master," Lu Shuer chimed in as the cold look in her eyes eased slightly. Seeing as both sides had agreed to this arrangement, albeit in a begrudging manner, Han Li nodded before pointing at the 2 pills in the air. The 2 golden pills shot forth before arriving in front of Lu Shuer and Shi Kuan in a flash. Lu Shuer raised a hand to catch the pill that was flying toward her, while Shi Kuan suddenly opened his mouth to expel a burst of yellow light, which instantly swept up the pill. Only then did he calmly extricate the pill from within the yellow light. Even though both of them were convinced that these were spirit void pills, this was an extremely important matter, so they naturally still had to use their own secret techniques for verification. Thus, one of them began to chant incantations and cast strings of incantation seals toward the spirit pill that they were holding. Meanwhile, the other merely stared intently at the pill in their hand. After about 10 minutes, both of them looked up at once before exchanging a glance and a nod, upon which they heaved a collective sigh of relief. "We must offer you our gratitude, Brother Han. Without your assistance, there would have been no way for us to reach this place so quickly and secure the spirit void pills," Lu Shuer said with a smile as she stowed her pill away into a vial that she was carrying. "I accepted benefits from our two seniors, so it's only right for me to repay them," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Shi Kun also stowed away his pill before casting his gaze toward the purple vial that was hovering in midair, and he suddenly asked, "You're far too modest, Brother Han." "I've already chosen a treasure. You two can split the remaining two treasures." Han Li swept a sleeve through the air as he spoke, and two items immediately flew out before hovering in front of him. These were none other than the golden pagoda and the hexagonal formation plate, which meant that he had chosen the golden gourd. Lu Shuer and Shi Kun were both slightly surprised by Han Li's choice, but they didn't pay much heed to it. Instead, they both turned their attention toward the remaining two treasures with contemplative looks on their faces. Lu Shuer was the first to speak. "I would like the golden pagoda. If you have objections, you can have the formation plate. What do you think, Brother Shi?" Shi Kun hesitated momentarily but still nodded in agreement in the end. "All right, I'll take the formation plate then. Thank you for allowing me to choose ahead of you, Brother Shi." Lu Shuer smiled before raising a hand, and the golden pagoda treasure in front of Han Li was drawn into her grasp. Shi Kun naturally also drew the hexagonal formation plate to himself as well. The three of them exchanged a glance with one another, and all of them were quite elated. "Brother Han, Fairy Lu, you wouldn't object if I were to take this golden cauldron, would you?" Shi Kun suddenly strode toward the cauldron with a smile on his face. He then laid a hand on it, and bright spiritual light abruptly radiated from it. Immediately thereafter, the cauldron shrank down to around the size of a human fist in the blink of an eye. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but his expression then instantly eased as he said, "I have no objections. If Fairy Lu is also willing to accept this arrangement, then you can go right ahead. This cauldron is a fantastic treasure for holding some important things, and I also wanted it for myself, but seeing Brother Shi has already claimed it, I'm willing to pass up on it." There was a hint of disappointment in Lu Shuer's eyes as she appraised the golden cauldron, but Shi Kun had already claimed it, so she had no choice but to comply. After all, this wasn't something worth instigating a potential conflict over. Shi Kun chuckled as he stuffed the golden cauldron up his sleeve, then looked around to find that Han Li was currently carefully appraising that peculiar screen. "Have you discovered something, Brother Han?" Shi Kun couldn't help but ask at the sight of Han Li's enraptured expression. "This is no ordinary screen." Han Li gave a completely pointless reply. Shi Kun was left feeling rather speechless upon hearing this. The fact that this screen was able to devour their spiritual sense clearly indicated that this was no ordinary item, so such a response told him nothing that he didn't already know. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pry any further, so he could only also inspect the screen using secret techniques of his own. Meanwhile, Lu Shuer had also strode over to the screen and was appraising it with a contemplative look on her face. Right at this moment, Han Li's body swayed, and he suddenly appeared behind the screen. He raised both of his hands and flicked his 10 fingers in succession, upon which incantation seals of different colors were sent hurtling toward the screen. Shi Kun and Lu Shuer were naturally intrigued by what Han Li was doing and hurriedly cast their eyes toward him. Right at this moment, Han Li let loose a low cry, and a ball of black chi suddenly appeared on his glabella. An inky black third eye then emerged before blasting forth a pillar of black light that was around as thick as a human thumb onto the screen. Immediately thereafter, a buzzing sound rang out from behind the screen, and a vast expanse of 7-colored light surged forth. The light swept up Han Li, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Shi Kun and Lu Shuer's hearts jostled upon seeing this, and they immediately rushed around to the rear of the screen in unison. There they discovered that a string of ancient purple text had appeared on the screen. Whirled within the screen, Lu Shuer's pupils contracted slightly as she read the words aloud. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li had already been teleported into a strange space. Everything around him was nothing more than a vast expanse of murky grayness, with the exception of a massive black gate that was situated nearby. There were countless golden and silver runes hovering all over the gate, and they were constantly fluctuating in brightness, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This gate was identical to the one that was on the screen from earlier, and it was as if he had been swept up into the artwork on the screen. This really is a place that's similar to the Shumi paradise. Han Li looked around at his surroundings before turning his gaze toward the giant gate, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. All of a sudden, he flipped a hand over, and spiritual light flashed as a stack of formation plates of different colors appeared over his palm. He then made a hand seal with his other hand, and all of the formation plates shot forth at his behest, flying away in all directions. The formation plates transformed into balls of light that plummeted downward, and as soon as they came into contact with the ground, they vanished without a trace. Moments later, bursts of white mist began to surge out of the spots where the formation plates had vanished in a frenzy. The mist was dense and lingered in the air for a long time, forming an extremely viscous wall of mist that encompassed both Han Li and the massive gate before him. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of azure light, which contained an item. The item circled around through the air before hovering in front of him, and it was none other than his Heaven Void cauldron. He pointed a finger gently at the cauldron, and its lid flew off on its own. Azure light flashed within the cauldron, and a faint white figure emerged. This was a little girl in a white dress. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old with her hair arranged into small braids, and her round little face was extremely adorable. It was none other than Chuer. Chuer pays her respects to her master. She extended a salute toward Han Li with a cheeky smile on her face. Well done. Even I wasn't able to sense your aura from within the cauldron. There's no way that those two would have been able to detect your presence, Han Li praised with a pleased look on his face. It's all thanks to the treasure and talisman you gave me, master. Otherwise, there's no way that my abilities alone would have been able to fool those two top-grade spatial tempering stage beings. Chuer giggled in response. As soon as her voice trailed off, black light flashed and a large black veil flew off her body. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a high zenith invisibility talisman was revealed. Chuer held the two items with both of her little hands as if she were returning them to Han Li. There's no need to return them to me. You're adept in concealment and movement techniques anyway, so those two treasures are better suited to serve you. Even if I were to use those two treasures, I may not be able to completely conceal myself from those two at just close quarters. Besides, I have other treasures that serve a similar purpose, so you can keep those, Han Li said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. In that case, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Chuer's smile widened even further as she patted the black veil and talisman against her own body, upon which they abruptly vanished. Han Li smiled upon seeing this before adopting a more serious expression. Back when I was securing the treasures within the golden cauldron, I intentionally made the spiritual light brighter to act as a smokescreen so I could send you into the Heaven Void cauldron without being noticed. However, not much time passed before the cauldron was opened again. Did you have enough time to strike? Hee, I'm super quick. Look, master. A smug smile appeared on Chuer's face and she flipped over one of her little hands to reveal a shimmering golden pill. Well done. Han Li had already guessed that Chuer had most likely accomplished her mission, but he was still quite elated at the sight of this pill. He waved a hand, and the golden pill drifted out of Chuer's grasp before landing in his hand. He carefully appraised it several times before he was finally able to determine that this was indeed identical to the other two Spirit Void pills. He didn't know what specific effect this pill had, but the fact that both Kai Luiying and Duan Tianren were so eager to get their hands on these pills was sufficient testament to how precious they were. You told me not to touch those other treasures and only pay attention to medicine vials, so I only had time to tip a single pill out of that vial. You also told me that I could take a pill if there had been more than one pill in the vial, and I followed those instructions. Otherwise, I would have taken the other two pills as well. Chuer pouted her little red lips in a rather wistful display. Han Li couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're being a little too greedy. It's already vastly fortunate that we were able to steal a Spirit Void pill right under those two's noses. If we had tried anything else, we would have aroused their suspicion. It's a good thing that there were still two pills remaining in the vial aside from this one. Otherwise, the situation would have become very troublesome. Perhaps we would have had no choice but to relinquish this pill. I don't want to be hunted by a pair of enraged body integration stage beings here in this foreign land, Han Li explained with a smile, then swept a hand over his storage bracelet to summon the small purple vial from before. He placed the pill into the vial, then adhered several restriction talismans onto it before carefully stowing it away. You must have your reasons, master, but I still think it's quite a pity that we had to spare those 2 pills to them. Chewer was still looking rather forlorn. Han Li shook his head with an amused smile, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him, and swept a sleeve through the air to summon a series of flying daggers, each of which was only around an inch in length. All of the daggers were as thin as paper and shimmering with a cold light, and there were around 300 to 400 of them in total. Master, what are you? Chewer was rather perplexed. These flying daggers were refined from the wings of that monstrous moth we encountered last time. There are 360 of them in total, and you seem to be missing a treasure that you can use to defend yourself, so I'll give these daggers to you. They can't compare with top-tier treasures like divine spirit treasures, but if you can refine all of them, then they'll be more than enough to protect you against average opponents. This will be your reward for your brilliant efforts. Han Li made a grabbing motion as he spoke, and all of the flying daggers in the air immediately flew toward him. They compiled themselves into 2 thick stacks in the blink of an eye before landing in his hand, and Han Li smiled as he offered them to Chewer. Thank you for your kindness, master. Chewer was ecstatic and her body swayed as she vanished on the spot. In the next instant she appeared right in front of Han Li and accepted the flying daggers in an elated manner. Alright, as a safety precaution you should return to your true body and refine these flying daggers. Don't appear unless I summon you so you don't get revealed to anyone else, Han Li instructed in a serious manner. Yes, master, I'll be sure to cultivate in peace. Chewer naturally accepted this arrangement, and she made a hand seal, upon which she and all of the flying daggers vanished up Han Li's sleeve as a ball of white light in a flash. Han Li exhaled upon seeing this, and only then did he cast his gaze toward the giant gate in the distance with a contemplative look on his face. Meanwhile, Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er were still situated in the main palace, appraising the screen before them with hesitant looks on their faces. The azure light on the surface of the screen had already completely faded, thereby revealing the artwork on it. However, a layer of cloud and mist had then appeared over the image, making it impossible to see the massive gate. A dozen or so yellow formation flags had appeared around the screen, and all of them were flashing with faint yellow light. The screen sat right at the center of the circle of flags, and a rather profound formation had been established. There were still faint spatial fluctuations lingering in the air above the formation, and 2 or 3 shimmering treasures were slowly revolving around Shi Kun and Lu Shu'er. What do you propose we do, Fairy Lu? We've already used several powerful treasures, yet have still been unable to break this restriction around the screen, so it's clearly not something that we can break through in a short time. Speaking of which, how did fellow Taoist Han manage to enter the screen? He seemed to have done so quite easily, Shi Kun sighed. Lu Shu'er was silent for a moment before asking, haven't you noticed, Brother Shi? Noticed what? Shi Kun was rather perplexed. Don't you think the third eye that appeared on fellow Taoist Han's glabella really resembles a certain legendary object? Lu Shu'er continued. You're saying that's a law destruction eye? Despite his rugged appearance, Shi Kun was far from unintelligent, and he instantly realized what Lu Shu'er was implying. Aside from this legendary demonic eye, I haven't heard of any other similar ability that can easily tear through this spatial restriction and grant access into this screen, Lu Shu'er said in a calm voice. If it really is the law destruction eye, then we won't be able to replicate fellow Taoist Han. Unless we completely destroy this entrance, there will be no chance for us to enter the screen, Shi Kun murmured with tightly furrowed brows. If we join forces and both of us are willing to expend some energy, there's indeed a chance that we could accomplish this. However, if we fail, then we'll essentially have destroyed the exit for fellow Taoist Han. I'm sure he won't be very happy about that, and when he tears through space to return to this place, we'll have to face the full brunt of his wrath. After all, with his law destruction eye, there's no way he'll actually be trapped in there, Lu Shu'er chuckled. Shi Kun's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he cast his gaze toward the screen again as he chuckled drily in response. Surely you jest, Fairy Lu. I wouldn't do something so reckless and risk harming others for my own benefit. Seeing as there's no way we'll be able to break this spatial restriction in a short time, why don't we leave this place and see if there are any rewards to be reaped in the other side palaces? My thoughts exactly, fellow Taoist Shi, Lu Shu'er replied with an approving smile. Shi Kun chuckled upon seeing this before taking one final forlorn glance at the screen before suddenly sweeping a sleeve through the air. A gust of yellow wind immediately surged out of his sleeve before sweeping up all of the weapons hanging on the wall, as well as the suits of armor lying on the ground, then drawing them back up his sleeve. A faint smile appeared on Lu Shuer's face upon seeing this, and she also waved a hand through the air to release a green bracelet. The bracelet emitted a ringing sound before immediately flying toward the other side of the palace as a ball of green light. The green light flashed and also swept up the weapons and armor on that side of the palace, thereby leaving the entire place completely empty aside from that screen. The two of them then quickly searched through the palace with their spiritual sense, and after failing to discover anything, they immediately made their way out of the palace. To them, it may have been a blessing for Han Li to have entered that alternate space. After all, there may not actually be any treasures in there, and he could be temporarily trapped by some kind of restriction in there. Without Han Li there to compete with them, they would definitely reap bountiful rewards from the side palaces and that huge cluster of pavilions, and with that in mind Shi Kun was feeling a lot better about the situation. Thus, after a brief discussion with Lu Shuer outside the palace, the two of them separated and each traveled toward a different side palace. Within the nameless space inside the screen, Han Li had already made his way over to the giant gate, and he raised both of his hands, releasing a burst of 5 colored glacial flames and a burst of gray light, both of which were surging relentlessly into the huge gate. The golden and silver runes on the gate had already transformed into a vast expanse of vibrant light that was firmly opposing Han Li's attacks, and the layers of light were quickly being melted away by the glacial flames and gray light, but there seemed to be no end to the runes, which simply replenished the defenses. As such, even after unleashing these two abilities on the gate for a long while, they did nothing to whittle away at the restriction. Han Li's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and the spiritual light faded from his hands as he ceased what he was doing. He then rubbed his hands together before thrusting them forward, and 2 golden arcs of lightning that were as thick as large bowls immediately sprang forth before striking the light on the gate in a flash. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden arcs of lightning completely exploded, releasing a ball of dazzling electricity that inundated most of the massive gate. However, moments later the golden lightning faded, and the gate was revealed to be completely unscathed. Even such a powerful attack hadn't affected it at all. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this. Prior to entering this place, his law destruction eye had suddenly become extremely active right as he walked around to the back of the screen, and he had almost lost control over it. If that hadn't been the case, it would have been very difficult for him to notice the entrance of the spatial restriction on the screen. At the time he had gone with the flow and unleashed an attack toward the screen with his law destruction eye, and it really had broken the restriction, thereby allowing him to access this place with ease. He didn't know what kind of place this was, nor did he know whether there were any treasures beyond that gate, but just this world within the screen was an extremely rare treasure in the spirit realm, so it was presumably the case that the immortal owner of this place was concealing some kind of extraordinary item or secret in here. As such, even though he knew that this restriction was quite remarkable, and that Lu Shuer and Shi Kun were most likely going to take advantage of his absence to loot the rest of this place, he still didn't want to leave. However, the fact that his divine essence-fused light, divine devil-bane lightning, and 5-colored glacial flames had all proven to be ineffective on this restriction posed quite a troublesome conundrum to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The fireball then transformed into the spirit-engulfing fire raven amid a flash of silver light, and Han Li made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals toward the fire raven in quick succession. Spiritual light of different colors flashed from the incantation seals, and they all vanished into the fire raven's body. The bird immediately raised his head and let loose a clear cry before swelling drastically to around 10 feet in size. It then spread its wings and flew toward the gate with unstoppable might. Prior to actually crashing into the gate, silver light flashed from its body, and countless translucent flaming feathers hurtled forth, causing the golden and silver light on the surface of the huge gate to tremor violently. The giant silver bird then crashed headfirst into the light amid a resounding boom, and scorching silver flames erupted from its body. As soon as the golden and silver light came into contact with the silver flames, it began to churn like boiling water. The light faded and melted in the wake of the flames, and even though there was still a constant output of runes from the gate, it was clearly struggling to keep up. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He let loose a low cry, and black light swirled around his body, following which he expanded drastically to several times his original size. At the same time, a layer of long golden fur appeared all over his body, and he transformed into a giant golden ape. It was none other than the giant golden ape form that Han Li had adopted once not long ago. He flipped a hand over, and the extreme essence-fused mountain appeared over one of his furry palms. Blue light flashed through the giant ape's eyes, and it swung an arm through the air, sending the mountain hurtling the mountain through the air amid a resounding boom. Gusts of gale-force winds instantly took shape in the wake of the small mountain, and one could only imagine the devastating force culminating from the extreme essence-fused mountain's enormous weight and the giant ape's extraordinary strength. The thin layer of light was instantly torn apart by the small mountain before it crashed heavily into the massive door amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of black light erupted from the gate, and the surrounding space twisted and warped. White ripples that were visible to the naked eye surged through the air. The ripples were then devoured by the black light behind them before completely vanishing into the darkness. Even with Han Li's immense powers, his heart still jolted upon seeing this, and he hurriedly rushed backward in an alarmed manner. Black chi rose up around his body, and he immediately donned his suit of heavenly devilish armor. The black light finally faded, and Han Li waved a hand through the air to draw the extreme essence-fused mountain back to him. He then hurriedly narrowed his eyes and cast his gaze toward the gate up ahead, upon which a stunned look appeared on his face. At the center of the giant black gate was an indentation that resembled a pot and was around 10 feet deep. The shape of the indentation was completely identical to one corner of the extreme essence-fused mountain, but despite this, the gate still hadn't been completely destroyed. Furthermore, it was slowly recovering back to its original form amid flashes of light from the golden and silver runes. Han Li didn't know what material this gate had been forged from, but it was extremely resilient. It appeared that there was only one more thing that he could try. He heaved a faint sigh as a wry smile appeared on his face, but he didn't hesitate any longer as black light flashed, and he reverted back to his human form. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body. A series of golden scales appeared over his skin, and his face was also concealed by a layer of golden light. He laid a hand onto the back of his own head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms suddenly appeared. The projection's 6 arms made hand seals in unison, and brilliant golden light erupted from it as it manifested a substantial golden body. In the next instant, one of the golden body's arms abruptly reached out and made a grabbing motion, upon which a golden blade segment suddenly appeared in its hand. This was none other than the incomplete profound heavenly treasure. Han Li began to chant something, and light swirled around the golden body, forming countless runes that surged into the blade segment in a frenzy. Golden light flashed from the surface of the blade segment, and it blurred slightly before the rest of the blade was also conjured up. Initially, this segment of the blade was slightly blurry and indistinct, but with the influx of more golden runes, it quickly became identical to the rest of the blade. The blade tremored slightly as the golden body brandished it, and a wave of golden light instantly erupted from it. The nearby world's origin chi in the wake of the golden light was immediately stirred up into a frenzied state, and countless specks of 5-colored light instantly appeared out of thin air before surging rapidly toward the golden blade like moths to a flame, then vanishing into the blade itself. A delightful ringing sound rang out from the golden blade, and Han Li's chanting abruptly ceased before he uttered a single menacing word, slash. The golden body immediately raised the golden blade before slashing it toward the giant gate at Han Li's behest, sending a scintillating blade projection hurtling through the air. Initially, the blade projection was only around a foot in length, but after flying through the air for several tens of feet, it had swelled to around 10 feet in length before striking the huge black gate like a dreamy golden crescent moon. The seemingly indestructible gate was sliced in half by the blade projection in a completely soundless manner before collapsing inward. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately withdrew his golden body projection before rushing forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had passed through the broken gate, and as soon as he emerged on the other side, he began to inspect his surroundings while simultaneously releasing his enormous spiritual sense. Immediately thereafter, a stunned look appeared on his face. The world beyond the gate consisted of a small plaza with gray barriers all around it and azure light shimmering above it. Aside from the giant gate that he had just passed through, there were no other visible entrances, and the entire plaza was completely empty aside from a strange circular platform at its center, upon which something seemed to have been placed. Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense, and his pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the tall platform before he made his way directly toward it. Moments later he arrived near the platform, and he discovered that it was only just over 300 feet in size. There were intricate and beautiful designs carved onto the ground, depicting the sun, the moon, and stars of different sizes. All of the depictions were extremely lifelike, and they covered virtually the entire platform. At the center of the platform was a vibrant green Taisher chair that was quite grandiose to behold. Aside from that, there were 9 silver objects that were each around as tall as a human. They were standing on the platform in a completely stationary manner, and Hanli discovered that these were silver armored warriors that were wielding long halberds. Aside from 9 pairs of black eyes, none of the armored warriors had any parts of their bodies revealed through their suits of armor. These appeared to be statues or other types of inanimate objects rather than sentient puppets. However, all of them were in a rather strange position. They weren't wielding their halberds with both hands. Instead, one hand was making a hand seal while the other hand was locked tightly around the shaft of the halberd at around the halfway point, while the sharp tip of the weapon was pointed directly up the sky. All 9 of the silver armored puppets were in the same pose. "10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. It was as if an eternity had passed by in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, his entire body shuddered as a surge of refreshing coolness surged out of his dantian, then revolved throughout his head along his meridians. Under the stimulus from that burst of cold energy, Hanli let loose a faint groan and finally returned to his sense, thereby snapping back to reality. Almost at the exact same moment, the entire starry sky seemed to have sensed something, and it shattered before vanishing as fragments of light. When Hanli completely reawakened, he was still standing on the tall platform, looking down at the starry sky diagram on the ground. The eternity that he felt as if had just transpired had actually only lasted the span of a few breaths. Hanli immediately drew a sharp breath as he hurriedly withdrew his gaze from the diagram. This starry sky diagram was imbued with an extremely powerful illusionary formation that was well beyond his realm of comprehension. Even with his powerful spiritual sense, he was drawn into it without being able to offer any resistance, and if it weren't for the fact that his great development technique had activated of its own accord to drag him back to reality, he would have still been standing on the spot in a completely entranced state. The illusionary formation that he had just experienced had been so realistic, and the concepts of reality and illusion filled him with quite a conflicted and complex feeling. Even though his mental fortitude was far superior to that of the average person, he still couldn't help but be affected by that experience. He furrowed his brows tightly as he closed his eyes and continued to activate the great development technique, alleviating the irregular emotions in his heart little by little. Only after a long while did he manage to just bare repress his massive emotional fluctuations, upon which he opened his eyes again. On this occasion he naturally didn't dare to look at the starry sky diagram again. Instead, he stood on the spot with a vacant expression for a long while before heaving a long sigh as his expression gradually returned to normal. He could sense that even though what he had just experienced had been extremely perilous, it had also provided a rare opportunity for him to refine his mental state, and it had therefore significantly benefited his mental fortitude. Even his spiritual sense seemed to have become slightly more powerful. Could it be that this starry sky diagram was actually a special restriction designed to refine one's willpower rather than just simple illusionary formation? Seeing as this diagram was so profound, it only made sense that the item positioned at the center of the platform would be quite extraordinary as well. With that in mind, Hanli immediately turned and began to appraise the green Taisher chair sitting at the center of the stone platform. The material used to construct the chair was neither wooden nor metallic in nature, but it was entirely green in color, and there was a layer of translucent light shimmering from its surface. Hanli suddenly began to stare intently at the chair as a stunned look appeared on his face. A series of shimmering silver runes suddenly appeared on a previously empty chair, and there were only just over 100 runes in total, but all of them were beveled silver text. With Hanli's photographic memory, he was naturally able to memorize them in the blink of an eye, but he had no idea how they had appeared. Moments later, all of these silver runes shattered before vanishing into the chair down below as specks of spiritual light. Hanli continued to stare at the chair, but his mind had already wandered to the string of text that he had just memorized. A short while later, his expression changed slightly, and he discovered that the string of text was nothing more than an extremely simple activation incantation. There was no beginning and no end, and there weren't even any annotations. How peculiar. Hanli was rather hesitant as he glanced at the 9 armored puppets, then up at the golden ball of light in the sky. He then turned his attention back to the starry sky diagram and the green Taisher chair as he carefully read through the incantation in his mind. He stroked his chin, and a contemplative look appeared on his face as he formed a rough judgment. All of a sudden he made a hand seal, and bright golden light erupted from his body. Golden scales also appeared over the surface of his skin, and he activated his Provenance True Devil Arts once again. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and a golden figure emerged from behind him, then transformed into the golden body projection in a flash. Han Li then laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a streak of black light flew forth before vanishing into the golden body. That was none other than his second nascent soul, Little Black. As soon as the nascent soul entered the golden body, one of the clear faces on the three heads abruptly attained a pair of intelligent inky black eyes that were identical to those of a normal person. A flash of golden light then appeared, following which the Fian celestial-like golden body drifted down onto the ground before landing in front of Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and his body blurred before he vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a figure abruptly appeared in the air around 300 feet away from the tall platform. It was none other than Han Li, and he was hovering in a stationary manner with his hands clasped behind his back. He had already discovered that as soon as he entered the space within the screen, the flight restrictions had disappeared. That was why he was able to rise up into the air to appraise everything that was transpiring on the platform. He issued an instruction to his second nascent soul, and the golden body suddenly made hand seals with all 6 of its hands at once. A profound incantation was then uttered by the head with the pair of intelligent black eyes. The incantation was uttered very slowly, but every single syllable was pronounced in a very clear manner, and this was none other than the beveled silver text incantation that had appeared on the Taisher chair. A mere activation incantation naturally wasn't going to stump a spatial tempering stage being like him. However, here in this strange space, he didn't dare to use his true body to activate this nameless incantation. However, he could do so using his second nascent soul and his golden body, and that combination was far better able to defend itself in the face of danger than he was. Furthermore, using his second nascent soul to utter this incantation definitely produced an identical effect to utter this incantation himself, so this was naturally the perfect substitute. The incantation continued, and in the blink of an eye, the second nascent soul had already completed the entire incantation. However, no changes had appeared on the stone platform. The golden body stood silently on the platform in a completely expressionless and stationary manner. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of confusion flashed through his eyes. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he immediately instructed the second nascent soul to utter the incantation a second time. Thus, after around 10 minutes, the second nascent soul had uttered the incantation through the golden body 3 times in succession. However, after the 3rd time the incantation was completed, the 9 silver-armored puppets and the golden ball of light up above still didn't display any changes, as if the incantation had had no effect at all. The fluctuations resonated with the light formation, and the scenes unfolding within the formation instantly changed. The 5 colored specks of light that were hovering in the air shuddered before plunging into the light formation like a torrential storm. At the same time, golden flames erupted from the bodies of the 9 puppets as they held onto their silver halberds. The golden flames reflected off their silver armor, making the puppets appear as majestic and imposing as heavenly generals. However, these puppets certainly weren't just there to look good. As soon as the golden flames emerged, bursts of enormous spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from their bodies. This spiritual pressure was so immense that it instantly caused the world's origin chi around the platform to surge and churn before forming gusts of strong golden wind that howled through the air. Han Li was situated over 300 feet away, and he was only barely glanced by the peripheral gusts of golden winds, but his expression immediately changed drastically. Golden light flashed from his body, and he shot back like a giant arrow as if he had been struck by some kind of tremendous force. He reappeared over 200 feet away in the blink of an eye, and he only managed to just barely steady himself after stumbling back several steps in succession. The spiritual pressure being released by these puppets was truly terrifying. Even though Han Li's body was currently more powerful than that of even the average holy grade being, he still couldn't withstand the spiritual pressure for even an instant. Han Li was naturally quite stunned by this development, but had no time to dwell on it as he hurriedly raised his head to cast his gaze toward the platform. There, the silver halberds in the hands of the 9 armored warriors suddenly shuddered in unison before expelling a golden pillar of light each, which surged directly toward the golden ball of light up above before vanishing into it in a flash. A strange rumbling sound immediately rang out from within the ball of light, and the light within it began to rapidly revolve, slowly forming a gigantic vortex. 3 colored lights swirled within the huge light projection, and a 3-colored rune that was virtually the same size as the formation slowly emerged before hurtling into the air in a flash. Moments later, the giant rune vanished into the golden vortex, and the golden light surged violently as a loud rumbling boom rang out. Immediately thereafter, powerful spatial fluctuations erupted from within the vortex, and a few rumbling booms rang out as the golden pillars of light erupting from the silver halberds instantly increased to over twice their original thickness, making their thickness comparable to that of large bowls. Bright light also erupted from the light formation on the platform, manifesting a substantial 3-colored light barrier then enshrouded the entire platform within. There were countless golden and silver runes emerging in a frenzy within the light barrier, and they were drifting directly toward the golden body sitting on the chair. The entire light formation was activated to its very maximal extent, and the rumbling booms had become as deafening as thunderclaps. At the same time, Hanli suddenly sensed that the light around him had abruptly dimmed, and as he inspected his surroundings, he was immediately given a massive fright. He had returned to the massive starry sky that he had already been trapped in once. However, on this occasion he had a rather strange perspective where he was looking down on everything from above, and there were a series of scorching white stars hovering right beside him. The golden body, green chair, 3-colored light formation, armored warriors and golden vortex were also situated within the same starry sky. Hanli abruptly waved a sleeve through the air, and a flying sword that was around an inch in length surged forth, then circled around before transforming into a streak of azure light. The azure light slashed through several nearby stars, completely dispersing them in the process, but mere moments later, the stars that had been destroyed returned to normal amid flashes of white light. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, but he was quite relieved internally. It seemed that this starry sky wasn't an illusionary realm, and on this occasion he had managed to retain clarity of mind. However, just as this thought appeared in Hanli's mind, the spatial fluctuations emanating from within the golden vortex suddenly became several times more powerful. The fluctuations seemed to have formed substantial waves that were visible to the naked eye, and they erupted from the vortex in all directions. The sky blurred in the wake of these fluctuations, and it was as if the entire starry sky had instantly been tipped on its head in an involuntary manner. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out as if heaven and earth were being torn apart, and an extraordinarily thick white pillar of light erupted from the golden vortex. The pillar of light struck the light formation on the platform with unerring accuracy, encompassing the chair and the golden body in the process. The sound of howling winds and rumbling thunder could be heard coming from within the pillar of light, and it contained countless 5-colored runes. Even though Hanli was currently situated hundreds of feet away from it, he could still sense the extremely pure spiritual power imbued within the pillar of light. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that the pillar of light didn't just contain spiritual chi, it also seemed to be imbued with a boundlessly enormous aura like that of a star. Before the second nascent soul had a chance to react, the pillar of light had descended upon the golden body, and the space around it instantly tightened as a burst of irresistibly heavy force weighed down upon its body. Even with the golden body's immense strength, it was unable to move so much as a single finger. The pure spiritual power within the pillar of light and the 5-colored runes surged into the golden body in a frenzied, unstoppable wave. Hanli's expression changed drastically as he looked on from afar. At such close quarters, his main nascent soul still had a close connection with his second nascent soul, so he was able to directly sense everything as if he were the golden body itself. With the frenzied influx of pure spiritual power and 5-colored runes, the profound devilish chi that the second nascent soul had cultivated to the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage instantly progressed to the late nascent soul stage, as if the bottleneck between the two stages didn't even exist. Furthermore, the second nascent soul continued to become more powerful at an incredible rate under the illumination of the pillar of light. Mere moments later, progressed to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and encountered the deity transformation stage bottleneck. This was an obstacle that even Hanli had only just barely overcome in the past, yet the second nascent soul merely progressed to the early deity transformation stage as if it were taking a stroll in the park. Its cultivation base was still being rapidly enhanced, and less than the span of 10 breaths had passed since the pillar of light had fallen upon the golden body. Han Li was understandably extremely astonished, and he could barely believe the information that the second nascent soul was transmitting to him. However, what was even more astonishing was that the golden body projection was beginning to crumble under the pillar of white light, disintegrating into thousands of droplets of golden liquid that hovered within the pillar of light. Thus, the second nascent soul was completely exposed. However, before Han Li had a chance to figure out whether this was a positive or worrying development, some of the 5 colored runes in the air suddenly shrank down to around the size of grains of rice, then surged into the droplets of golden liquid. These droplets of golden liquid seemed to have been cleansed over and over again by some kind of mysterious power, and Han Li and the second nascent soul suddenly let loose a cry of excruciating agony in unison. The second nascent soul had black qi churning violently over its body, which was shuddering uncontrollably, and Han Li immediately plummeted out of the sky as a ball of golden light. Han Li and the second nascent soul felt as if their bodies in spiritual sense were being raked over and over again by countless sharp blades, and what was even more damning was that no abilities could alleviate this pain even in the slightest. It was as if they had been reduced to mere mortals and could only suffer through the ungodly agony without any being able to offer any resistance. Even though Han Li's immensely powerful body was able to withstand even flying swords and flying sabers, this excruciating pain still made him lose control over his own magic power, thereby resulting in him plummeting from the sky. Even though he was in extreme agony, he was still able to maintain the output of his Provenance True Devil Arts, so a fall from that altitude was nowhere near enough to hurt him. Instead, a small crater was smashed into the ground amid a dull thump by his powerful body, and shattered stone shrapnel flew in all directions. However, Han Li didn't have any spare capacity to notice these small details. Right after he let loose that involuntary cry of agony, he had forcibly pursed his own lips as he tried to repress the pain, and his face was beginning to turn purple. This type of agony was unbearable to the average person, and he could only resist it using his willpower. In this situation, Han Li could sense that his soul had become scorching hot, as if it had been enveloped by a scorching ball of flames and set alight. Han Li just barely managed to retain a shred of clarity of mind, but he was still extremely stunned by this development. He gritted his teeth and struggled into the sitting position in the crater, then folded his legs and made a hand seal as bright golden light erupted from his body again. After growing slightly accustomed to the agony, he was using his Provenance True Devil Arts to try and alleviate the pain. However, in the next instant something happened that left him feeling a little stunned. As soon as he began to circulate his spiritual power within his own body, the agony that he had been afflicted by suddenly transformed into bursts of refreshing coolness that surged through his meridians in a frenzy, then turned into a type of strange energy that he had never seen before. This energy began to spur on his Provenance True Devil Arts, causing it to operate at a fearsomely rapid rate. Following a complete cycle of spiritual chi revolution, he could sense that his cultivation base had improved slightly. It wasn't a drastic increase by any means, but it was certainly noticeable. This strange improvement continued as he circulated his Provenance True Devil Arts, and this discovery naturally filled him with elation. Thus, he immediately began to focus on cultivation as golden light flashed from his body. Under these circumstances, every single revolution of his cultivation art provided an effect that was equivalent to a year of arduous cultivation, so he definitely wasn't going to pass up such a brilliant opportunity. However, his rate of progression was still far inferior to that of the second nascent soul in the Pillar of Light. The second nascent soul was also circulating its cultivation art to try and alleviate its agony, but due to the enormous influx of energy flowing into its body within the Pillar of Light, it was unable to blunt its pain by much. However, at the same time, its cultivation base was improving at 3 to 4 times the rate of Han Li's progression. After a while, it progressed to the mid-deity transformation stage, and it still didn't encounter any bottlenecks. Time passed by slowly, and Han Li's body suddenly shuddered as a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart. After spending some time working through his early spatial tempering stage bottleneck, he made a breakthrough to the mid-spatial tempering stage. He was naturally ecstatic to sense this, and he continued to circulate his Provenance True Devil Arts as quickly as he could. What he failed to notice was that in the instant he reached the mid-spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the Pillar of Light in the distance suddenly flashed before abruptly converging toward the second nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, a brand new golden body took shape within the Pillar of Light. It still had 3 heads and 6 arms, but there were purplish-golden patterns running all over its body, forming a series of strange and slightly indistinct runes. Not only were these purplish-golden runes quite blurry, they also seemed to be incomplete. Even so, the golden body was releasing an aura that was vastly more powerful than before, and the crimson-golden spiritual light emanating from its body was infused with a hint of a mysterious purple color. The second blurry face of the golden body also became noticeably clearer than before, and one could even make out some facial features such as its eyes and nose. However, the third face remained as indistinct as ever. After obtaining this new golden body, the second nascent soul was able to absorb spiritual power and 5-colored runes at a vastly improved speed, and its pain had also been alleviated significantly. Moments later, the second nascent soul progressed to the late deity transformation stage before rushing rapidly toward the pinnacle of that stage. A short while later, Hanli was also close to the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage and was accumulating power for another breakthrough. Right at this moment, the second nascent soul broke through its major bottleneck with relative ease and progressed to the spatial tempering stage as well. Any spirit realm mighty figure would be stunned to the point of speechlessness if they were to witness this terrifying rate of progression. A resounding boom rang out, and the silver halberds being wielded by the 9 armored puppets suddenly let loose a prolonged ringing sound in unison. At the same time, 9 pillars of light erupted from their sharp tips before vanishing into the air above. The pillar of white light erupting from the golden vortex abruptly shuddered before becoming even thicker than before, and the second nascent soul instantly let loose a shrill cry of agony in response. The golden body that had just taken shape began to melt away again amid violent flashes of golden light. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to golden droplets that were floating within the pillar of light again. However, on this occasion, the golden droplets were infused with hints of purple, and they seemed to be different from before. After that, the same events transpired again. Pure spiritual power and 5-colored runes surged into the golden droplets, and bursts of mysterious energy cleansed them once again. The traces of purple within the golden droplets also began to expand at a rate that was indiscernible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the sense of agony that Hanli had been afflicted by was increased by about 2-fold in the instant that the pillar of white light had thickened, and the pain was so crippling that he almost blacked out on the spot. Thankfully, his pain tolerance threshold had been temporarily elevated by this relentless assault of agony, and that allowed him to just barely cling on to his consciousness. Furthermore, as he continued to circulate his spiritual power, he began to absorb more and more of the cool energy that was enhancing his cultivation base. This experience made Hanli feel as if he were being burned and frozen at the same time. His cultivation base had already reached the pinnacle of the mid-spatial tempering stage about 7 or 8 minutes ago, and since then he had drawn upon this mysterious energy to attempt over 10 breakthroughs to the late spatial tempering stage. However, this bottleneck was clearly vastly different from the previous ones he had broken through, and it simply refused to budge. As such, more and more of the mysterious energy accumulated within his body, and his pain was elevated to an unprecedented level. If he couldn't break through this bottleneck in a short time, he felt as if either his soul would be torn apart by this excruciating agony or his body would explode. He had only managed to last until this point as his great development technique and Provenance True Devil Arts had bolstered his soul and body to be far more powerful than those of other cultivators of the same caliber. If a normal spatial tempering cultivator were in his place, they would have perished long ago. Thus, Hanli's ecstasy quickly turned into alarm, and he could only continue to gather up the energy within his body before making one frenzied attempt after another at breaking through his bottleneck. He was only a sliver away from making the breakthrough, but he found himself unable to take that final step, and he was becoming quite anxious. As expected, risk and reward really did come hand in hand. According to his estimates, he was going to die if he couldn't break through his bottleneck after 3 more attempts. Just as he was beginning to sweat profusely, a ball of golden light that resembled a scintillating sun suddenly appeared around him. It was so bright that if any onlookers were present, they would have been forced to look away. Perhaps the breakthrough attempts that he had made had finally bore fruit, or if his desperation had allowed him to tap into more of his latent potential, but then he managed to break through the bottleneck after just one more attempt. Hanli's body shuddered, and several bursts of scorching energy flowed out from his dantian, surging through his body, limbs, and meridians. At the same time, golden and azure spiritual light flashed incessantly from his primary nascent soul, and it expanded quite significantly in size. His magic power also swelled drastically by well over half in virtually the blink of an eye. Hanli was ecstatic, but in the next instant, a hint of alarm and horror appeared in his eyes. In the instant that he progressed to the late spatial tempering stage, the golden droplets within the pillar of light in the distance had converged to form another golden body. Not only were the runes on this golden body far clearer and more complete than the previous one, the protective spiritual light it was releasing had also taken on a faint purplish golden color. However, as a result, the white pillar of light that was crashing down from above expanded once again, causing the golden body to disintegrate for a third time. Furthermore, the influx of cool energy continued at an even faster rate, and Han Li's cultivation base was progressing even more quickly than before. Never did he think that he would be horrified by excessively fast cultivation progression someday. Han Li was well aware that even with the power of the Pillar of Light, his bottlenecks were becoming more and more difficult to break through. His last breakthrough had already been extremely forced, so there was no way he would be able to successfully make a breakthrough to the body integration stage. If his magic power were to continue to pile up, his body would inevitably explode, so how could he not be alarmed? This strange situation was completely out of his control, and only by wrenching the second nascent soul out of that pillar of light would he be able to escape this perilous situation. However, the second nascent soul's golden body had been destroyed thrice already, and the nascent soul itself was completely immobilized by the enormous power crashing down from above. How could he possibly detach the second nascent soul from the pillar of light? As such, he could only look on in a resigned manner as his cultivation base continued to improve at an astonishing rate. Around an hour later, the second nascent soul made 2 more breakthroughs and reached the late spatial tempering stage, making its cultivation base comparable to Han Li's. However, the rate of progression that the second nascent soul was experiencing within the pillar of light naturally far exceeded that of Han Li. He was still quite far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, yet his second nascent soul had already progressed to that point and had begun attempting a breakthrough to the body integration stage. Breaking the bottleneck to the body integration stage required far more power than the normal person could imagine. The golden droplet seemed to have also sensed that a major breakthrough was being attempted, and it converged to form a golden body that enveloped the second nascent soul again. Enormous amounts of energy surged out of the nascent soul's body, and even the golden body couldn't withstand such immense energy output as it crumbled away again. The last attempt that had been made was nowhere near enough for the second nascent soul to make a breakthrough to the body integration stage, so it had no choice but to accumulate energy anew after the golden body vanished. Following the golden body's disintegration, it reformed once again amid a flash of purplish golden light. This process was repeated 7 or 8 times, and every breakthrough attempt that the second nascent soul made was enough to expend all of the mysterious energy it had accumulated. However, at the same time, due to the sheer enormity of the power output, the golden body that was manifested each time was easily broken, only to be rapidly manifested once again at the second nascent soul's behest. Every time the golden body took shape again, even more tremendous energy was accumulated than last time. However, the body integration stage bottleneck was far more powerful than anticipated, and even after so many surges of energy, it was only just beginning to budge slightly. The second nascent soul was clearly still nowhere near able to make this breakthrough, and Han Li's heart sank further and further. At this point, he had also reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, and the cool energy was beginning to force its way through his meridians, resulting in a slightly swollen feeling. Han Li was extremely alarmed by this mounting development, but due to the agony that he was currently being afflicted by, he was only able to just barely hold onto a shred of consciousness, but he was unable to make any hand seals or summon any treasures. As such, despite his vast array of powerful abilities and treasures, he was unable to use any of that to his advantage. Meanwhile, the golden vortex continued to expel the white pillar of light, which wasn't abating in power in the slightest. Han Li could sense the mysterious energy rapidly mounting within his meridians, and his face became deathly pale. He knew that no matter how powerful his body was, there was no way it could compare with the might of his golden body projection. Even the golden body was being easily destroyed by the surges of energy during the second nascent soul's breakthrough attempts. There was no way that his body would be able to withstand this power. The energy within the pillar of light was indeed extremely potent, but it was also far too aggressive and overbearing. This sense of complete and utter powerlessness was something that Han Li had virtually never experienced during his cultivation journey, and even with his strong mental fortitude, he was beginning to panic. After a short while, It was as if a layer of golden powder had been applied to Han Li's body. Not only was he shimmering with golden light, the golden scales over his skin had also swelled significantly in size and begun to intertwine to form a faint golden suit of scale armor. Even though it was extremely thin from a distance, it appeared as if Han Li had donned a suit of complete golden armor. This was none other than Provenance Amor, which was the bonded armor that would appear once one cultivated the Provenance True Devil arts to an extremely high level. The suit of bonded armor currently didn't possess any powerful abilities, and its defensive prowess was less than 1/1000th of the heavenly devilish armor, but this type of bonded armor had boundless potential. After a short while, bursts of sharp pain began to spear through all of his meridians, and he felt as if they were about to be torn apart at any moment. His expression changed several times in succession, and he took a deep breath before beginning to activate what little remaining spiritual sense he had. His meridians had already been filled to the absolute brim by pure spiritual power, and it only took the slightest stimulus for it to begin churning violently. Golden light flashed erratically from his body, and the Provenance armor that had just taken shape began to warp slightly. There were even white cracks that had begun to appear on its surface, and a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. He cast his gaze toward his second nascent soul, which was situated within the pillar of light in the distance, and he strengthened his own resolve before preparing to detonate all of the magic power within his body. In doing so, he was essentially going to be tossing a spark into a bubbling pot of oil, and his body would instantly explode. However, right at this moment, a startling turn of events suddenly unfolded. One of Han Li's arms suddenly became extremely hot, as if it had been enveloped by scorching flames. His heart immediately jolted in response to this sudden development, and his spiritual sense faltered as he hurriedly cast his gaze toward that arm. As a result, he was stunned to see that a faint glowing yellow insignia had appeared on his forearm. His heart immediately stirred as he identified what this was. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit that had been sealed within his arm. Before he had a chance to think of anything else, the yellow insignia suddenly began to flash and warp. The mysterious energy and pure spiritual power within his body immediately surged toward the insignia from his meridians in a frenzy as if they had found an outlet. The insignia was like a bottomless pit that didn't display any reaction aside from flashing slightly even after devouring such an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Moments later, close to half of the mysterious energy within his body was devoured, and the life-threatening peril he had been placed under was easily alleviated. He was naturally ecstatic to see this, and in the next instant, an even more astonishing turn of events unfolded. The yellow insignia suddenly flashed one final time before a yellow wooden rod appeared on the surface of his arm. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit. The fruit seemed to be extremely excited, and it only flashed violently a few times before all of the spiritual power and mysterious energy within Han Li's body was completely sucked dry. The profound heavenly fruit then released an astonishing aura before gently swaying a few times toward the direction of the golden vortex in the sky. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from one end of the fruit, and a blade that was around a foot in length suddenly emerged from that end of the fruit. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, but there was a string of green runes inscribed on its center, all of which were flashing with a cold light. This was none other than the profound heavenly sword. There was no need for Han Li to issue any instructions to the sword before it ascertained the biggest threat in this place, and it abruptly pointed its sharp blade at the golden vortex in the sky before a clear ringing sound erupted into the heavens. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed and countless dark green runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the sword blade. The sword then tremored slightly a few times, and the nearby world's origin chi surged violently. Countless wisps of five-colored light suddenly appeared out of thin air before surging toward the profound heavenly sword in a frenzy. The sword immediately began to glow with scintillating light. The clear ringing sound also became around twice as loud as before as it unleashed a slash toward the golden vortex up above. An azure sword projection appeared, and it was as scintillating as a bolt of heavenly lightning. In the next instant, it reached the golden vortex before unleashing a diagonal slash. A resounding boom rang out, and the white pillar of light was sliced in half. A burst of power of laws that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth erupted from the sword projection before inundating the golden vortex. A loud ringing sound immediately rang out from the vortex, following which light flashed, and it transformed into a golden disc that was around an acre in size. The massive golden disc had the exact same image inscribed upon it as the starry sky diagram on the platform, and at the same time, there were countless five-colored runes hovering around it. One pillar of white light after another was being expelled by the golden disc in a frenzy as it desperately attempted to resist the power of laws imbued within the sword projection. This was clearly an extraordinary spatial treasure even in the true immortal realm, and its value most likely exceeded that of even the average profound heavenly treasure, but its forte clearly didn't lie in its offensive power, so how could it possibly withstand an attack that was imbued with the power of laws of an entire realm? Within mere moments, all of the white pillars of light were completely destroyed by the power of laws, and the surrounding space warped as the azure sword projection struck the golden disc. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.